Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, May 13, 2024. Commissioners' Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Stout, would you like to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance class for today?
Commissioner?
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be able to introduce some youngsters from Riverside Middle School. Welcome. We also have a special guest this morning who will be honored as part of one of our resolutions, who's from Riverside Mid as well. So go ahead, take it away.
We're ready
Please
for
rise
you.
for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Welcome.
I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. We appreciate this. It's always great to start with our children. Thank you.
And now we will receive an invocation by Rabbi Ben Zeidman from Temple Mount Sinai.
Good morning, Rabbi. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Judge Samaniago, Commissioners Leon, Stout, Holguin, and Coronado, your work today and every day has a profound impact upon nearly 1 million people, upon us. We are from all sorts of backgrounds, races, and ethnicities. We are young people and elders. We identify across a broad spectrum of genders. We are Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, and so many more faiths. We are people from all walks of life, but we share in a desire for health, joy, the ability to embrace loved ones, and to have deep relationships with friends. We also seek to live in a community where our leadership establishes a culture of trust, respect, and compassion, a culture worthy of our emulation. What you do here today and how you do it will impact the lives of El Paso County's citizens, even the smallest, seemingly insignificant discussions about the minutia. It all matters. When you bring your best selves to this morning, you empower all of us who live in this county to follow your lead. So we pray that you continue to be inspired by the work you do for us. As today's meeting progresses, may you reflect upon that which inspired you to take a seat in this chamber. May you have the strength, courage, and wisdom to make the decisions and to have the debates in ways that bless this county. May you know the presence of holiness in your lives and in your work. May the way you conduct your work bring about a greater awareness of that presence. And may the message of peace, justice, love, and commitment emanate from this chamber today and always. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Always welcome. Thank you.
Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum. Judge, do you have any opening comments you'd like to make before we begin?
Thank you. Well, we'd like to welcome you on behalf of myself and our commissioners. We welcome you to Commissioners' Court. As always, we have some great friends in the audience, and we get this opportunity to recognize individuals and organizations. We love that part of Commissioners' Court, but we thank you for being part of it. We have some things that are pending and bond issues and a lot of things, so every time we have you in our court or online, it really helps us to know that we're communicating. So once again, we thank you for being here. We want you to have just an amazing Monday and just an awesome week. So thank you for being here with us on behalf of myself and our commissioners. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AB. We do have several items we're requesting to postpone. Item 4C, approve the reappointment of Commissioner David Stout's appointee, Rene Hurtado, to the County of El Paso Risk Pool Board for the term beginning May 18, 2024 and ending May 17, 2026. We are asking for this item be postponed 1 week. For item 4K, postpone May 6, 2024, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the subrecipient agreement with the University of Texas El Paso for the purpose of the research and evaluation component of the grant-funded Innovations in Reentry Initiative, Building System Capacity and Testing Strategies to Reduce Recidivism grant from the Bureau through the Bureau of Justice Assistance with a retroactive term beginning October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2025. Funding in the amount of $99,954 is available in SG Reentry 21 operating expense, contract number 2024-0281. We are asking for this item be deleted. For item 4Q, approve and adopt the Public Works, Parks, and Recreation Department fee changes as per local government code Title 10, Subtitle B, Chapter 316. We are asking for this item be postponed 1 week. And for item 4W, we have a correction. Approve the purchase of as-needed sign language services for El Paso County, Texas, using Region 19 Contract 247475, awarded to El Paso SLI Sign Language Interpreters LLC of El Paso, Texas. Discount pricing as identified through the cooperative contract. Funding is available in SGAR Plan 21 operating expenses. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for further discussion?
If not, move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Coronado, second by Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution designating May 2024 as Older Americans Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner
Good
Leon.
morning, Judge, Commissioners. We do have somebody here from the COG, Yvette, if you don't mind, and anybody else that's here with you is welcome to step forward by the podium. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hopefully, I had a procedure last week on my throat, so hopefully I'll be able to finish. So, welcome. Whereas May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to recognize and honor older adults and their immense influence on every facet of American society through their wealth of life experience and wisdom. Older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. And whereas older adults improve our communities through the intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and many other activities. Whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas the Rio Grande Agency on Aging, a division of Rio Grande Council of Governments, El Paso County Nutrition Program, Project Bravo, and other elder-serving entities together are committed to ensuring older adults have the resources and support needed to stay independent and remain in their communities, thereby respecting and valuing older Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Older Americans Month, and we call upon all residents to join in recognizing the contributions of our older citizens and to promote programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support for older adults. Signed this 13th day of May 2024 in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We have a motion by Commissioner Leon, second by Commissioner Ogui. The voting is open. Motion carries.
We're doing this electronically now, but the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good
Welcome.
morning, Judge, Commissioners. Yvette Lugo, I'm the Director for the Rio Grande Area Agency on Aging, as was stated, a division of the Council of Governments here. And so thank you so much. May is a nationally recognized month for us, for older Americans. And so thank you for bringing that to us here locally to our community. As was stated in the resolution, we obviously value older adults, and those of us standing here with me are the community partners that work in service to do as best job as we can with the resources given to us to help support the needs of older adults, family caregivers here in our community. And so obviously we could not do this alone. The theme we found was fitting this year for Older Americans Month is Powered by Connection. And as you can see by our community partners here present and those listed on the resolution, we work tirelessly to pull resources basically and work together in service. I think we found, and those that can speak to that can attest to the fact that we basically take care of our own. We're so far from our capital that sometimes resources here really are dependent upon one another to come together. And I think all of us that work in service to older adults really do that as a true servant, have a servant heart to be able to do that and make sure that we do recognize the value in older adults and continue to try to bust the myths of aging and ageism, right? To stand for older adults in the fact that they are valued. We should respect our elders, obviously, culturally. I think that helps us here. But in order to continue to combat ageism and to support the needs of older adults, I think you'll find that all of us that work in service to older adults truly believe that to our core and are here to do that and make a difference in our community. So I would like to give an opportunity to our community partners to speak as well. And again, by that Powered by Connection is that theme for this year. Truly can see that there are resources here that truly provide support to the needs of our older adults so that they can remain independent and in community for as long as possible. So thank you for this opportunity for us.
Thank you. Rosemary. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners Court. My name is Rose Castillo. I'm the CEO of BNBVIR, All-Inclusive Senior Health. We take care of the frailest, the neediest of the older population, and I couldn't do it without all of my associates here that contribute so much to our service delivery system. And I just want to thank you for your support throughout the years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just, I'm a little biased here because I've gotten to know Rosemary and James, and I was on the board of BNBVIR, and she became, to me, the benchmark of not holding back, of giving the best quality, the best service, the best facility possible. A lot of recognitions on that, so that we don't feel like when they're poor or they're older that you do less, or that you don't have to accommodate to that level. But if you ever have a chance to visit that facility, it's just an amazing place. You just feel good about being in it. So I thank you, Rosemary, for everything that you've done. James, thank you so much for that. And of course, everyone here as well. But we'll have, Andrea, you want to step up? Good morning.
For today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Amistad has been the heart of El Paso for 48 years, advocating, connecting, and delivering exceptional social services, but we couldn't do that without all of you. You all really are the wind beneath our wings, and we love you, and you all have taken care of us, and thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you do for us so that we can then deliver those services to the clients that deserve it the most. So thank you very much.
Thank you for everything, but truly stepping up during the pandemic, that was pretty incredible. I mean, nobody was willing to do some of the things that you had to do and the equipment that you had to use, and so we thank you. It was very important for us. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Grace Ortiz, and I am the Faith-Based and Communication Specialist for Adult Protective Services. Adult Protective Services is a big partner to Area Agency on Aging, and all the individuals that are here today, they're also our partners. I want you to know that seniors matter, and that is our goal. Seniors matter. They mean something to the community. And so together, we are making a positive impact for those individuals in the community who sometimes don't know who to turn to, and they run into situations, and they're, who do I ask for help? And sometimes there's that shame factor. I don't know where. Should I ask for help? I don't want anybody to know I need help. And it's okay. Ask for help, because together our goal is to make a positive impact in their lives. And also this Thursday, we are having a symposium for social workers in honor of Older Americans Month, APS, HHSC, and Area Agency on Aging will be training our social workers so they know that we are there to connect with them so that we can, again, make a positive impact for our community. It will be at EPCC this Thursday from 8 o'clock to 12:30, and our goal is just to teach them, educate them, and so they know that there are agencies willing to work with them so that we can help those seniors who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Christofferson. I'm an assistant county attorney, and it is my pleasure to oversee the Elder Protection Unit. I, with all the partners sitting behind us, standing behind me, are very proud of what we do, very grateful, and very passionate about helping our elderly. This year, along with the Silver Star Board at APS, we will be offering a free conference on June 13th. It is our annual It's called Crimes Against the Elderly, but this year we're focusing on partnering to protect, providing for our community those resources that a lot of people in our community need and are unaware of. So I encourage you to tell everybody you know. It is free. We're asking for a toiletry item for our Silver Star room, but as has been mentioned before and will be mentioned again, we are very passionate about helping our elderly, and we think that partnering with these agencies is the best way to go. So I thank you for your support, and I thank everybody for everything they do to help us help our community.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Patricia Jaramillo. I'm the Region 10 Program Manager for Community Care Services Eligibility under the Health and Human Services Commission. As it's been stated, we have a wonderful group of community partners, and our agency aims to allow individuals to remain in the community in their home, and we provide the resources along with my community partners to remain independently in their home and to be able to perform their activities of daily living. So thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lizette Castañeda. I'm part of the County Nutrition Program. And I just want to thank everyone, our partners here. It's really a puzzle piece. Each of us are a piece of a puzzle. And so coming together is just a beautiful piece for our community. Sometimes our older adults are forgotten, and we're here to remind everyone they're not. They're an important piece of our hearts, and the jobs that we do is just a piece. But I want to thank everyone and our partners.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Annette Gutierrez, Executive Director of the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Just want to finish this out by once again saying thank you for allowing us to be here today to recognize this important month. And also just to inform you that in September on the 11th, we're having our Aging to Perfection Expo. That'll be at the Convention Center. We have over 80 exhibitors. And so if you're thinking about, gosh, I wonder what it would look like if I knew what resource was available to us under one umbrella, under one roof, come to our event on the 11th and you'll find out. We've had a great showing of interest over the years. I think this is going to be our, what year is this? Our 23rd year. And so we've been doing this for quite some time. And so it's just a great venue to allow individuals to know how they can age in place and how to prepare to age in place well. So thank you again for the recognition, and we hope you have a great week as well. Thank you.
And thank you for the scope. I'm always impressed of the scope of services that you provide. So we appreciate that tremendously from the county.
Judge?
Anyone else to? You know, I know that Commissioner Leon and I are going to be very biased about older individuals, so but we're objective as well. But you know, I don't think we have three categories that got hit by the pandemic really hard: children, veterans, and our older population. And you know, people don't realize that it's still a part of their concern. You know, I've been reading a lot because of the mental health issues, and one of us, what they're saying is that it was pretty traumatic, and we don't sense the trauma. But you can imagine getting to that phase in your life and being hit by uncertainty, not knowing what's going to happen, I mean, it was really difficult as you're leading into those years to find out that the world has been sort of shattered and the rug pulled under your feet, and so it was very difficult for him. So I really do appreciate that we do that. I believe with all my heart that the reflection of who we are as a society and as a community is based on how we treat the elderly, because that's the level of respect. They've contributed, they've done things. I mean, it's amazing. And then you get older, and it's almost like you get forgotten. And that's very difficult for individuals. And so I really thank you for this idea of really addressing that category, that I think we have a long ways to go. But I think we need to have that energy to make sure that we take care of them, that they're not forgotten, and that they're, that they can eat properly and all the things. Some societies do this better than others, and we shouldn't. I mean, we have all the resources to be able to do something that is a huge impact on the elderly. So we thank each and every one of you for everything that you do, for the people that did a lot for us, and that, we're here because of their contributions throughout their life. So thank you very much. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Judge. And as I look around, I remember why a lot of people, you have so many baby boomers. I'm one. And I'm surprised that I got to read this resolution. But I am honored to have been able to read it into the record. And as I look around, I see so many talented people. And it's another facet of what makes El Paso, because of what you do there. So I can't thank you enough. I've got to give you a sidebar story. As I get older, then I'm thinking, well, as I retire, I've got to take my Social Security and learn about all that. And I was wondering, where do I go? Who can help me with that? And not knowing, I've been on the COG board for almost 12 years, not knowing it was right there. So I got a chance to sit with Bernadette, and she said, this is the way you go. So I can't thank you all enough for everything you've done for every one of us here in El Paso. So thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item 5B, Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing National Peace Officers Memorial Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Judge, Commissioners, it gives me great pleasure. I'm very honored to be able to read this into the record. Commander, if you all can join us at the podium, I'll read the resolution, then we'd love to hear from you all.
Thank you.
Whereas the El Paso County Commissioners Court acknowledges the vital role that peace officers play in safeguarding our community and upholding the rule of law. Whereas peace officers risk their lives daily to protect our citizens, maintain public safety, and ensure the well-being of our neighborhoods. And whereas Peace Officers Memorial Week, observed annually in May, provides an opportunity for our community to pause and reflect on the sacrifices made by these brave men and women in the line of duty. And whereas it is fitting and proper to honor and pay tribute to law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our community, and to express our deepest gratitude to all peace officers for their unwavering dedication and service. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the El Paso County Commissioners Court that we do hereby recognize and honor Peace Officers Memorial Week, and we encourage all residents to take a moment to remember and honor the fallen officers who have given their lives in service to our community. Be it further resolved that that we express our sincere appreciation to all officers in the El Paso County for their selfless commitment to protecting and serving our community, and we pledge our continued support for their important work in keeping our neighborhoods safe. Signed this 13th day of May, 2024 in El Paso County, Texas.
I have a motion by Commissioner Leon, second by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Motion passes.
Commander, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Assistant Chief Deputy Ryan Urrutia. Thank you for this resolution, taking the time to recognize the efforts of the men and women that serve this community every day and keep us and our families safe, but also for taking the time to remember our fallen officers, their families as well, because their families are the ones left behind. And we're very appreciative to this, because this sometimes can be a very thankless job. And these men and women come and do it every single day with disregard for their own safety, for their own lives, to protect our community and keep us safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Commander Jerome Washington, El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm the Patrol Division Commander. This will be very brief. On behalf of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, we want to express our profound gratitude to our fellow officers who have tirelessly served and protect our community every day. Day in, day out, they put their lives in risk, facing unimaginable challenges and life-taking risks. We'd just like to thank everybody and really appreciate this moment.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you. Omar, welcome.
Morning. Omar
Morning.
Gonzalez, President of the Sheriff's Office Association. What an honor to represent our hardworking members at Commissioners Court this morning for Police Week. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, for recognizing our deputies during Police Week. Thank you. Every year, we gather in celebration of Police Week to honor all the brave men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line every day in order to keep our communities safe. We especially gather to honor and celebrate the lives of the brave men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice. To my brothers and sisters in law enforcement, I thank you for your dedicated service and honoring the badge you wear. Once again, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the court. Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm Vanessa Tan. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And I would like to read a poem that was written by a retired detention officer. And when this was given to me by the association president, I realized that this was written the day that Deputy Peter John Herrera passed away. So that adds an additional element of insight into the feelings and the thoughts that the individual who wrote this, and also as a community, what we were feeling. So I'd like to share these words with you. This was written by retired detention officer Gerardo Molinar. It is titled Fallen Hero. Heroes do exist, and no, they don't wear capes or have superpowers, but they do wear badges upon their chest and serve to protect 24 hours, putting their lives on the line, knowing it may be their last. Putting up with the criminal element, is it really worth it? Putting their lives on the line, knowing it may be their last day. Putting up with the criminal element, is it really worth it, you say? They are the protective line that stands between you and them, saving lives and running towards danger time and time again. A family of brothers and sisters who are bound by loyalty and honor. Watching their six, they will sacrifice life and limb for each other. Extended families that last a lifetime make that bond even stronger. Sharing that feeling of trust, knowing you can always depend on your partner. We hold our breath as news of another hero being shot yesterday. The badge bleeds blue once again as we mourn of your passing today. We are here with you in this time of need, for we all feel your pain. Though he loved being part of the thin blue line, another hero lost again. May you rest in peace as you stand beside other badged brothers and sisters already there. Thank you for your dedicated service and honoring the badge that you wear. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. You know, I wish that everybody would attend the memorial. It was a beautiful commander, and Vanessa, every one of you. Just an amazing memorial that shows the camaraderie, the fellowship, and the love. But I guess they feel that pain so much more, and it shouldn't be like that. I mean, we should be able to understand what they do for us every time they leave, every night when you're asleep, that, you know, all these things that happen in our community, and they're there to protect us. But that memorial is very special because it's so heartfelt, and I think you get a better glimpse of what people go through. We had to see the families there of our fallen heroes, but it was quite a reminder of the impact that they create, but the impact that they have to go through when they lose one of their own. So I thank you for showing that fellowship and that love, and one day maybe we'll be able to grasp it at the level that each one of you do, because you get to see them and work with them, and then one day you get that call, you know, that it's their last shift that they'll work. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for what you do. Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, Judge. And I think on Friday was the first event that I've missed in 12 years. I had a procedure that I had to take care of. But I've got to tell you that if you look at the poem and you see that tape on the deputies' badges, it means something. It means that a peace officer has been lost. And it used to be back in the 70s, 80s, when I was out in patrol, we'd put that tape on our badges. And it seemed like maybe it was once every 2 or 3 months, and it seems like now that tape doesn't come off because we're losing somebody continuously. But it means something. In other cities, they're closing, Oakland, I can give you an example of Oakland, they're closing stores because of the crime. They can't control crime. Other cities are the same way. When retirees look at where do I come to retire, they pick El Paso, number one, because of they can live safely here. And there's a big reason for that. The people here that are standing in front of us have so much to do with that safety. And I can't thank you enough. Every time I see one of you and talk to them, I tell them, be careful out there because you know, you're in uniform and you're a target. So you always have to keep that in mind. But thanks for what you do and what you've accomplished. El Paso has to say that we are all so very proud of our Sheriff's Department. So thank you for what you do and for what you've done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the achievements of Allison Cuellar, a Riverside Middle School student who received statewide recognition for developing a way to help people swallow pills.
Commissioner Stout.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Judge and Commissioners. I have the distinct honor of being able to read this resolution into the record. We have Allison Cuellar and her parents, Yvonne and Sam, and her uncle Herb here with us, as well as her teacher, Norma Payne, and Riverside Middle School Principal Daniel Medina. Thank you for joining us. I'll read the resolution, and then I'll ask you all to step to the podium, and we can hear from you. Just a couple of comments before I do read the resolution. I do want to thank Justice of the Peace, Nájera, for bringing this to my attention, and of course the principal and Principal Medina and Ms. Payne for helping to coordinate the resolution. It's wonderful, Allison, to have you here, to have your parents here. I hope you continue the studies, keep asking questions, keep putting yourself out there. Well, actually, I don't hope, because I know you probably will. County government handles big, important issues, and we administer the courts, we oversee public hospitals, we ensure public safety, among other things. And these resolutions really help us stay grounded in community. And community is really everyone that's here today. It's Riverside Middle School, it's Ms. Payne's class, it's Allison and her family. And so I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll hear from you all, okay? The resolution states, whereas El Paso County Commissioners Court honors places, events, and people through resolutions, and these resolutions mark the life of our community, including milestone achievements by the next generation. And whereas Riverside Middle School student Allison Cuellar produced such an achievement by designing a way to help people swallow medicine. And whereas spherification, I can't pronounce it, spherification, is a culinary technique to create liquid spheres surrounded by a soft but stable membrane. And whereas Allison has family members that cannot take pills because of a disability, and she theorized this process would be very beneficial for them. And whereas she entered the concept into the Texas Science and Engineering Fair at Texas A&M University in College Station and received third place in the biomedical engineering category on March 23rd by crushing Smarties into boba-like balls, making it easier to swallow. And whereas Allison has faced numerous obstacles since birth, Born at 24 weeks, weighing only 1 pound and 10 ounces, she spent her first 3 months in the hospital and struggled with reading in school before repeated testing results in a dyslexia diagnosis. Finally, with the help she needed, Allison excelled and discovered her passion for drawing, creating new recipes, music, running, animals, and science. She refuses to miss a day of school, and now, despite being painfully shy and quiet, placed third in the science fair. And whereas Allison is a true testament of what it means to persevere and always set your sights high. And now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court recognizes Allison's achievements, congratulates her and her parents, and encourages Allison to keep on inventing. Signed this 13th day of May, 2024, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
I have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open.
I'm coming. There we go.
Motion carries.
Well, can y'all please, Allison and
Allison?
family and teachers, can y'all please join us at the podium and introduce yourselves and if you'd like to share a few words with us, we'd love that.
Okay. Good morning,
Good
Judge,
morning.
Commissioners. Thank you so much for this honor for Allison. My name is Norma Payne. I am her science fair coordinator and her sixth grade science teacher.
Excellent.
So first of all, let me tell you a little bit about her project. So part of the science fair is they have to find ways that they can help the community. So what Allison did was she thought, how can she help people? One of the first people that she thought or she could help was her grandmother and one of her aunts who have difficulty swallowing. So basically what she did was she went and she started thinking of a way to help them, which is funny because of the elderly. Anyway, so what she did was she came up with the plan. It's called spherification. Basically, and I'm sure all of you have seen like the little boba teas, the little boba balls. Well, what she did was she went and she used that process to create the boba balls and included to put medicine in it to make it easier for people that have difficulty swallowing. So some people might have difficulties if they had suffered a stroke. Other people, like Allison, have just in general a difficult time swallowing pills, okay, which I'm sure many of us do at one point in time or another. So she went and she competed, long process for her. She worked really hard. First, she started at our campus science fair, and then she went to our district science fair. Now, when she went to district, she competed with students from all of our Isleta School District, and she came in second place at that science fair. And then she was eligible to compete again at the regional science fair. Okay, and again, the regional science fair incorporates all of the El Paso areas, all the school districts, charter schools, you know, hundreds and hundreds of students. Her category is biomedical engineering. So it's a really tough category to compete in and succeed. So after she went, she came in second place at the regional. So then from there, she qualified to go to the state at the Texas Science and Engineering Fair in Texas A&M at College Station. So there, thanks to Mr. Medina, we were able to find the funds to take them there. When we went there, she went and she competed with students from all of the state of Texas. You know, so thousands and thousands of students that had gone in. In her category alone, there were over 40 students, okay, from all across Texas. You know, a lot of private schools, charter schools that specifically work on science fair, and she came in third at the state level. Now, one of the things about Allison is she's very quiet, very shy, and in order for her to compete at that level, she had to create her project. She interviewed with lots of different judges during that time. She had to create a video that she had to present her project. And then at that point when she went in, she still had to present at that state level. So it's been a lot of hard work, and she's just a very dedicated and amazing young lady. And I'm very honored to be her teacher. Thank you.
Allison. Could we hear from you?
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Medina, Ms. Payne, and my parents for supporting me through all this. That's it. I mean,
Well, thank you. You should be very, very proud. You know, necessity is the mother of invention, but it also requires your passion. At any point where you could have given up, or it'd be too hard, or it was challenging some of your own traits of being quiet and of being a little introverted, and you had to put all of that aside. But that should show you that you've got so much more to give the world. It takes that kind of passion to be able to do those things, and we thank you for that. I know there's going to be a lot of people. I know my son, he can't take a half of a pill without struggling, so I'm sure he'll gain from that. So once again, we thank you. We also thank you because our young adults need to step up. I've been saying that, you know, we're losing a lot of traction because we have the older adults here, but they're going through very difficult times. And now our young adults need to step up, and I thank you for being a role model, especially for those that might not think that they're capable of doing it because, like you said, you're a little introverted and a little shy, but it'll go away. You just keep pushing at it, and you keep pushing at it. So we thank you for what you've done for not only our community, but for in a wider, a broader sense. So, and the parents and everybody that supported her, we thank you as well for that. So, Commissioner Stout?
Well, thank you very much again. Congratulations. I don't know if Mom and Dad want to say anything.
For always supporting her.
Welcome.
I mean, Monquet, sorry. Just for Mr. Medina to getting sponsors to actually help her go to state, and Miss Payne, having her over there. She took care of her while she was in College Station, and just supported her completely and understands her shyness, and has made it a lot easier for her when she does have to speak in front of anyone. So I just want to thank them. They're just a great support from our daughter. They just cheer her on, and she's just so much more confident because of that. Thank you. We push her, but they support us.
Yeah, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, okay? So, thank you.
Yeah, just we're very proud.
Well, congratulations to not just Allison, but to your parents and your family, and of course to Riverside Middle School, and for the support you've provided. What an inspiring story! All of the adversity through which Allison has passed since being born, and just the perseverance and the drive and the passion. This is such an inspiring story, and I'm so happy to have been able to highlight it today. So thank you again, and congratulations once more. Yes, of course,
absolutely.
My name is Daniel Medina, the proud principal at Riverside Middle School, and I just want to, I know you guys can't see her, the emotion that she has, but it's, what you guys did today is an impact not just to her, but to our school community. We have an incredible campus with an incredible obstacles, and she has shown that we can do anything if we just have the support system, and if we have people that are for each other. And so our mantra is for the Valley. And so we're for each other, we're for Allison, we're for our community, and it takes you guys to be for our kids. So the emotion that you see today is the emotion that we have at our school. Yeah, we have elderly, like you mentioned, but we also have an incredible group of students in the Valley that are going to do incredible things. And so just want to thank her for lighting that fire in our school community, because we're winning in the Valley. We have a robotics team at state. We have sports, athletics, academics. So thank you to Judge Nájera as well, who spent time at our school and spent time with her and made this a reality. So thank you. I know she spoke with you for a little bit at one of our events. And so guys, just thank you so much for highlighting her, because you're not just highlighting her, you're highlighting Riverside community. And so there's incredible things happening at our school. We have incredible teachers. Education has changed, as you know, and we have an incredible staff there that are for our kids on a daily basis. They encounter so much, but we're making a difference. Even though sometimes it doesn't seem like it, but today's emotion should be motivation that we're doing something amazing in our school, in our kids. So sometimes we see negative stuff happening. It's not happening because of students like Allison. So I just want to thank her, Ms. Payne, and thank you again for all of you to highlight this opportunity for our community. Thank you.
And thank you. I was going to say Riverside has just done an amazing job. I mean, you've produced some incredible individuals, and you know, a lot of my nephews and nieces went to Riverside, and so we're very proud of everything that you've done. It just the loyalty that the community has for the school is just amazing. But that brings up our young adults to be successful, just like Allison. So thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Can y'all come and we'll take a picture?
Item 5D, approve and adopt a resolution dedicating the unaccompanied veterans flag case, where El Paso County commits to honoring and ensuring all eligible veterans are given honorable and dignified burial services.
Tony and we're ready?
Yeah, Judge.
Thank you. As always, you know, anything related to veterans is for our court. It's just so important to promote to the best interest of our. This one's a little hard because it's something we don't want to happen. You know, we don't want it to happen. We want it to be symbolic, and that one day we could say we no longer have unaccompanied burials. And so this is something that's a little different because we have to have the passion. It's going to be our benchmark as to how many veterans end up having to be in that situation. And that's sort of like a barrier, a barometer for us to know how well we're doing in our community. Whereas the unaccompanied veterans program was implemented for eligible veterans with no known next of kin or those with a next of kin who are unable to attend to ensure standard interment procedures with military honors at Texas State Veterans cemeteries. Whereas prior to the implementation of this program, veterans were brought into the cemetery and provided direct, no-witness burials. And whereas this meant their remains were brought to the cemetery and directly buried or interred with no honors or recognition of their military service. Whereas the Fort Bliss National Cemetery follows a standard protocol to schedule burial services for unaccompanied veterans. This includes cultivating relationships with community stakeholders, including funeral homes, county services, local judges, and Patriot Guard riders to ensure all eligible veterans are given honorable and dignified burial services. And whereas here in the Veterans Capital of the USA, the El Paso community has provided significant and overwhelming support for the Unaccompanied Veterans Program with considerable public attendance at services to honor the veterans during the last rite of passage. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court come together as a community and guarantee that no veteran is ever left behind by dedicating this case that will display the flags of the unaccompanied veterans of our beloved El Paso County. Signed this 13th day of May, 2024.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Stout, and motion carries.
Tony, welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
morning.
Antoinette Hunt, Veteran County Service Officer. Before we get started, we prepped a short video of some of the funerals that we've attended. You could, Miguel?
Don't cry for me, don't shed a tear. I've been set free, no need to fear. God spoke to me, my time had come. He made a way to bring me home. Don't cry for me, my pain is gone forever. Don't cry for me, my body's been made whole. Don't cry for me, we'll soon be back together. Don't cry for me, I'm well within my soul. I saw the light, I took his hand, we flew on high to the promised land. My soul lives on in a better place, with all his glory, with all his grace. Don't cry for me, my pain is gone forever. Don't cry for me, my body's been made whole. Don't cry for me, we'll soon be back together. Don't cry for me, I'm well within my soul. My pain is gone, please understand. My passing was in God's great plan. I'm with you still, each day and night.
I know that's kind of somber.
Yes.
It never gets easier, I can tell you
Yeah.
that much.
Thank you, Tony.
What I wanted to say, now that I can pull myself back together, is that if you notice in the video at the beginning, we had the gardens people and my office, and that's all that was there. But in the last few months, we've been able to pull the community together, and the last few slides, we saw hundreds of, so they're not unattended. This community has really come together and shown that this is the Veterans Capital of the United States. So it's a great thing, and I want to thank a few people. Our General Assistance Office, they start with the coordination for these. Purchase Funeral Home, the Fort Bliss National Cemetery, and then some of our community partners, the Joint Military Assistance Command, Veterans One Stop, the VFW, or Veterans of Foreign War, Combat Vets Motorcycle Club, the Sheriff's Office, Disabled American Veterans, the American GI Forum, our very own Veterans Treatment Court, the county's Veterans Advisory Board, and then the city's Veterans Affairs Advisory Committee. So with that, we've been able to pull our community partners in, and it's really become from something that's somber is something that, we can be proud of, is honoring these veterans as they are interned and giving them the right. And then now to be able to unveil this case and have it displayed so that we can bring more knowledge to the public of that this is going on and bring more people in, because I do believe that this is the veterans capital of the U.S. and I believe that the community cares. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the court for supporting everything that we do and being such big advocates for veterans themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Did anybody else
Anyone
want to
else?
speak?
You're welcome. Hi, Yvonne.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Whitaker. I'm the Veterans Treatment Court Program Director at the 346 District Court. And bottom line, no veterans should be forgotten. We are very honored to be present and pay our respects at their final resting place, and we are truly humble to be part of this cause. We thank them for their service, and we thank you all for everything that you do and for protecting and following through as the veteran capital of the USA. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the court and everything that you do. Thank you. Just want to, you're absolutely right, Tony. One of the things about the Veterans Capital that we wanted was that to create not only this excitement about what we do, but also to put pressure on us and make us more accountable. And we'll never forget that. And I can tell you that once we decided we're going to proclaim being Veterans Capital of the USA, it was such a commitment. But then we had to look at things like this situation. The first one I went to, his name was Charles, and we were looking for landscapers to help us to find someone to get the casket out. I mean, it was really heartfelt. I mean, I just couldn't. And it was a commitment that what happened? Where did we not know that he had isolated himself, that he had no friends, that he had no... And so a commitment for what we're going to do today is a commitment to look out, that doesn't happen, that we spot someone that is alone or is isolated or isolating themselves from society and not just saying, okay, but that we reach out to them. So I think it's going to be, to me, like you said, people were going to ask about that question, and then we'll be able to tell them the story. It was a beautiful video. I've got, in my case, I've got several people also that pushed hard on that. Linda Mace really pushed hard for me to see that, because it's when you attend, even now with more people, it's still just symbolically very difficult on not to do things better as a community. So I thank all of you. I mean, this is really a privilege that I've had to be part of this incredible desire to help our veterans. So Tony and everyone else, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you.
Item 5E, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of May 2024 as Internal Audit Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Barbara and company. This is always special that when we honor our own, that we're aware, probably more than anybody, as how important your function is. So very a privilege to read this into the record. Whereas internal auditing is a vital part of strengthening organizations and protecting stakeholders of both the public and the private sectors. Whereas internal auditing helps identify and manage the organization's risks and ensure policies, procedures, and controls are in place and working appropriately. And whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education. Whereas internal auditing is an established profession with a globally recognized code of ethics, an international standard for the professional practice of internal auditing. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors, the internal auditor profession's most widely recognized advocate, educator, and provider of standards, guidance, and certifications, celebrates its 83rd anniversary in 2024. Whereas historically, the global internal audit profession promotes awareness about its value during the month of May each year, and whereas the contribution of internal auditors to the process of organizations and the global economy at large deserves a recognition and commendations. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the county judge and the county commissioners of the County of El Paso, Texas, that the month of May shall be known as Internal Auditor Awareness Month. Signed this 13th day of May, 2024.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Barbara, welcome.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and thank you for the resolution today. I just wanted to point out that the Institute of Internal Auditors, the IIA, is a global organization. We do have a local chapter here in El Paso, and our County Auditor First Assistant is a past president of that chapter.
Excellent.
I was also a president of that chapter at one time. So he's more recent than I am, so I'm going to let him say a few words before we introduce the staff.
Thank you, and congratulations for that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Lamas, County Auditor First Assistant and past president of the El Paso chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors, or the IIA. Internal auditing is an independent, objective assurance and consulting activity designed to add value and improve an organization's operations. It helps an organization accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic, disciplined approach to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of risk management, control, and governance processes. To put it very simply, internal audit helps an organization reduce risks and meet its goals. To meet our high professional standards, we need driven, well-educated individuals here at the county, and we have a great team of internal auditors with a variety of certifications and years of experience. Our audits cover a variety of departments and topics, including, but not limited to, elections, the employee picnic, justices of the peace, commissioners' court minutes, utilities, escarate operations, constables, and the sheriff. So as you can see, internal audit covers basically every function of county government. I would also like to take some time to thank and appreciate the department heads and staff at the county that understand our role in the organization and assist us whenever we need their help. Our job requires constant communication and teamwork with our auditees, and internal audits would be difficult or even impossible if we did not have this level of collaboration. So thank you, Commissioners. We greatly appreciate your time and efforts to recognize our profession, and I'll have our team introduce themselves.
Thank you, Michael. Welcome.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is James O'Neill. Thank you very much for the resolution. I am the manager for the Internal Audit Division, and I've been with the county for 28 years. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my staff for their hard work and dedication.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Philip Treviso. I'm an internal auditor. I've been with the County Auditor's Office for 13 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Hadi Medina, and I've been with the county for 12 years.
Thank you.
I'm Leti Dominguez, and I've been at the county for 4 years.
Thank you.
Morning, members of the court. My name is Patrice Hills, and I've been with the county for 4 years. I'm also a certified internal auditor.
Thank you. Betsy, I feel like we're like in the second row watching this, but I think Betsy and her team are in the first row, so if you might want to make some comments about this incredible team here.
Thank you, Judge. So first of all, I think in any organization, it is extremely helpful to have a team that works with you, but also you can trust and that can come in and can do these kinds of reviews and these internal audits that our team does and gives us that information back so we can make improvements so that we can better serve the community. So Barbara and Michael and the entire internal audit team, they're so dedicated to working with our departments to identify any internal controls or weaknesses in policy or in general operations. And it's so helpful to have this, like, to me, it's a tool that we have to make ourselves better and to fix things before they become a problem. So really appreciate Barbara, Michael, and the entire team and the work that they do in working with our county departments.
Thank you, Betsy. And Michael, you mentioned collaboration, and I think the reason we collaborate is because you are open to the collaboration. So a lot of that because of that happens is because of how you interact with us. And so we hear great things. You're a great partner for us. You've got a lot of challenges on, we get less and less money, more and more things that we need to do. And so, you know, like you said, you minimize the risk. But so we're very appreciative. So thank each and every one of you and the rest of your team for what you do to help us stay financially, you know, solid, and that we gain the trust of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 2 speakers signed up for public comment. First, we have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Crawford. Ms. Crawford, go ahead. She's not on. Mr. Sara is not on as well.
Okay, our second speaker, we had Mr. Pedro Serra. Unfortunately, he is not available. Are there any members of the public or court that would like to make public comment?
Yeah, we got Commissioner Stout, please.
Yes, Judge and court, I just wanted to take a moment to call for a moment of silence. A close friend of the Commissioner's Court, Matthew Keats, passed away, I believe, on Thursday due to complications in a surgery. It was, he passed away suddenly, and I just wanted to have a moment of silence for Mr. Keats. He came to El Paso from Illinois, the Chicago area in 1994, was very involved in the Chamber of Commerce, I know that he served on the board with Hospice El Paso. He was very involved in Sunrise Rotary. He was my appointee to the Civil Service Commission a number of times. I think he was currently serving on our Ethics Commission. And, you know, I just wanted to, you know, say a few words. You know, this is a guy who I think everywhere he went, he made friends. Everybody who he chatted with, he immediately befriended. I was scrolling through a number of the comments that folks were making on his Facebook page this morning, and I can't remember if it was one of his family members or friends, but they made the comment that he was, you know, he was the unofficial mayor of El Paso because everywhere he went, he knew somebody. You know, he was a great businessman. He grew the company, the family company, here in El Paso as well as in Querétaro, Mexico, and of course, you know, their operations in Illinois. And it's just such a tragic loss. We lost him too soon. I believe he was in his mid-60s, so you know he was still young and just a great guy, sports lover. He drove a red Corvette that he was very proud of. That you know that we all love to see him driving around in. And so, just want to take a moment of silence and remembrance in memory of Mr. Keats. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Jessica?
Item 7, presentation, 7A. Present a certificate of appreciation to Joy Martinez for her time and service as appointee of Commissioner Carlos Leon, Precinct 1, to the El Paso County Hospital Board of Managers from April 6, 2015 to May 12, 2024.
Thank you. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Betsy, did you have some opening remarks before I go into mine?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to note back from when I think Joy was originally appointed to the hospital board, it was actually, and Commissioner, you may go into this, I apologize if I take any, but it was a time where we had gone through some transitions, and it was such an important time in the history of the hospital board, and it was such a pleasure for my office when we worked with the appointees. It was such a pleasure to work with Ms. Martinez in this role on the hospital board, and her appointments and her renewals. It's just always been a pleasure and a joy to work with Ms. Martinez, so we thank you.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. And I've got to say that when the appointment took place, it was then Judge Escobar who thought it was such an important appointment. And I see it that day. It was so hard for me to find somebody, and that replacement, by the way, is here also. To make that decision, I think that the vote on the clinics that went throughout El Paso, I think that was sort of like an explosion of UMC. We're here, we're doing good work because we've got great people on that board. I have a small letter that I wrote to you that we'll put under glass for you so you can remember how we felt. And it reads, Dear Joy, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your valuable time and dedication as my appointee to the El Paso County Hospital District Board of Managers. You committed over 9 years to this very critical position and impacted our community in so many ways. We have a new state-of-the-art clinics, surgical centers, a stroke facility with an ambulance equipped with a 16-slice CT scanner, and other great advancements that have already saved many, many lives. The board and I value your time, commitment, and service. Your experience, wisdom were truly invaluable. You were one of my very first appointments to the many boards which serve our community, and as you know, medical accessibility in our region lags far behind many other metropolitan areas. But over the last several years, University Medical Center is the only Level 1 trauma center in this region, along with so many more medical advancements which our citizenry has taken advantage of. As a small token of our respect and indebtedness to your years on the hospital board, please accept the enclosed certificate of appreciation. Sincerely, Carlos Leon.
Wow, thank you. Thank you all very much for your kind words of gratitude and support throughout this journey. The last 9 years really feel like they flew by. We've made some we've had tremendous achievements and accomplishments, all for the sake of improving access to healthcare in our community. I think that El Paso is an extraordinary community that I'm very proud of and proud to be an El Pasoan, and I really appreciate your trust in appointing me in this capacity to serve the El Paso community in the region in this way. I really feel passionate about healthcare and access to healthcare, and I am very happy and just so proud and grateful. Grateful to God, grateful to Commissioner Leon for appointing me, grateful to the Commissioner's Court for entrusting me at every reappointment for the last 9 years. And it's just been a true pleasure and honor to serve. And I'm very grateful to you all and grateful to the entire team of associates that makes the greater vision and plan work, in that we have clean, well-maintained facilities rendering care with love and compassion in everything that they do in their work. So I'm very grateful, and I thank you. The last 9 years have been amazing, and I'm very thankful.
Thank you, Joe. Before I make my comments, Ruben, you want to come up? Mr. Vogt? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome back.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Ruben Vogt, the Chief Advocacy Officer for the El Paso County Hospital District. I'm here this morning on behalf of our President and CEO, Jacob Citron, who is very sad he couldn't be here with you in person, but also the executive team and the entire staff of the hospital district, to share our profound appreciation and gratitude for the 9 years of service that Ms. Martinez has provided to our entire community. You know, serving on this board is a volunteer position. It's not paid. And it's a working board that takes a lot of time and commitment from not only the individual, but from the family. And so we're incredibly thankful to Anthony and your daughters for loaning us to the hospital district and to the community. It's incredibly important. And it's one thing to be appointed, but it's another thing to be a board member that really leans in. To be a great board member, you have to do that. And that's exactly what Ms. Martinez did. I mean, she asked fantastic questions. She was present all the time. She gave all of herself to the position. And for that, we're incredibly grateful. And she saw so much occur over the 9 years. Everything from the clinics, as was mentioned, to the expansions, the work with the Children's Hospital to get it to where it is today. August 3rd, the pandemic. So we have no greater advocate in the community now than Ms. Martinez for all that she has seen and witnessed and done for us, and the community owes her an incredible debt of gratitude for what she has done and the position that she has put us in to be able to serve the community. So thank you so much. We appreciate you very much. The Board of Managers did honor Ms. Martinez at a recent board meeting, and we will continue to hope to make her proud with the work that we will do on behalf of our community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Great words. We've heard so much before that, Joy, that of everything that you've done. But you touched on something, and you've done so much in the 9 years, but you know, our lane that I believe is accessibility, and you've made that possible. I mean, just, it doesn't go that far back that we didn't have that accessibility in some of the rural areas and some of the outer part of the city. So we thank you. It's very important to us. It's one of the most coveted boards that we have until they find out how much work that goes into it. So we have a lot of people that want to be in it, and then when we tell them the number of hours, I don't think there's a board that's as active and interactive with us as your board. So once again, we thank you. And Commissioner Stout, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
I've got to tell you that you're right, Judge. It's not just about coming to the meetings once a month and you're done. It's about being involved and being in those subcommittees. That also takes a lot of time. And I know your husband, Anthony, is in the in the
Come on.
attendance, can you join us up
Come on.
front?
Come on up.
Give me that look like, I wasn't planning on that. But during those over 9 years, Ms. Martinez was involved in renovated the 6th floor UMC hospital, the East Emergency Department, the surgical hospital, countywide COVID response and vaccinations, medical mobile unit, the PAM Health Rehabilitation Hospital and UMC partnership, the Cancer Center partnership with Texas Tech, UMC Employee Clinic, fiscal responsibility consistently with high Fitch ratings, the telethon services. The El Paso County District earned the Regional Program Award for Performance of Excellence on February 16, 2024 from the Quality Texas Foundation. And the breast cancer awareness, mammograms, car seat safety, August 3rd medical response. So there's so many things that you are responsible for, that you are part of the team that brought this to El Paso. And as we always have said, that El Paso lags far behind in medical accessibility. We are becoming now, step by step, one of those areas that has the medical assistance for everyone, not just the ones that can afford it. But I also have something that was here from our county that's going to be presented to you, and we will need the frame back.
Recycle.
Yeah, recycle. This is County of El Paso in recognition of Joey Martinez, with gratitude for your commitment and leadership as an appointee to the El Paso County District Board of Managers. The undertaking and support you brought to the board was exemplary. This April 6, 2015 through May 12, 2024. So congratulations, and if you don't mind, we'd like to take some pictures.
Can we, Anthony, I don't know if you want to say a few words. I would recommend that you would say some few words about your wife.
Something that you all mentioned, and when I talk about, this was God's plan. We all have our plans, and God has a better plan for us. When I my first job out of college, I was a caseworker. I was a social worker, and I would go out and assess patients out in, as far as Fabens, Ascension, Sparks, Horizon, and a lot of the patients that I would see had not received care in a timely manner, and so by the time they were being admitted to skilled nursing facilities where I was a social worker, they were very, very ill, but ultimately it was because they weren't able to get some of the preventive care and just, basic care that all of us should have access to. It was, I thought, an access issue. And so, that was back in, 2000, 2001. And so to come, for 20 years later and see that the mobile unit is going out there and providing services and vaccines, it was long overdue. So I think that being able to, when I recall my journey as a social worker and all the things that I got to see, it really had provided so much insight into everything that we did at UMC, especially when it came to the access part. And so I was born at R.E. Thomason, General Hospital in 1978, grew up the street, and to be here today is I think, amazing, and I'm again grateful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity.
Thank you. Anthony?
Yeah, so hello, Judge and Commissioners, and Commissioner Leon. Obviously, I've had the pleasure of getting to know you over the years, and I've had a chance to meet all of you over the years, and I think it shows kind of the passion that Joy has for this role that she's been in for the last 9 years, and so she's had to balance a lot with family and just work, and she's never questioned. I've never questioned her commitment to the board and everything that she's done, and she's been able to handle and juggle everything, and so I'm just really proud of everything that she's been able to accomplish and what the board's been able to accomplish over the years, and it's her calling. You can tell the way she speaks, she's very passionate about it, so I think it's been a blessing for the family. So thank you all.
And
giving
thank
me
you
the opportunity.
for your support as well. She was doing her duty. Thank you.
And Judge, one more item that I'd like to read. With our deepest appreciation, Joy Martinez, thank you for your commitment, dedication to the health and well-being of the families of El Paso County. So congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Can I really quickly, before we step down to take the photo, I had the pleasure of serving with Ms. Martinez on the UMC board for a couple of years, and I just wanted to tell you that the commitment and the dedication that you showed for improving the lives of our residents here in El Paso County was just truly inspiring, and it was truly an honor to be able to serve in that capacity with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miles over here, please.
These are going to be the good ones.
Item number 8, board appointments. 8A, approve the appointment of Commissioner Carlos Leon's nominee, Linda Chu, to the Hospital District Board of Managers for a 3-year term ending March 31st, 2027.
Betsy, and then Commissioner Leon.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. As it was read, this appointment is as Commissioner Carlos Leon's to the Board of Managers for the Hospital District. In accordance with our county board rules and procedures, all of the requirements have been met by Judge Chu for this appointment.
Okay, Judge Chu, do you mind stepping towards the podium? And as all of you can see, I had initially, about a year back, made a list of, because I knew that Joy's time was coming up and she would no longer be serving on the board. And I had initially written your name, and as we came through all these weeks of preparation and talking to other people, I was reminded about Judge Chu, and I said, wow, I am so honored and thankful that you said yes to our request and that you're here today to be appointed to the hospital board. But Betsy, did you have some stuff?
No, Commissioner, she has completed all the required trainings, and we're ready for you all to make a motion for the appointment of Judge Linda Chu.
But before we do that, you may say something with that you don't like and not vote you in, but please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Linda Chu, thank you. It's good to see you, Judge and Commissioners. Ms. Martinez, thank you for your service, and I can tell you, after listening to everything, I am thoroughly impressed, inspired, and really intimidated by all of your service. Thank you for setting such a good role model and being such a good role model and setting an example, and I am certainly hoping that I can do as well as you. Thank you. I am, because the hospital is the only not-for-profit hospital in El Paso County, that I think brings along with it a culture and a value set that I think is not only important but critical. a value set that incorporates high-quality service, accessibility, accountability, and transparency for our community. So I hope that I can be as good a steward as Ms. Martinez was of those value sets in that culture, and I am much appreciative. Thanks to each of you, and thank you especially, Commissioner Leon, for calling on me. Thank you.
Thank you for accepting.
Judge Chu, thank you. I'll tell you, when you decided to retire, I remember how heartfelt it was and how difficult it was for so many individuals that worked with you. And to see you come back to this, you know, this type of role, and like you said, you'll be a great steward of this. And so we thank you. And I'm so proud that you're back with the county in different ways. As, you know, you're still doing a lot of what you used to do, but I'm just so proud of you. I'm just a huge fan of how you do things. You're meticulous, you're ethical, and Commissioner, that's quite an appointment.
It really is. So
thank you.
We can't thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am very grateful and feel very privileged. Thank you.
Don't sit down yet. We're going to vote.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguín, second by Judge Samaniego, and motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 9, Commissioners Court, 9A.
Excuse me, just a
Yes.
second. Could we, Joy, Ms. Martinez, and Judge, do you mind if we take a picture with you? Just.
Item 9, Commissioners Court, 9A. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed renaming of 4th Street to Private Fernando Gutierrez Street in the unincorporated area of Fabens, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín?
Thank you, Judge. The next two items are actually very similar in that they entail community requests to name a couple of streets in Fabens. And I'm very thankful for the residents of Fabens who are here with us this morning to speak on these next two items and to tell us why these name changes are being requested and what an effect they will have on the Fabens community. I also want to take a moment to thank Michael McElroy, who I see sitting in the back, because he's the first person that I reached out to when I received these requests for these change of names to these streets. I reached out to Michael to try to figure out how that process could move forward and what would have to be done. And of course, as always, our county staff did a tremendous job and stepped up and said, yes, we can definitely do this. And here we are today. So the first street name change, and there's actually going to be a very minor correction in the record. It should actually be Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez. So that is the proposed name of the street. If you all notice here on the map that's shown on the screen, this is currently 4th Street Northeast, so you'll see it in yellow. And that's the street that abuts Fabens Veterans Park, which is why we felt that changing this particular street was just so appropriate. And of course, in support of our Veterans Capital of the USA initiative, we have Mr. Sablasky and other members of the Fabens Veterans Park Committee. We've got Mr. Miguel Ontiveros, Mike Lopez, Efren Orozco, and Richard Burgess, who are going to speak on the item in just a minute. We did confirm, or our staff did confirm, that there was only one property owner who would be affected by this name change. However, our office reached out to that gentleman, and he is fully in support of the name change. So as you can see, it's a small little section, but I think it'll make a tremendous impact on our Fabens community to be able to name it after Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez. And Mr. Sablasky is going to tell us a little bit more about this particular veteran.
Thank you. Welcome.
Judge Samaniego, members of the court, good morning to you all. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the Veterans Capital of the USA and its designation. We at Fabens Veterans Park proudly have two banners that we have up 24/7, 365. And so we believe in that firmly. And today we rise to request this change of renaming 4th Street for Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez. And I'd like to thank the veterans that are here today. Anybody who's a veteran knows that many of them have appointments with the VA, and so several couldn't be here because of that, but their interests and their hearts are here alongside. So I'd like to read into the record a couple of letters that were sent to Mr. Gutierrez's parents. The first one was in 20 May 1968. And it was the following award is announced posthumously. Gutierrez Fernando, and the United States Army, and he's awarded the Bronze Star Medal with a V device, and it gives the reason, and I'll read the reason into the record. Private First Class Gutierrez distinguished himself by heroism in connection with ground operations against an armed hostile force in the Republic of Vietnam on 27 April 1968, while assigned to Company B, 24 Battalion, 3D Infantry, 199th Light Infantry Brigade. On that date, Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez was serving as a rifleman on a reconnaissance and force operation in the vicinity of Ben Gong when his unit came under intense automatic weapon fire. Observing that his squad leader had been wounded, Private First Class Gutierrez moved from his covered position, exposing himself to enemy fire to treat his fallen leader. As he maneuvered toward the injured man, he was wounded by enemy fire. Disregarding his own injury, he continued in his valiant effort to aid his squad leader until he was struck down and mortally wounded. His courageous attempt to aid his fellow soldier inspired the members of his unit and enabled them to rout the enemy. Private First Class Gutierrez's valor, actions, and devotion to duty at the cost of his own life were in keeping with the highest traditions of the military service and reflected great credit upon himself, the 199th Light Infantry Brigade, and the United States Army, by direction of the President under the provisions of Executive Order 11046, 24 August 1962, and it's signed Donald J. Goulet, Major Adjutant General. And I'll read a second one. The second one is dated 18 June 1968, and is written to Fernando's parents. And it says, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Gutierrez, I have the honor to inform you that your son has been awarded posthumously the Bronze Star Medal for heroism, the Purple Heart, Good Conduct Medal, and the Combat Infantryman Badge." So I stop with that paragraph just to say that we're in, the Fabens Veterans Park is certainly located in Fabens, but it's a Veterans Park that is regional. We have celebrations there for Veterans Day. We have veterans from Odessa all the way to Las Cruces who have attended. had veterans attend from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Alamogordo as well. And so we ask that you allow this the changing of this name. As you've just heard, Hernando Gutierrez is very much a hero and has given his life for his country and certainly for those that fought beside him.
Before we start, I want to thank you for everything that you do, sir. I mean, it's just admirable, and you know, I think it's so appropriate. So thank you, Commissioner.
Well, so the motion today would be to approve and authorize the renaming of 4th Street to Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez Street in the unincorporated area of Fabens, Texas. And of course, our staff would then be able to proceed in accordance with the procedures prescribed in Texas Transportation Code, Section 251.013.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguín, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Appreciate it.
We hope to, we'd like to invite all of you to our very first Memorial Day ceremony on May 27, beginning at 11 a.m. We will, of course, honor 6 residents of Fabens and any other that come forth that day and let us know. We will honor them on Memorial Day. Following our Memorial Day ceremony, we will have an unveiling of the street, naming it Private First Class Fernando Gutierrez. And so thank you so very much, and God bless you all for all you do, and God bless El Paso County.
Thank you, and thank all of you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Item 9B, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed renaming of 5th Street to Wildcat Nation Street in the unincorporated area of Fabens, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín.
As you all can see, Fabens is a very active and very proud community. And this request came from Ms. Olga Orozco, who is here with us today, who mentioned one day on Fabens, a Fabens Facebook page just how wonderful it would be to showcase Fabens' school spirit by renaming a street abutting the high school to something having to do with the Wildcats, which is, of course, the mascot there at Fabens High School. Originally, she asked about G Avenue, excuse me. Our staff, and again, I want to thank Michael, who's in the back, for looking into this for us. Unfortunately, there were going to be over 100 property owners affected if G Avenue were to be named. However, at Michael's suggestion, we did look at 5th Street, which you'll see is the green line, and directly abuts not only the high school, but also Wildcat Den, which is the large auditorium where the school holds a lot of its activities. So we moved forward with this renaming. I am very thankful to everyone at Fabens ISD who came together to help us look for alternative names that would showcase the district's pride, school pride, and ultimately, originally, the name that the community thought of was Wildcat Street, but unfortunately there's already a Wildcat Street in another part of the county, and for safety reasons we couldn't have the same name. So the second place chosen by the community was Wildcat Nation Street. And so that is the request today, is to rename 5th Street to Wildcat Nation Street. And there are no property owners affected on this stretch of 5th Street, as the only properties located on that street actually belong to the school district. And I believe I saw someone from the school district here with us this morning as well. But Ms. Orozco, if you want to take a few minutes to tell us why you think this name change would be important to the Fabens community.
Good morning. My name is Olga Orozco, County Judge Samaniego, and Commissioners. My husband and I returned to retire in Fabens after he served 20 years in the U.S. Army. My idea of naming a street after our Wildcat mascot of Fabens, Texas, came to me about a couple of years ago. I decided to post my idea on Facebook and was astonished at the welcoming of the idea. I had the community support, and together we reached out to Commissioner Holguín. After retiring from the county in 2023, I was able to continue on my quest along with the community, Commissioner Holguin, Principal Aguayo, and Interim Superintendent Torres. They helped organize a meeting with the community together at the high school. Everyone gave their ideas on the name, and we took the top 4 nominations and voted. We had the high school band, cheerleaders, and the Gatos Salvajes, the mariachi group. We request the name change for the street and are thankful and here with gratitude, proud that the community of Fabens will have our road name Wildcat Nation Street, hopefully. We are small town tough. We are Fabens proud, and it's home. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, and all of you, and hopefully we'll get our street named Wildcat Nation.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco. Is there anyone else who wanted to make any comments, maybe on behalf of the school district?
Morning. My
Good
name is
morning.
Efrain Orozco. I'm Olga's husband. I've served in the United States Army for 20 years. Being in the Army and being away from El Paso, being away from Fabens, you always carry your hometown with you. Anything that says Fabens, you know, you want it. No T-shirts. It's the pride that's instilled in us by the teachers, our parents, our grandparents, that drives us through. And not only us, but there's a lot more people in Fabens, in the community, that have very, very strong commitment and pride. Thank you for changing the name. And my wife has a lot of pride, as you can see. It is a great honor. It's history. I have 5 children, and we have 14 grandkids. So they're all going to know that Grandma played a part on this, that she was a Wildcat. So thank you very much. You have a good day, and go Wildcats.
Thank you.
Wildcat.
Fabens and pride is one word. It's one and the same. You have a lot of pride. Thank you.
So the motion would be to approve and authorize the renaming of 5th Street to Fabens Wildcat Nation Street in accordance with the procedures prescribed in Texas Transportation Code, Section 251.013.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 9C, discuss and take appropriate action to approve up to $5,000 to utilize for tours of the Mission Trail to host state delegates to the Texas Democratic Party Convention on June 6, 2024. Funding is available in SR Tourist Promotion Advertisement and SR Tourist Promotion Mission Trails. Opinion number 4488.
Commissioner?
Thank you,
Holguin?
Judge. As you all know, we've been trying to identify ways to help promote our Mission Trail and our county assets located on the Mission Trail. And one of those ways that we've identified is by providing a tour of the Mission Trail at no cost to people who come in for various conventions to El Paso. So El Paso will be hosting the Texas State Democratic Party Convention here in June in just a few weeks. And so what we would like to do is be able to provide a tour for delegates. So these are delegates that are going to be traveling to El Paso in just about 3 weeks or so from every single county in the state of Texas. So we're going to have folks here visiting us from every county. And I think this is an incredible opportunity to really showcase our Mission Trail. We've already received word from some of the delegates that they're making plans to get to El Paso earlier than they plan to get, specifically to be able to participate in our Mission Trail tour. The funding would be from our economic development, our tourism promotion funds. It's the same funds that was used to fund the tour of the Mission Trail for the Veterans Caregiver Summit, Judge, that you organized a couple of months ago that I think was incredibly successful. So this is, again, is just another way to try to promote our Mission Trail to people from other parts of the state.
I don't think there's a better way. You know, we always say to know us is to love us, but they have to know us, right? But when we go there, they are just, I mean, the look in their eyes and how they feel about it, and they all go back. They become great ambassadors. So I think this would be a great thing for us to do and support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I've got it.
Commissioner Leon?
I've got a question. I'm all for this. I am a Democrat. My issue with this is, are we painting ourselves into a corner with maybe another convention comes into El Paso, whether it be the Republican, the Independent, Tea Party, that I see this as a very partisan action. Like I say, I'm all for it, but are we doing something that's going to impact this court in the future? So, Christina, it's just a question that I've got in the back of my mind.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I think when you get requests for any opportunity either to use any type of public funding or county funding, you do have your policy, you have the HOT policy. We have determined, that's why you see Ms. Schumacher on the screen, that it is eligible for HOT funding. But I think as you approach these different types of requests, we know that this is a statewide convention. We know that El Paso, I believe, had been in the works to bid it to come here for the main purpose, and why we're seeing why HOT funding is being used, because it's bringing in individuals from out of town, from across the state, to participate in that. The same type of analysis would have been done had it been for any other, quite frankly, I think, organization. Whether or not that item would have come through, right, specifically through a member of the court or through a request or an ask through the county, is to be seen, right, is one to have been seen. But our advice would have been, right, in looking at everything holistically, is if this is something that would have been promotional of tourism, promotional of any events here in El Paso County, is this something that the county would want to do? If you were looking at it through the lens of, well, we don't want to do and provide this assistance because of a certain political affiliation, for example, a particular ideological affiliation, for example, we would have to step back and do an assessment as to whether or not that could raise some First Amendment concerns in terms of how you all were assessing that. And we would look back and we would provide that legal advice to the county. In this instance, the question is whether or not the court would like to proceed. Does this necessarily pigeonhole you all? I don't necessarily think so, but I would say moving forward as well, you all would have to give the due consideration and review of anybody that comes before you as well. And we would raise those First Amendment issues. For example, if you didn't like a particular organization for what they stood for example. But in and of itself, in terms of it just being affiliated with a particular political party, does not prohibit you from moving forward with this particular request. But yeah.
Yeah, and if I could, just to respond to your concerns, Commissioner, thank you for that question. I think like everything that we do, we have to study each individual item independently. We do things on a case-by-case basis, and I think we need to remember that this particular convention, all of our community partners, we worked incredibly difficult to try to get this convention to come to El Paso. I know the folks at Destination El Paso worked very, very hard to try to get a convention of this size. From what I understand, the expected attendance when we bid the convention was, I think, 11,000 people to come to El Paso. And it was a tremendous community effort. So I think that that's something that all should be considered, that we should consider anytime we consider an item like this, is really the impact that we think that particular convention can have economically. And I think this one is one of the, and I don't know for sure, but I think this is one of the larger conventions that we've been able to attract. And for a while, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get it to come to El Paso, just because there are so many delegates that are going to be traveling. It's a large convention. We had to fight it out with, I think it was San Antonio, was the other location that was being considered.
Thank you. And that's really for full transparency.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Holguín. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 9D, discuss and take appropriate action with regards to providing a letter of support to the City of El Paso for the FY24 Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant Submission and committing to sharing the cost of the local match amount.
Thank you, Judge. I think that this item also presents an incredible opportunity for the county to be able to partner with the City of El Paso on a very important safety transportation project. And I want to thank everyone who's here from the city this morning, Omar, Adriana, all of the city staff that are here to make this presentation. It is something that came about very, very quickly, and I'll let Omar kind of give a little bit of the history. So there are still some details that are being worked out that I'd like to discuss after the presentation. But the need for the urgency is because the due date of this potential grant application where the county and the city would partner together is coming up very quickly on May 28th. And so that's the need for trying to push this item forward as quickly as possible so that we as a community do not potentially miss out on tremendous benefits that we can see out of a project of, it would be a $28 million investment in our safety here. And just as a little bit of background, we're going to be discussing an overpass over Zaragoza Road, which we all know is a very highly utilized road in the Mission Valley. It leads to the Isleta Port of Entry. It goes to Speaking Rock, the Mission Valley Transfer Center. And unfortunately, there's a railroad crossing there, and I know Omar will give us more information, that backs up traffic continuously throughout the day. So it's an issue, it's a traffic congestion issue, but it's also a safety issue. I'm not sure if everyone here is aware of the horrible incident that happened at a railroad crossing in Fabens on Sunday where a gentleman was killed. And so I think these items really need to be looked at carefully, again, not just from a traffic mitigation standpoint, but from a safety standpoint as well. So with that, I'll pass the microphone on to Omar, who has a presentation for us. I think Miguel, or Alexis.
Stand by, we're about to bring it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Erguin. Hello, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Omar Martinez, and from the City of El Paso. I focus on grants and federal programs at the city, and with me we have Joaquin, Valeria, and Adriana, who are also involved in this project. And so today we're going to talk to you about a possible grade separation project, or an overpass, as Commissioner mentioned, on Zaragoza. To put it into context, north of North Loop, Zaragoza right-of-way becomes TxDOT. From the port of entry up to North Loop, it is the city's right-of-way. And so it is in our purview to propose this project, and this project is actually about 15 years old. It was originally proposed around 2005, and it didn't really go anywhere. Many reasons as to why is because the funding to be able to build it at that time wasn't readily available. And so the presentation today will go over, it's pretty much the same presentation we are going to show our City Council on May 21st. And please feel free to interrupt me at any point if you have any questions. And so things we'll talk about briefly is what the CRISI grant program is, how we will require MPO coordination, and this will happen this Friday. So Judge, you'll hear this presentation again. The application timeline and why we have such a limited opportunity is related to Union Pacific. Finally, be willing to jump on board onto this project. We're going to go over the scope of work details, and then council action. It's essentially what we're proposing to our City Council as well. And so CRISI is an annual grant opportunity. However, in this region, we have not received a CRISI funding before. And so it is specifically dedicated for rail improvement projects. Sorry, I don't know if I did.
Stand by, please. We're having some technical difficulties.
I don't know if, this region has never been able to tap into CRISI funding, and it is because it requires railroad participation. In our case, it's Union Pacific. And so back in 2005, when this project was originally proposed, we were having troubles with the railroad. They were essentially asking for local governments to reduce more at-grade separations. At-grade crossings. These are the crossings that you essentially, with your vehicle, you go over the railroad, not overpasses that we were proposing. And so over time, particularly in Zaragoza, a few years back, we had a death, unfortunate death in this crossing. We had a recent death in Socorro as well, and then now in Fabens this Sunday. What this means is that at-grade crossings on rails are a hazard, and we need to start addressing them one by one. I know that there are a lot of crossings that do require this work, both within the city limits and then outside in the county. This one, however, we are able to recycle a lot of the engineering and environmental work and redo it, essentially go back to the community and ask for solutions. Go back to our engineers and ask for new design specifications to be able to come up with a solution that works for everybody. But however, the need to replace at-grade crossings is evident with the unfortunate deaths. And so this is a fairly large program, even though we're asking for $22 million. Oh, it's happening again. I have the same slides on my laptop. I don't know if there's a way for it. Oh, I'll keep going. So there are, any applicant can request up to $120 million. So these are designed to be large projects. And so this is the closest we've come to a project that is viable. And the way it happened, the city applied for this same scope in 2 years ago in November of 2022. We were not selected. And the reason for it, and what makes these projects so difficult, is you have to estimate benefits through a benefit cost analysis. It's essentially the difference between if you make the total cost of an improvement and then the safety, traffic benefits that come as a result of it. So in 2022, we had a BCA ratio, or benefit cost analysis ratio, of 0.38. However, when we took into account that unfortunate death and then deaths in the region because of these types of programs, the BCA skyrocketed to 1.38. That determination, we brought it to Union Pacific, and that is when we had some positive response, and we coordinated with them just last month that they would be willing to partner with us. Partnership from the railroad means that they come in with a 5% cost share, so 5% of the match of the total project. So at this point, we have verbal confirmation that if we meet all of their design specifications and permitting requirements, the railroad can come in and put in the 5%. So at this point, we asked our city council, and this amount is not budgeted, the remainder of the match is not budgeted. So we asked our city council, and we were able to come up with about $2.2 million to come up with the match. And so we are here today before County Commissioners Court to see if we can partner and get the remainder of the match. So this is, that's a typo there. It's May 17th, this Friday, where the MPO present coordination would happen. If you can move on to the next slide. I will move it here so that we won't mess it up again. And so the funding was just announced in March. That's when we engaged the railroad and we say, hey, we'd like to try again. We went back and forth with their consultants, and then only late last month, did we hear back that they're willing to partner with us. And so our application is due May 28th, which means we have a very small window to make this happen. If you'll go on to the next slide, please. So that right there is the cost breakdown we are proposing. So the federal government would pay for $22.8 million, so 80% of total project costs. City and county, if agreeable to the county commissioners, would come in with 7.5% of the match this round, and then Union Pacific would come in with the remainder 5%. The scope of work does involve a reworking of previous environmental documents, another round of public engagement to ensure that whatever final design happens in this, we build in this area, is conducive to community support. The project scope itself will include additional environmental, design, and right-of-way acquisition, and then construction costs, everything in one package. And obviously, we would come back to County Commissioners Court if this application is awarded for final approvals and review on the process. And we'd love to keep we have to keep county commissioners involved as the project moves forward. Next slide, please. Here's a map and what it looks like today. And so I grew up in this area, so I've crossed it on foot, and it is a little iffy. And as the commissioner mentioned, you have port of entry traffic, you have traffic at Speaking Rock, you have businesses, you have some students that take this route to get to school when they cross in the morning. Next slide, please. And so what you're seeing here are 90% submittal documents on what TxDOT produced 15 years ago, essentially. Back then, they were proposing right-of-way acquisition that may or may not be compatible with today's business owners, homeowners. Things have shifted since then, so we would redo the entire NEPA and right-of-way consultations with different business owners as a result of this project. Next slide, please. So this is one of the more active crossings. You have 23,000 vehicles crossing per day, 22 trains per day. And we're projecting 2% annual growth, so this area is only going to get busier over time. From 2011 to 2023, we've seen 24 railway-related crashes, 1 unfortunate death, and the construction that we would propose would, has a crash reduction factor of 0.9. That means that 90% of incidents, just by the design itself, would be prevented post-construction. Next slide, please. And so Union Pacific, as long as we meet their design specifications and permitting requirements, they tend to participate in these types of projects. And here's the code that essentially explains how UPRR comes into the table, and that's equivalent to 5% of cost share. Next slide, please. And so on next week, on Tuesday of next week, we will present to City Council pretty much this presentation, a couple of edits, essentially verifying whether the county was going to participate or not. Then we're hopeful. We've already briefed District 7 Representative Rivera on this project, and we're hopeful that City Council will also approve the cost share. So at this point, that's the end of the presentation, and we're happy and available to answer any questions.
Did anyone else want to make any comments from the city?
Just sort of a preface to this, I've had a career where I had to work for the railroad, so just the fact that they're cooperating is just, I'm really surprised. And a lot of things don't happen because of the way they look at it. It's a nation, right? The railroad system is theirs. And I think, I see the things are lined up very well, an opportunity for us to work with the city. You know, we've got putting $2 million on a $28 million, you know, opportunity. So just a lot of great things that I see from this, especially the congestion in that area. It just has so many touch points. So I see it as very favorable, unless someone sees it differently.
And Judge, if I could just make some additional comments, and again, I apologize for the speed with which this item had to be brought with the Commissioner's Court. Our staff and the CRRMA are still looking at the availability of funding, specifically with vehicle registration funds, and there's some things that they're still having to work out, particularly regarding some cost overruns with another project. But my understanding from Betsy is that we can still move forward with not necessarily identifying a specific source of funding today, but in the future, but still move forward with a letter of support for the city of El Paso and the commitment to provide our portion of the match while we continue to have those discussions. Importantly, as Omar mentioned, the grant is due on the 28th of May. An award isn't expected until March of next year, which would put us into February 2025. I'm not sure, Omar, if you have any thoughts about when we might actually expect, if awarded, in March of 2025, what the timeline might potentially look like
we
after
still
that.
have to work with the Federal Railroad Administration to come up with a cost share agreement. And at that point, we would come back to Commissioner's Court. You would see the final agreement. You would see not just the city's commitment, but also the railroad's commitment. And at that point, that's when the monies would be due. We're talking maybe probably 2026. By the time the monies need to be available. So there is time. These railroad projects take many years. And so now with historic levels of funding through the infrastructure bill, now is the opportunity for us to apply before the money runs out.
Thank you, Omar.
Yes, Commissioner Coronado? Yeah, I mean, I would fully like to support this project. I just really want to know where the money's coming in light of our budget problems this year. And I mean, it's not, we don't have just a real small budget problem. We have a huge budget problem. And I'd rather see us identify where we're going to get them from. And if we're going to try and get them from the fees, from the vehicle registrations, how's that going to impact our plan with all the road structures throughout the county that we're already planned for? I'd like to see that.
So,
Betsy?
Judge, Commissioners, so if the court commits and then this grant is awarded, I believe the timeline we're talking about is 2026?
Yes.
By the time the funding would be needed. So between now and that time, we would have to identify whether or not there is sufficient VRF funds. Right now, we believe it would be very close on whether or not there would be sufficient VRF funds with the other pending projects to be paid by VRF. But we're working to reconcile that. The other option would be the county would have to identify a funding source such as a SIB loan, and then we would have to identify where to make that payment from. So we would have to identify in the next year and a half to 2 years a source to pay that payment.
And if we do take out a loan, that would be from our M&O?
Actually, you'd probably end up paying it from your INS side, but we would have to shift some things to not make it a tax increase.
And that would be for fiscal year '26.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was also a little bit concerned about that. I know that Betsy, you mentioned there's the Darrington project that needs to be funded, and also there's a project in my precinct, the Boone Street Railroad crossing that, you know, I don't want to deprioritize. That project is something that I've been planning on bringing up to the Commissioners Court here in the near future. Basically, the issue is there on Boone Street a number of years ago, the railroad crossing was the crossing was closed, and so the neighborhoods that are in that area have to go quite a bit further to be able to get north, and so. You know, it's something that interests me, especially since not a lot of the VRF funding that we have is spent in Precinct 2. I'm just wondering, is the county's participation in providing funding completely necessary? Why is the city asking the county for money?
Unfortunately,
y'all don't have it in your budget?
Unfortunately, because of how quick the timing is, we don't have it budgeted for.
Okay. And I will mention again, you know, it's been difficult for the county to, and it's not on you all as staff, of course, but it's been difficult for the county to, you know, receive support for certain projects that we have that we've asked the city to support, you know, and it seems to me it's a two-way street, and it's kind of concerning to me that, you know, we continuously we're being requested to support the city with projects that they have, and I think, you know, I see the benefit and the potential in this partnership. I want to continue to have partnerships with the city, but I want to continue to iterate and reiterate that the city also needs to listen to us and work with us when we have requests. And I know, again, that's not a reflection on you all as staff, but you know, we've been trying to get a meeting with the mayor to talk about projects and partnerships that we would like to work on for now a year and a half. And it seems to me that, you know, this is the second time I've seen staff from the city here requesting support from the county, and we're always willing to do so. And so hopefully somebody can take this message back to City Council and the mayor again, I'm not talking about you and the city staff, but I think if we are willing to go forward with this, which I think we will be, in good faith, hopefully we can convince the city to support some of our projects as well. And I know that Cito talked to you a little bit about the Boone Street project, and so I'm looking forward to having further conversations with you all about that. But I just want to make sure that we're not putting aside county priorities to prioritize city priorities. So, those are my comments.
No, and I think you make an excellent point, Commissioner, regarding collaboration and how this court has really made an effort to try to collaborate more with the city. And I think this would be an incredible opportunity to really put that into action. And we would be coordinating not only with the city, but also with the railroad, which, as both Omar and the judge mentioned, is kind of unheard of. It's pretty difficult to get their agreement and cooperation. So I feel like this is an opportunity that really we can't let pass by. This is something I remember the discussions about this overpass over Zaragoza happening in 2005, and how excited the community in the Mission Valley was that it might actually one day we may not get stuck there, right? For extended periods of time waiting for the train to go by. So I know what an important project this is, and I feel like, in a way, the stars are kind of aligned regarding the cooperation of the railroad that we didn't have before, the cost-benefit ratio now making us more competitive. And I think this would be a good opportunity for the county to show that we do want to be an equal partner with the city in a lot of these projects, and hopefully can do the same for the Boone Street project in your area. I think we, as the two major governmental entities in El Paso, working together is the way that we're going to be able to accomplish the most. And I feel like this is an incredible example of that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions?
I've got a quick question, sorry. Usually when we do 381s, companies coming into El Paso and locating inside the city limits, the bigger share is paid by the city, and we also participate, but it's a lesser share. I'm just curious how this 50-50 kind of sharing the funding came about, because usually it's more on the city than it is on the county.
The 50-50 came about based on the amount of money we were able to allocate for this project. We were able to isolate 2.2 million, and that's roughly half of it. It's a little more than half of it. And so this is where we come to you at a 50% request. It's just the amount of money we had available on our capital improvements accounts that we could scrape up last minute for this project. Had we had more time actually in this, then I think we want to propose a different cost share ratio, but at least at this point, to submit the application on time, that is what we are in need of.
Thank you.
Judge? Thank you. Commissioner Coronado?
And so this is what you have available at this time. We don't even have that available yet. Can't you decide to propose something higher and try to get it between now and 2026?
That is certainly a possibility.
Since we're going to have to do the same?
Well, and I think you mentioned that the final breakdown and everything would come back a little bit later, probably next fiscal year, is that correct?
Yes, so this is barely at the application stage. If we are selected for funding, we come back to Commissioner's Court to discuss finer details and formal agreements at that point.
So at that point, you'd be able to, if you all can look to your budget to increase your match higher than the counties?
I can certainly make that request for our city leadership, yes.
I think it would be appropriate. I mean, I know that this is, a project that I think we all want to fund, but we're kind of right now not even be able to identify where this money's coming from. And since y'all have your half already, that I think maybe you should try to get city council to help in that regard. I mean, I'm fully in favor of this project, but I think the city, like we all said, the city needs to step up when we ask for things. I mean, we've supported in the past, and I think this is a great road to do that, where both governments can work together, and I hope that signals in the future that we can. And so I think we should make the effort.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that we've always been willing. We've always been, in my opinion, the ones that step up and city comes and asks for our support, but it's not always been a two-way street, and that's disappointing to me, and it concerns me that we continue to do so, and I'm happy to support it. I've always. I'm the one that's always harping about, county money being spent inside the city limits, and this is a project that will reflect, and I think that's great. I think it's something that's probably long overdue, and again, a potential for a great partnership if, work out in other. The other question is, if we don't have VRF funding, it would have to be taken out of our general fund.
It would have to be
Or-
you would either get a loan and
Which would be paid back by general
paid back
fund?
by general fund.
General fund? I thought it was from INS.
But you would have to shift. So if you don't want to increase your tax rate and you want to make this a debt and paid back by INS side, you'd have to lower your M&O side and raise your INS side of the tax rate.
And that's assuming that we aren't able to use the VRF funds, which is the preferred funding method. But our staff and the CRMA are still working together to try to figure out the availability of funds. But I think that, and Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the motion today would be to provide a letter of support for the city's application and a commitment to identify the funding in the future if the grant is awarded.
Well, I think my position is I'd rather not do the M&O side. And when it comes down to it, we all need to keep in mind that when it comes down to we're in the middle of setting our budget, that we take this into account, that we're increasing this for the next budget year, and that we, that when it comes around to voting, if we have to do a tax increase, that we keep this in mind.
Yeah, and ideally, as I mentioned, it would be the VRF funds so that it wouldn't impact the tax rate.
Well,
But we would have to deprioritize other funding to make that happen. Is that correct?
So on the VRF funds, we're not sure whether or not there's sufficient VRF funds yet. As the commissioner mentioned, we're working with CRRMA. CRRMA provided a set of information to the commissioner. They have provided a different piece of information from what our staff understands. So we believe that the funding would be very tight through the VRF or not possible through VRF. And so that's why we're saying we would have to look for another source, such as a SIB loan or a commitment over like 2 years from general funds, some other way. But even a SIB loan, when I say a SIB loan, we have to have money to pay it back.
Right, and that's taking into account the Darrington project that
Taking
should
into
be
account the
funded?
Darrington project.
Okay.
That's the questionable one because of the overruns.
Well, but then whatever is left available for this project, doesn't that cut into the rest of the plan for this infrastructure in the whole county?
No, this is like with the refunding and the other remaining funds. But again, we think with Darrington, there won't be any remaining funds.
Yeah, this is the last project. Darrington is the last of, I think, 8 projects. So Darrington is the last one.
Just to follow up on what's been said, isn't the BOAC looking at some of these issues that even run less than what you're proposing and probably aren't even going to show up on our ballot because of the funding issue?
Right. There are none of the, you're going to see the list, but none of the transportation projects made it through the BOAC recommendations so far. So I would not recommend you try to incorporate this into your bond type of funding. It would be you'd need to identify a different method of funding.
So Christina, I'm not sure if the motion that I had recited earlier.
Yeah,
is correct.
so what's posted here on the agenda is for the court to consider and take action, if you wish, to move forward in setting a letter of support to the city for this project, for this grant submission. and committing to sharing the cost of the local match amount. But Commissioner, I just want to clarify, what I understand what you had said is that the county would be, or what I think maybe you're getting at as a motion, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that you would you would like to propose sending a letter of support for this commitment, but also, I guess, maybe adding like a caveat to it that we would continue to identify the funding if awarded. So in other words, it wouldn't be 100% of that full commitment by the county at this point unless and until we're able to identify that funding.
No,
No?
that's
Okay.
not what I meant. I meant,
Okay.
I guess that the county would be making the commitment to the city, but internally, we would continue to work on identifying the funding. Because I think for the city's purposes, the
They need
funding
that
is
commitment.
not.
Right, they don't care where we get the funding from, as long as we're committed to the funding.
And we want to make sure that the letter of support provides whatever information Omar needs to make the application viable.
Okay. And the only maybe concern or caveat that I would have is if it, like 100% would bind the county to that. So say, for example, we're not able to identify that funding, I would like to be, at least to be able to offer a little bit of that wiggle room in the event that we cannot find that funding. So that would be the direction, for example, for staff as we draft this letter of support. So just wanted to make sure that that was on the record.
And Betsy, if I can ask you a question. Let's say we, in the next 24 months, we do identify the funding. That's funding that we didn't use for some of our projects that didn't make it.
That is funding you would have to identify, or we would have to identify, that we have not either committed to something else or that we prioritize this project higher.
Okay, thank you.
And just, it's definitely whatever the court decides, but I think one of the things you heard that prioritizes this project is it's a $28 million project, and you're investing basically $2.1 million to leverage a $28 million project. So, I mean, for any of our projects, that makes it more attractive. So we would look and appreciate whether it's, in the future, Boone Street or other projects, these opportunities as well.
Is there anything specific or, Omar, in the letter that you would need? Is that something that could be worked on directly with Omar later? Or?
Sure, we can work with the city as we craft that language, so it's just dependent on what the court would like to do today in terms of moving forward with the letter of commitment. And as we mentioned in open court, we'll work with them to make sure that we take these issues into consideration. Yeah.
And just understanding the short turnaround time.
Of course, we understand that the deadline's the 28th, so we've got to hurry up on that, yes.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may, one last comment. At least the way it works with the city, all grant applications, we are not obligated to any cost share until, if and when we bring a contract from the funding agency back to City Council in our case. So in the language that the letter of support and match commitment that the county produces, just be aware that that letter in itself does not commit you to anything legally. It should stipulate that we will come back and discuss if awarded.
Thank you.
Right, and we're just concerned in terms of any reliance that you all are making on that. And we understand it's not final until it's accepted by the city, so we'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
The
Go ahead,
motion we
Jessica.
have was approve and authorize the submission of an application to the U.S. Federal Railroad Administration fiscal year 2024 Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant Program for Zaragoza Road Overpass Project. And we have a motion by Commissioner Olguin, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
appreciate it. Joaquin, welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and recess?
What are your thoughts, Betsy? Are we in time?
We have I'm imagining what will be a pretty robust conversation on item 10A. So if you all want to recess and then come back and finish those items up before executive session?
Okay, we'll do that.
Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:09 PM.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant. Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canotillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, they can use that. It's, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
And you know what, Andy? I think we've been talking about it for, 27 days straight now.
For sure.
Triple-digit highs. It is just awfully brutal. But I feel like there's another way to beat the heat, and that is with La Dueña shaved ice.
That's right. And what I would do right now for one of those, it's super popular from what I hear. In fact, a couple of our producers, before we headed out the door, they were just like, bring us back.
Yes,
bring
and I was
us back
like,
one of
okay,
those.
we're gonna have to try it out.
Some of that popularity too is because the owner, they say, a lot of people are saying that she treats her customers like family.
Oh wow,
and so
love that. I love that so much.
That's the big concept behind this. Take a look at it.
puedes dar una chica cherry?
Well, I have this special machine since like, I'd say like 30 years, 35 years. And it's been very great because I have raised my kids through my snow cone place. A lot of people talk about the mangoneada that they're frozen, but mine is snow cones.
This is just a different type of flavor and taste that they bring.
It just brings a little taste from back from home, from Mexico.
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the mangoneada right here. I feel like this is one of the customer favorites here.
And the mangoneada is with fresh mango, which I make.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
When I live in Mexico, they do the same way.
Well, as what people tells me, is very popular because I have people, not just local people from El Paso.
We live in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I wish I can and buy my mangoneada because it's so good.
They tell me that when they come on I-10, what they do, they stop here before they go anywhere else and get their snow cones.
I would highly recommend this to anyone in Canantillo, Texas that wants to get a raspa or a good treat.
I take care of this place myself. I manage this place. I make sure my customers are happy, my customers are satisfied.
The quality and the fact that they're open every day, I give them a lot of respect for that.
I try to keep my product good and at good prices, you know. So like in the evenings, like if you come in the evening, you have like 20, 30 people in line waiting, and that makes me feel very happy.
La Dueña brings like two cultures together. Even though we're not in Mexico, this makes you feel like you're in. Just like the little, like the shape of it reminds you of back home.
I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to my customers. I try to treat my customers as my family.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been coming here probably for more than over like 10 years now.
Thank you, my customers, for coming to my place. And I invite you, everybody, to come and have a snow cone.
Gracias, Mr. Thank you. Hasta luego.
One of the great things about volunteering with the county is the county does so many different things.
It gives people an opportunity to see what's going on in their county government.
When I engage with the families and I give my time to them, I feel like I was still able to serve them.
I just think it's fascinating seeing all the community getting together, people from all ages, from young kids to adult people.
The way it has, volunteering has impacted me personally is the fact that I'm still doing what I used to do, and I get to use all those training skills that the department gave me and put them back into play.
But they really enjoy particularly gaining new skills. So some of our volunteers are younger and they enjoy the confidence building, the opportunity to connect with people in a different way.
Well, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is willing to help each other.
I think it's seeing volunteers who otherwise never would have met before. They live in different parts of El Paso, they're different ages, different backgrounds, and see them come together and realize now they're friends.
Actually, I'm an advocate for veterans to get out and get about in the community.
Definitely join to the volunteering program because you're just helping in the community, and it's good for us, for all of us.
Volunteers give their time, and there's nothing more valuable than that. So we truly appreciate all that our volunteers do. To serve with us is to strengthen us. So thank you, volunteers, for helping make this a strong and vibrant community.
Being sponsored by El Paso County.
Our potty with our puppies, that's like the best way to spend a Saturday morning. Right now our pet walk is occurring. Then of course we're going to have our costume contest. This is Coco, and so he is dressed up as Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Chumbala, he's a year old, so he's having a blast meeting all the puppies. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to spend time with our fur babies.
Yes, it's a good boy. So we're trying to actually create the first mega adoption event here in El Paso. We have approximately 7 adoptable pets. Those are just puppies.
They're already potty trained, crate trained, fully vaccinated, spayed and neutered. So we take the hard part out of, training a pet. And I mean, they'll give you everything, and all they're asking for is food, water, a place to sleep, and to have love, and they'll give you everything.
Yes, we're waiting for the bunny. It is so nice to see so many people with their pets here at Azcárate Park enjoying this beautiful day.
We need to have more events like this. More events like this here in El Paso.
Everyone, all of us love our pets. We love the opportunity to bring them out, let them play, let them make new friends. So it's a beautiful day. We got really lucky with the weather. Of course, Azcárate is a beautiful location to have this event, and we hope that this is an event that will continue for years in the future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has...
Down and check us out.
I want to talk a little bit more about where we are right now. As Monica mentioned, we're at the Camino Real terminal here. Lots of really train-inspired themes here. You got some of the box cars and some of the trains and that and whatnot. And it's been a part of this community for dozens of years.
Yeah, and you know what? The owner keeps renovating it. Actually, Andy, where we're at, he added this stretch. So it ended right behind us, and he added more to accommodate the venues. And we actually got to speak with him, and he tells a little bit more about this incredible venue. Check it out.
It's a very short drive and you feel like you're in the country. It feels like it's not as hot as the city. You know, we have a lot of grass, we have some fountains, we have a pond. So it's a very nice place to come and look around because this place has been here for, I don't know, 40, 50 years. And a lot of people passes by here on Donovan and they just look, but they haven't come. You can see we have 3 train cars. One is like an observatory and 2 cabooses. It's an event center, it's a venue. Okay, so we have from weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, piñatas, whatever, anniversaries. And we do offer catering, tables, chairs, linens. We have valet parking, waiters, bartender, everything. So we can help you with the party, you know, in everything you need. And we have a lot of antiques, old stuff, some nice stuff, from high-end prices to a piece of wood, a piece of iron. It's something for everybody. We're in the business of restoring classic cars and sell them. So we got everything here. We got our shop. the antique place, the venue, and our home. We work here, we live here. Now we are Canutillo residents. We feel real blessed. We thank God a lot to put us here. We don't know why and how and what's the purpose, but we are here. We're very happy and hoping and waiting for whoever wants to come and visit.
Welcome back to KTSM 9 News' Small Town Spotlight Show, live from Camino Real Terminal here in Canutillo. Now, about 10 minutes away from here, you'll find Canutillo High School, and it's a must-see site for high school football. Two reasons: they've cranked out some really great football teams in recent years, and they have a really unique football field. KTSM 9 Sports Director Colin Deaver brings you the origin story of the turf they call Canutillo Blue.
Canutillo football coach Scott Brooks hasn't forgotten his initial reaction to the idea of a blue football field at Lowenberg Stadium.
What did you first think? I mean, when they were like, we're gonna put blue turf there.
I thought it was crazy.
The possibility was first brought up at a school board meeting in 2011.
The superintendent at the time, I didn't even know about it, took a picture and had our emblem superimposed on blue turf.
The idea took off from there. The school board, players, parents, and fans immediately got behind it, and 12 years later, it's Canutillo's calling card.
It's unique to us. It gives us our own kind of brand, I guess. And we've had a lot of success on the blue, so I don't think I'd ever want to change it.
The Eagles blue turf was, of course, inspired by the original blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Idaho, the home of the Boise State Broncos.
It's the greatest marketing tool in the history of college athletics, in my opinion.
The connection between Canutillo and Boise State is even deeper now because current Broncos athletic director Jeremiah Dickey is an El Paso native and a Franklin High School graduate. Dickey says he didn't know about Canutillo's blue turf until we called him up for this story, but he's pleased to hear that Boise's influence has found his hometown.
You know, it's a point of pride for me. You know, I love El Paso, and it's actually on my list now when I go home to go check it out.
Boise's shtick since 1986 is now a real patent and trademark. Anyone that wants a non-green field actually has to ask for Boise State's permission to do so.
I got a letter within a couple of days that we could not call it Boise Blue, that it had to be blue turf. And I moved offices here. I wish I still had it because we had a poster of the letter.
They usually don't charge any money, but they do want everyone to know who did it first. Boise State's patent includes blue fields like Canutillo, but it extends to red fields like Eastern Washington, purple and gray like Central Arkansas, and even teal gridirons like Coastal Carolina.
It's so much more powerful than just a football field. It's who we are, and it definitely represents something that I think we're really proud of in terms of our innovation.
Off-the-wall fields, successful football teams, and dispelling urban myths.
Haven't had a bird land on it yet. I mean, we had a bird, but not thinking it's water.
Scott Brooks and Jeremiah Dickey will have plenty to talk about when they finally get to meet in person. Reporting from the blue turf, not to be confused with the Boise Blue, Colin Deaver, KTSM 9 Sports.
for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Election Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant. Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canutillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but you know, 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canutillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. You know, I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, you know, they can use that. It's, you know, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
And you know what, Andy? I think we've been talking about it for, 27 days straight now.
For sure.
Triple-digit highs. It is just awfully brutal. But I feel like there's another way to beat the heat, and that is with La Dueña shaved ice.
That's right. And what I would do right now for one of those, it's super popular from what I hear. In fact, a couple of our producers before we headed out the door, they were just like, bring us back.
Some. Yes.
Bring us
like,
back
okay,
one of those.
We're going to have to try it out.
Some of that popularity too is because the owner, they say, a lot of people are saying that she treats her customers like family.
Oh wow, I love that. I love that so much.
That's the big concept behind this. Take a look at it.
Well, I have this special machine since I say 30 years, 35 years. And it's been very great because I have raised my kids through my snow cone place. A lot of people talk about the mangoneada, they're frozen, but mine is snow cones.
It's just a different type of flavor and taste that they bring.
It just brings a little taste from back from home, from Mexico.
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the mangoneada right here. I feel like this is one of the customer favorites here.
And the mangoneada is with fresh mango, which I make.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
When I live in Mexico, they do the same way. Well, as what people tells me, is very popular because I have people, not just local people from El Paso.
We live in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I always can and buy my mangoneada because it's so good.
They tell me that when they come on I-10, what they do, they stop here before they go anywhere else and get their snow cones.
I would highly recommend this to anyone in Canutillo, Texas that wants to get a raspa or a good treat.
I take care of this place myself. I manage this place. I make sure my customers are happy, my customers are satisfied.
The quality and the fact that they're open every day, I give them a lot of respect for that.
I try to keep my product good and at good prices, you know. So like in the evenings, like if you come in the evening, you have like 20, 30 people in line waiting, and that makes me feel very happy.
La Dueña brings two cultures together. Even though we're not in Mexico, this makes you feel like you're in. Just the little, the shape of it reminds you of back home.
I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to my customers. I try to treat my customers as my family.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been coming here probably for more than over 10 years now.
Thank you, my customers, for coming to my place, and I invite you, everybody, to come and have a snow cone.
Gracias, Mr. Thank you. Hasta luego.
One of the great things about volunteering with the county is the county does so many different things.
It gives people an opportunity to see what's going on in their county government.
When I engage with the families and I give my time to them, I feel like I was still able to serve them.
I just think it's fascinating seeing all the community getting together, people from all ages, from young kids to adult people.
The way it has volunteering has impacted me personally is the fact that I'm still doing what I used to do, and I get to use all those training skills that the department gave me and put them back into play.
But they really enjoy particularly gaining new skills. So some of our volunteers are younger and they enjoy the confidence building, the opportunity to connect with people in a different way.
Well, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is willing to help each other.
I think it's seeing volunteers who otherwise never would have met before. They live in different parts of El Paso, they're different ages, different backgrounds, and see them come together and realize now they're friends.
Actually, I'm an advocate for veterans to get out and get about in the community.
Definitely join to the volunteering program because you're just helping in the community, and it's good for us, for all of us.
Volunteers give their time, and there's nothing more valuable than that. So we truly appreciate all that our volunteers do. To serve with us is to strengthen us. So thank you, volunteers, for helping make this a strong and vibrant community.
Being sponsored by El Paso County.
Our potty with our puppies, that's like the best way to spend a Saturday morning.
Right now our pet walk is occurring. Then of course we're going to have our costume contest.
This is Coco, and so he is dressed up as Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Chumbala, he's a year old, so he's having a blast meeting all the puppies. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to spend time with our fur babies.
Yes, it's a good boy. So we're trying to actually create the first mega adoption event here in El Paso. We have approximately 7 adoptable pets.
Those are just puppies.
They're already potty trained, crate trained, fully vaccinated, spayed and neutered. So we take the hard part out of, training a pet. And I mean, they'll give you everything, and all they're asking for is food, water, a place to sleep, and to have love, and they'll give you everything.
Yes, we're waiting for the bunny. It is so nice to see so many people with their pets here at Ascarate Park enjoying this beautiful day.
We need to have more events like this here in El Paso.
Everyone, all of us love our pets. We love the opportunity to bring them out, let them play, let them make new friends. So it's a beautiful day. We got really lucky with the weather. Of course, Ascarate is a beautiful location to have this event, and we hope that this is an event that will continue for years in the future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
I just want to talk a little bit more about where we are right now. As Monica mentioned, we're at the Camino Real terminal here. Lots of really train-inspired themes here. You got some of the box cars and some of the trains and that and whatnot. And it's been a part of this community for dozens of years.
Yeah, and you know what? The owner keeps renovating it. Actually, Andy, where we're at, he added this stretch. So it ended right behind us, and he added more to accommodate the venues. And we actually got to speak with him, and he tells a little bit more about this incredible venue. Check it out.
It's a very short drive and you feel like you're in the country. It feels like it's not as hot as the city. You know, we have a lot of grass, we have some fountains, we have a pond. So it's a very nice place to come and look around, because this place has been here for, I don't know, 40, 50 years. And a lot of people passes by here on Donovan and they just look, but they haven't come. You can see we have 3 train cars. One is like an observatory and 2 cabooses. It's an event center, it's a venue. Okay, so we have from weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, piñatas, whatever, anniversaries. And we do offer catering, tables, chairs, linens. We have valet parking, waiters, bartender, everything. So we can help you with the party, you know, and in everything you need. And we have a lot of antiques, old stuff, some nice stuff, from high-end prices to a piece of wood, a piece of iron. It's something for everybody. We're in the business of restoring classic cars and sell them. So we got everything here. We got our shop, the antique place, the venue, and our home. We work here, we live here. Now we are Canutillo residents. We feel real blessed. We thank God a lot to put us here. We don't know why and how and what's the purpose, but we are here. We're very happy. And hoping and waiting for whoever wants to come and visit.
Welcome back to KTSM 9 News' Small Town Spotlight Show, live from Camino Real Terminal here in Canutillo. Now, about 10 minutes away from here, you'll find Canutillo High School, and it's a must-see site for high school football. 2 reasons. They've cranked out some really great football teams in recent years, and they have a really unique football field. KTSM 9 Sports Director Colin Deaver brings you the origin story of the turf they call Canutillo Blue.
Canutillo football coach Scott Brooks hasn't forgotten his initial reaction to the idea of a blue football field at Lowenberg Stadium.
What did you first think? I mean, when they were like, we're gonna put blue turf here.
I thought it was crazy.
The possibility was first brought up at a school board meeting in 2011.
The superintendent at the time, I didn't even know about it, took a picture and had our emblem superimposed on blue turf.
The idea took off from there. The school board, players, parents, and fans immediately got behind it, and 12 years later, it's Canutillo's calling card.
It's unique to us. It gives us our own kind of brand, I guess. And we've had a lot of success on the blue, so I don't think I'd ever want to change it.
The Eagles blue turf was, of course, inspired by the original blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Idaho, the home of the Boise State Broncos.
It's the greatest marketing tool in the history of college athletics, in my opinion.
The connection between Canutillo and Boise State is even deeper now because current Broncos athletic director Jeremiah Dickey is an El Paso native and a Franklin High School graduate. Dickey says he didn't know about Canutillo's blue turf until we called him up for this story, but he's pleased to hear that Boise's influences found his hometown.
You know, it's a point of pride for me. You know, I love El Paso, and it's actually on my list now when I go home to go check it out.
Boise's shtick since 1986 is now a real patent and trademark. Anyone that wants a non-green field actually has to ask for Boise State's permission to do so.
I got a letter within a couple of days that we could not call it Boise Blue, that it had to be blue turf. And I moved offices this year. I wish I still had it because we had a poster of the letter.
They usually don't charge any money, but they do want everyone to know who did it first. Boise State's patent includes blue fields like Canutillo, but it extends to red fields like Eastern Washington, purple and gray like Central Arkansas, and even teal gridirons like Coastal Carolina.
It's so much more powerful than just a football field. It's who we are, and it definitely represents something that I think we're really proud of in terms of our innovation.
Off the wall fields, successful football teams, and dispelling urban myths.
Haven't had a bird land on it yet. I mean, we had a bird, but not thinking it's water.
Scott Brooks and Jeremiah Dickey will have plenty to talk about when they finally get to meet in person. Reporting from the blue turf, not to be confused with the Boise Blue, Colin Deaver, KTSM 9 Sports.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant.
Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canotillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, they can use that. It's, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
Jessica, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We are on item number 10, County Administration. 10A, receive a presentation regarding the ongoing FY 2024 multi-year capital planning process. Further, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the capital finance plan submitted by the Bond Advisory Committee to Commissioners Court.
Good afternoon,
Welcome,
Judge,
Jose.
Commissioners. Jose Landeros of the County Administration. Happy to be before you this afternoon to present you with this update. During today's presentation, we're going to focus on a few areas, giving you an overview of where we stand in our process, and then really opening it up to the conversation and presentation from both M&K as Public Works Consultants and Barracuda PR as the Communication Division's Consultant on what has happened to date and then what the path ahead looks like. Part of the conversation will also include, we'll end really with, and so a little bit out of order here, but what the Bond Advisory Committee has recommended to the Commissioners Court in terms of which projects would make the list, in what amount, and some other feedback on other questions that the Commissioners Court had given the committee a few months ago. So as you all, this figure might be familiar to you all. We've included this to show the steps that we've taken and where we are in the process. And so we've made significant advancements since the last time that we presented to Commissioners Court. Largely now, since we presented previously, the court has appointed, the last time we were here, the court was adopting the capital plan, which was at that point 100 projects, included about an estimate present day value of about $750 million. I can tell you that 100 projects remain the same, but that cost estimate has nearly doubled when you think about through the work that this process has done, both in terms of being able to estimate what the costs are today, but then also being able to account for various factors of inflation as these projects will take some time to complete. Since then, we've also conducted the first round of public meetings. You'll hear from Ms. Monsiváis and Dr. Laura Gallegos from County Communications about what that process has looked like. And then obviously we've held our bond advisory committees that have been facilitated by your staff, and that has come to a head. The BOAC has now recommended a finance structure and project list for your consideration. So where we are in this process is that we'd like to present that to you all and ensure that you all have had a chance to review that project list. That project list, once the court adopts it, does not mean that this is the list that would, that this is the plan, but this point in time would be that the court would concur that list should be sent out for a second round of public engagement, and then we would engage in the second round of public meetings, second round of survey and data collection, and then we would ask the public for their opinion on that project list and those projects amounts, and that would move forward over the next several months before ultimately being presented back in front of you sometime in July. And that is when we start moving into a more final stage where the court would ultimately take action to structure this finance plan. If that finance plan at the time includes calling an election, then you would do so in early August. So we are not there, right? So I want to make sure that that's clear to the court and to the public, that where we are in terms of making a decision on this project list is just to determine which projects you send out to the public for feedback. And that is based on the recommendation that was developed by the Bond Advisory Committee.
So just to be completely clear, Jose, what we're approving today is this more condensed list of recommended projects that the BOAC has come to us with, which is not necessarily the projects that will ultimately be approved by the court for potential debt issuance, but rather the suggestion of the BOAC, and then it's going to go back out for more public feedback, at which point the final list of projects will eventually be developed.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So a great example is you have 20 projects, and we put that out, and then we're also showing in the in-person meetings the projects that were not funded. If there's a project that was not funded and we get a lot of feedback that project should move in, we'll bring that back to the Bond Advisory Committee for them to discuss and decide if they want to recommend any changes to their list, and then we will bring that final list back to the Commissioners Court.
Thank you. Betsy, any additional comments that you want to add?
Judge, I think we're going to go over a lot of information today, and I think that as I've been briefing you all along, your Bond Advisory Committee has been extremely engaged. They have done are really, I mean, they have asked really good questions. They've gone out and toured sites. They've done a phenomenal job. And I really do think it's also given them a perspective of how difficult this task is, how monumental this task is, and how many competing interests there are with limited resources. And so just really want to commend the court and the bond, for the members you selected and the bond advisory committee for the work that they've been doing to date. And I think as we go through this next round with the public, they're going to see, again, the competing interest and the limited resources and have an opportunity to weigh in on that for what I hope will be a very robust and fruitful process. And then just quickly to our team. Our team has been extremely committed to this. It's very difficult. A lot of nuances in the projects and different ways we could do them. So you may have two projects in there, but they really do the same thing, and they've had to manage making sure we're aware of that. And then our contractors as well that have been supporting us along the way. A lot of work to get this right and bring this information forward. And I especially want to thank Jose for continuing to lead through this project.
Yeah, and I've stopped by a couple of times at the advisory. I didn't want to stay too long because I didn't want it to be influential, but very excited, gotten very good feedback. I mean, they feel almost privileged that they're understanding everything that needs to happen for, and all the energy. So I think we're very fortunate as a community to be able to have that kind of spirit and to help us. And I think you said something very important, the complexity of having a lot more initiatives and we have funding, and I think that's something we go through constantly. So the other question I have is, why is everybody in that section? Is that designated? Is it a designated section in that particular place?
This is a group of people in school who are always asked to put their head down because they don't listen to their professor or teacher.
You're welcome to come to the front, okay?
They want to be close to the door.
Be on the sideline. No, but thank you very much, all of you. It's just very important that you're here and the commitment. And we've been saying that, what happens now, we're going to live with that. So good or bad, live with that for the next 20, 25 years. This is a generational change that your kids or grandkids are going to be dealing with and living with. So it's very incredible, sometimes a little surreal that we're having to deal with something that's going to be important going forward. So once again, thank all of you for everything that you're accomplishing. And our chair, I see you, Bobby, how are you? Thank you for your work as well. Thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Judge. I wanted to start this presentation off by just reminding the court of some of your capacity and constraints, right? So we've, just for the purposes of for the benefit of the public, for any member of the public who may be tuning in about where we stand in terms of our process. To date, the information that the financial advisor has provided us is this, that the county can issue approximately $150 million of any debt, and that may be issued without raising your debt tax rate. An additional $350 million may be issued without affecting the county's creditworthiness, which we refer to internally and in the industry as the bond rating for the county. And so that $500 million limit was the bumper that the court gave the bond advisory committee and said that that was the maximum amount of projects that could be structured. Very high level, the bond advisory committee has recommended that the court consider structuring a $150 million certificate of obligation that would not have an impact on your tax rate, and a $340 million general obligation bond, which, if approved by the court, would go out to voters in November of 2024. And so that $500 million limit was tested in the first phase by giving members of the public a chance to understand some of the work that the county does and providing that educational foundation for them. And then we asked them for their support on various levels of funding. And so that $490 million limit was largely based on the feedback that we received and that Ms. Monsiváis from Barracuda PR will go through the court, will share with the court. But we want to also ensure that we test that amount now that we have an actual project list tied to it during the second round of public outreach. And that'll be part of the conversation that we have with you all today. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the $500 million is not issued all at one time, right? There's specific tranches and specific amounts based on some of the debt service that we have that is being retired over the next 4 years, and you can see what those issuance amounts are. And so this is important because some of the numbers that are presented to you today presume a specific start time, all being in the same time. And so what may happen is that projects that are more shovel-ready, that are construction-ready, may go sooner, and then we may see some cost savings come from that. But conversely, we may see cost increases from projects that are delayed a little bit longer because we have to wait for the money to become available to actually implement that project. And so these are the general issuance amounts that we would see over the next several years if the court were to go to that maximum $500 million limit. Anything below that, we would work with your financial advisor to structure that in a way that makes financial sense for the county. So again, this is the maximum capacity schedule. It's based on that $500 million, and we would adjust that as we needed to for any lower amounts.
And before you move on from that screen, and that's combination COs and GOs, those amount?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
hasn't been considered yet by the BOAC?
That's right, yes, ma'am. So BOAC was recommending a $150 million CO and a $340 million GO bond.
But in these amounts in these different fiscal years, a combination of the two. So I guess my question is, so presuming there's going to be an election, a GO election in November of 2024, for the funding to be available in 2025, does that mean we'll have another election in fiscal year November of 26 for
Yes,
that fund? So we're looking at multiple.
No, so, okay, yeah, I understand. So if the Commissioners Court orders an election in November of 24 and the propositions pass, the county has authorization to issue that debt over 10 years. Okay. And so once the county receives voter authorization to issue debt, we can structure it within that 10-year time frame when it makes sense for the county to do that. So for example, in FY25, the breakdown that Stiefel had previously shared with us showed $75 million for a potential CO and then $70 million for a potential GO. And so that $70 million is roughly 20% of the $350 million, which is a good amount for the county to get started on designing all of the projects that would be funded in construction, and then 2 years later, in FY27, issuing all the construction money needed at that point. But
the voters would vote on everything
right
in November of 24.
That's right. Yes, ma'am. So this next section will be presented by M&K, who has been the public works consultant that helped do a lot of the project development, and they're going to present a little bit of what they've done. Ms. Carmen Byers with M&K is here, and Ms. Renee Jimenez is on Teams, who will be actually making this presentation to the court.
Thank you. Welcome.
County Commissioners and Judge Samiago. Oh, I see here echo. Sure where the echo is coming from, but here we go. I'm Renee Jimenez, president of M&K Architects, and I'd like to start by apologizing by missing today's meeting in person. I recently underwent surgery, so I'm still recovering from home, so excuse my absence. I do have two of my members, Carmen Byers and Rafa Carrion, who are heavily involved in the process, and they're there to help answer any questions as I go through our process. As you know, in securing the GO and CO funding requires multiple steps and multiple team effort. Our team has been diligently working side by side with the county staff as well as the PR consultant Barracuda to ensure that the county needs are met through all of the steps. Before explaining our process, though, I do want to express my sincere gratitude to each of you for giving us this opportunity. I also like to acknowledge the county's exceptional staff, particularly Public Works, led by Norma Palacios, and her team, including Melina, Lydia, and Fernando. Their willingness to communicate with our team after hours on the weekend have been invaluable, and we could not have completed our tasks without them. M&K has enjoyed working hand in hand with Public Works, capital planning, performance management, facilities division, and public outreach. So the presentation today that we're going to just give you an overview of our process of understanding what the scope of each project was, as well as our estimating process and the project scheduling process. And then there's still some reiterations that we need to do with the estimating based on what the decisions are made today. So there were countless meetings with the county staff, which included document exchanges. We were initially provided with the first 50 projects, and then that ultimately grew to the 100 that you're seeing in the booklets that we passed out. The list of projects that we were given by the county was an Excel document, included a project name, a brief description of the projects, a preliminary budget, and who the responsible county staff was assigned to that particular project. Our team quickly gathered. We had a very short amount of time to develop a process, and that's what you're seeing on the screen here is our process that we developed to get these out and make sure that we're meeting the county's needs. If you could flip to the next slide, please. We began collaborating with, the slide before that, please. Collaborating with each of the assigned county staff to further understand, one, the project scope, how the budgets were established that were created within the county, and if there were other fundings available, because we didn't want to, go out and do these estimates knowing that there's other funding that you don't really have to get the GO bonds or CO bonds. So understanding that funding was important to us. Understanding also some of the projects had already been designed, and so the design fee of it didn't need to be encapsulated within that cost either. So we extrapolated that out of the estimates. Project location had a lot to do with that as well, and whether or not there was potential for land acquisition needs for some of the projects. From the information that we gathered, we started our site and building analysis and assessments, and requested any other project data from the county, such as like design documents for the ones that were designed, any surveys they were done, programming, in-user notes or feedback that was given that would help us give us more information on that initial scope. Working closely with the PR consultant, we then developed a template that we would use, and that booklets that were passed out to you has those templates that were used and shown to the BOAC committee. We provided those booklets to the staff as well. These templates would be used and included graphics. So if you open up those books, you'll see renderings in some of them. You'll see some floor plans. You'll see some site plans, and then you'll see the probable cost of each of the projects. So I'm going to jump into our process of estimating. So there was many factors that went into our estimating process, such as the project location, the project size, what type of projects were they? Were they stormwater, first-time water, renovations, new construction, historic buildings? And so we started categorizing that way because that really affected the estimates that we were about to jump into. The graphics that we would create, we would then develop and provide to our estimating team, and that would develop what the scope of the project was from a graphic perspective. And then we also started understanding the other funds a little bit more. Where were that funds coming from? Was it grant? Was it hot funds? And then we started our estimating process. So if you're familiar with estimating in the construction industry, there's 50 divisions that you take and you divide those up, such as site work, concrete, roofing, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and on and on. And then the land acquisition was another element of our cost estimating. And then project timeline, which brings us to escalation and how we determine what the escalation factor should be used on the project we were estimating for you. Before COVID, we would have used a 4% per year as an escalation factor. As you know, material cost and labor have gone up, and so very significantly since then. But if you're looking at this chart here, we did several analyses of what should the escalation factor we be using. And this is one of the documents that we really looked at to determine what we were going to use. So this is done by Ed Zanarski, who's a well-recognized analyst. And as you can see from the graph that he shows here, he shows back in 23, we were back at the 4.4% that was done before COVID. During COVID, it went up to 12% escalation. And so we decided that, you know what, let's use a 5% escalation factor. And we felt that that would be a reasonable and conservative number to use for an escalation factor. The escalation factor is really determined and adjusted based on the project schedule. The sooner you start a project, the lower the cost. The longer you wait, the higher the cost. So all of this needs to be factored in after today's meeting, and we need to go back and adjust some of these estimates based on what the schedule is. And then there's the contingency factor. Our estimating team typically uses 10% contingency in the schematic design phase. That's the beginning phase of design. And as the project progresses, the contingency factor goes lower. So when you usually get into construction, you're about 3% contingency. And the contingency is meant to focus on the unknowns of a project. So we used the 15%, and we felt that this was a good number to use because there's so many unknowns on these projects. As an example, the sports park project. It happens to need land acquisition, which needs some environmental remediation. So we felt that that 15% would cover that contingency. So now let's talk about scheduling. So with the scheduling piece of it, these schedules that you're seeing on the screen and which are in the booklets that we passed out today are based on the BOAC recommendations. And there was many factors that were also used in creating these preliminary schedules. There was the BOAC priority, project priority, and these are in order of priority. One of them, the schedules that you have is GO bond, and the other one is COs. The design schedule for each of the projects, the construction schedule for each of the projects, the county staff availability, for example. You don't want to start all the stormwater projects at once because your staff wouldn't be able to handle doing them all at once. So you'll see them staggering as you go. And then project phasing was another one. For example, the renovation of the county courthouse would be better, effective, and less costly to do after another one of your projects was completed. So those individuals could move out, you renovate that floor, and you move on and on. So we took that into account, and then bond funding available. So the estimating piece of it and the scheduling piece of it we're still working on, and today's meeting will give us that next step. That's the end of what I have. I don't know if you have any questions for me and my team.
Thank you.
Judge Commissioner, so the work that M&K and Public Works have done really ensured that the project descriptions and the budgets were good numbers for us to take out to the public, right? We recognize that we have a limited amount of funding for these initiatives, and so this is central to that because this is the information that we effectively will share with the public and ask them to take into consideration about whether or not to support it. And so these more conservative assumptions are very much in line with where we would want these numbers to be, just so that we can have as much room, and if in the event projects are able to be accelerated through other means, or there's other partnership funding opportunities that become available, these project schedules change and we end up saving money, and that's ultimately where we'd like to see things. Going over now, the first phase will be Dr. Laura Gallegos from our Communications Division, who'll provide some remarks, and then follow that with Ms. Marina Montes-Vice from Barracuda Public Relations.
Laura, is today your birthday?
Yes, Judge.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
It's a great place to be on your birthday.
It's the only place I wouldn't want to be, Judge.
We'll embellish it a little bit.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Laura Gallegos, Communications Manager, and I just wanted to let you know that Barracuda today will be sharing with you the results of the outreach that has been done in the first phase. So I think you'll get a good idea of what the feedback was on that. And then there will be also some information about the approach that they plan to take in the second phase. There's been a lot of work going into this portion of the outreach, all of the outreach that we've done. Barracuda and my team meet regularly every week to go over any updates or any information or concerns that they have. And so with that, I want to introduce Marina Montes-Vice from Barracuda.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. Happy birthday, Laura. So I'm going to take you through the findings from the first round of meetings, and I decided to just give it all to you just how we gave it to the BOAC, because I think that'll be helpful for you all to see. I know if I can learn how to work. Is that you moving, Miguel, or is it me?
There's
Got
a
it.
button on the right side that should advance the slide. If not, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay, got
That's
it.
you. Mhm.
All right, phase one. So we just did phase one of community meetings and an online survey. So this is a timeline of how we've been going. We started this process in February, and we started launching the public meetings also mid-February, and did our engagement opportunities through March and April, and then we presented the findings to BOAC, and depending on how things go today, we'll jump into our next phase of meetings next week on May 21st. So here are the key insights from the meetings. These are the bigger overarching insights, so I'll take you through the online survey and in person, and then break them down. When you see precinct here, it's where we held the meeting. So, we did have folks that maybe didn't live in precinct 1, but the timing worked better for them. So just a caveat, it's not directly representative of the precinct, it's more about where the meetings were held. But that gives you the numbers. So in person and online, online we had a total of 247 participants, and in person we had a total of 133 participants. We held 12 meetings throughout the county. Here is the combined outcomes. This is the slide that the BOAC kept going back to because it really does give you the overall picture. And just by looking here visually, regional local parks came out on top, as did modernizing existing facilities and first-time water and wastewater. And then, you have this one category that says other, and I'll go into what that means, because people were allowed to write in projects in case they weren't part of your project list. It also gives you an idea for the threshold. So we asked the public their threshold for debt issuance, as well as their priority areas for where they would like to see this debt issue. So this is the written version of what I just told you through the visual slide. Essentially, we heard that most folks, this is the numbers. So this is what I'll find interesting here. You had 119 select 200 million. You had 100 people, 26% select 400 million, and 142 or 38% select 500. So really that tells me over half of your folks have a threshold of over 400 and over, if you're looking at the data. And these are the priority investment areas that I was telling you about. Parks, modernizing existing county facilities came out on top, as did first-time water and wastewater. I think people were really shocked to learn that there are people that still live in our county that don't have water. So these are the investment priorities for in-person meetings. I'll tell you, when folks had the opportunity to interact personally with your county staff, which, by the way, they did a really good job of explaining unfunded mandates and things that you all are required to spend on. So folks really got into the nitty-gritty with your team, and they did a really good job of explaining, what kind of decisions you all have to make all the time. And then you see here again, in person, first-time water and wastewater came out on top, as did regional and local parks and modernizing existing facilities. And this gives you the threshold. Now, in person, you can see the shift. Once they had the chance to talk to folks and really get educated, you could see they were more open to that 500 million debt issuance number. And again, those top priority areas, first-time water, wastewater, local parks, facilities, followed by regional transportation. Now, these came in from online. Now, remember, online, folks saw the video presentation and had the survey, but they didn't have that personal interaction with folks. And here, regional local parks came out on top, modernizing existing facilities, and then our quote-unquote other, which I'll share with you what folks wrote in there. And here you see folks were between that 400 and 500 million as well. Talked about these categories again. Now here's the overview of other. These are the types of projects that people wrote in that weren't presented as part of the project list. We had transportation projects. We had quality of life improvements to include Ascarate improvements, El Paso Coliseum, regional local parks. So some of them might have been in there, but maybe they had something different in mind. We had some economic and infill development programs, environmentally responsible investment, and grant opportunities. So here's the breakdown by precinct. This is precinct 1. Here you can see water and wastewater are of importance, and it's probably because of where they live. So we had that as number 1. We had regional transportation, again, probably a reflection of where they live, come in as number 2, and new county facilities come in as number 3. And the threshold there for spending was 65% in the $500 million. Precinct 2, first-time water and wastewater came out on top as well. We had regional local parks and modernizing existing facilities. And you see here an overwhelming response for the $500 million debt issue. Precinct 3, they had regional and local parks. I think Precinct 3 had a lot of folks write in stuff, so you could see that other category is reflected there, first-time water and wastewater. And they were between, well, $500 million still comes out on top, but you can see they had a lot of folks for 400 and 500. Their overview of others included transportation projects such as Bob Hope, Darrington, Pelicano, these are all roads. They wanted events that are free to the public, improvements to public safety, water quality, and school maintenance, and quality of life improvements. These folks would like an aquarium, parks, and skate parks. Precinct 4, you have regional parks coming up on top, followed closely by first-time water and wastewater, followed closely by stormwater. So water, clearly a concern for the folks in Precinct 4. And here you can see the threshold for spending is in the $500 million. Any questions? Want me to keep going to phase 2? Yes? Okay, here we go. Phase 2 coming up. So we're going to go back to our cycle. We'll go back to your precincts twice, and we'll kind of circle around. So we have another round of 12 meetings coming up. Here they are, as scheduled, unless something changes today. And for outreach here in phase 2, we have radio, social. We send out weekly press releases, weekly stakeholder emails, and invitations to constituents. Our radio mix is Kehei, KISS, and Que Buena. And our social media outreach is also very targeted to the area. So if you live in Precinct 1, you're going to see all the meetings on, in your area served to you within that. And same thing for where you live. So they're geo-targeted to where you live. And then we also talked about adding television to the mix, because I know outreach was a concern there. So we can add a robust TV mix as well. We could run Telemundo, Univision, KVIA, and OTT, which is any kind of streaming channels that you see out there, to make sure that the word is out there. I know that there was also interest in perhaps talking about a mailer. So we went ahead and priced that out for you as well. I don't know, Jose, if you want me to talk about that now, or... Okay, so I'll tell you, mailing is not cheap, but on the lowest end, if we decide to email individual households in the county, that's 328,467 households, we're looking at a total of $154,999 to send out that mailer. If you want to do just voter registered households, we're looking at a total of 233,010 households for a total of $124,999. And we did do a sample of the art. I don't know, Miguel, if you have that handy, or if you all even want to continue to have that conversation here about the mailer. Do you have the postcard, or is Jose sending it? Okay.
What were the numbers again of the potential number of residents who would be receiving the mail?
Or just for overall residents, it's 328,467.
And where did we get that number from?
That data came from the mail house. So they identified individual households within the county, and that's how many addresses they identified.
But then the actual registered voters is a little bit less. Actual registered voter households.
It's 233 and 10,000.
I guess, well,
It's countywide.
233 households? 233,000 households?
233 and 10, for registered voters throughout the county.
Judge, Commissioners, if we went forward with the registered voter households, we have ensured that this is, bond counsel and county attorney's office are in agreement with us being able to do this. They were in agreement with us doing that. And looking at the budget and the items that Ms. Monsiváis has already pointed out, we need to identify about another $65,000 to do that direct mailing. We would need to amend the Barracuda's contract to add those existing funds on there, but that would make sure that every resident, every registered voter, every household with a registered voter would receive a copy of the flyer that you see here. And so this is a 6x11 jumbo postcard that would start rolling out as soon as the court decides how you'd like to move forward with this.
Printer says it takes about a week after we get the green light, and then he'll start sending them out in cycles. But essentially, it has all of the meetings on here, as well as a QR code to the website. So if you all are interested in doing that, we can certainly do that.
the only comment I would make about the layout of the mailer is I see the Spanish piece of it, but it's a much smaller font. So I don't know, I'm just worried that people may just even skip that smaller font. And
You want them evened out?
I would think so.
Okay.
Because otherwise people may just skip over that.
Well, you all, this would be the time for your feedback. Shall we keep going?
And isn't it the same language on the front and the back? So could we maybe do the El Paso County is exploring is also, it's on the front and the back? So maybe on one side we could do it English first, larger, and then on the back we could do Spanish first and English smaller.
Sure, that's all doable.
And then we have identified, if the court does want to do the mailer, you said we would need $65,000. We did identify some funding for advertising and G-admin that would reduce the amount we'd have to still identify.
Back to my side. Thank you, sir. Do I hit it? Oh, thanks, Miguel. That guy's so good. Oh, yeah, so here we were. We were talking about adding direct mail and television and continue to share meeting information at high-traffic locations. So we would also make posters and make sure that those get out. So phase 2, you all have, I believe, a total of 54 projects that will come before you, unless that's changed yet. So what we decided to do was to make them into really large flip books for the public to really flip through them and see each individual project. We will also divide them by category, so you'll have all the parks in one. Parks happen to be the one, well, I won't, not a spoiler alert, but you happen to have more parks approved than anything else. So those would probably be split into 2 large flip books. We'd also have some laptops for folks that want to sit down and go through the categories to see them. And what we're asking the public to do is vote on a ballot, back to what Jose was alluding to. So we want to ask them, do you agree or disagree with the selections that the BOAC made, right? So it's a thumbs up, thumbs down. And then we also want them to review all of the projects that didn't get approved and, ask them, do you want the BOAC to reconsider any of these projects that maybe aren't recommended? So then we'll bring those back to the BOAC, and they can see there, hey, the projects that you approved, these kind of came out on the lower end, and the projects that maybe you all didn't consider for this round, these are on the higher end. Do you all want to reevaluate, talk, reconsider? And of course, that information will be available to you as well. It's also in combination with the information that our friends from Outreach Strategies will also collect. So you'll have a really robust data set from which the BOAC will have made their decisions. The online option is a little challenging on this one, and I do want your feedback for this, because I know you all are real big fans of getting as much feedback as you can, or providing the public with as much information as you can. So the thing about having them review each and every project online is that it'll lead to survey fatigue, because then you're asking folks to go through 100-plus projects on their free time, which, just knowing historically how the public works, they're not going to sit through it. So they'll either start and not finish, or maybe just not do it at all because we're asking for a lot. So we've been going back and forth with outreach strategies to figure out the best way to capture that data. And it might be, mirroring whatever they put out online and combining that with what we capture in person. The other thing I think is important for you all to note, and I think will really resonate with the public, is in phase one, we were very conservative with our messaging, right? We were advised not to use the word bond, so we went out as a multi-year capital campaign. I don't know that the public knows what that is, right? But you start to use the word bond, and all of a sudden, they're doing that. So we were able to shift the messaging for round two. And I think as soon as you utter the words bond and start putting those categories forth, that should generate more interest just based on the shift in messaging. And I'm confident that we'll have more participation in phase two versus phase one. So that's my challenge for online. Do you all have any feedback there, or how you'd like us to proceed? Because that, I'm always considering what you all want us to collect, but we also need to take into account that the public isn't going to sit through a really long survey. I'll let you all think about it, because I know you have a lot of discussing to me. Or Commissioner Olguin, you look like you have something.
Well, I'm wondering if you could split it up into smaller surveys that people could do in chunks of time, instead of trying to do one big, large one to cover everything. Maybe you could do a survey just on parks, what people think about parks, and then another survey that they can go back to at another time on, something.
Yes, so we had discussed that exact idea. So, hey, do you have 5 minutes? Have time to look over parks. Start with parks. Do you have 3 more minutes? Let's move into the next category and keep them like that. The thing is, you won't have a complete data set. So as long as you're comfortable with not having a complete data set, we'll be good to go. But we do need to front load all of the things that are COs and GOs, because that's really what we're talking about here. And if we had to make a decision between CO and GO, I would recommend doing the GOs. So yes, that's exactly where we were going, but it's still a lot. Even if you give people 30 seconds per category, it's a long time.
Yeah. Marina, would it affect, I'm just thinking, like I might be interested in 2 categories, and I might not be willing to do everything, but let's say I pick 2 of them. Will there be any, would that affect the overall survey?
I think it'll show in the data, right? And also, it might even give you all some additional insight. If people overwhelmingly took that park survey and maybe didn't touch, another one of the categories, it might tell you, hey, I really want to make sure that they know about this. Mm-hmm. But again, you won't have the complete set like you will from the in-person.
I'm just thinking that if I had the choice and you're busy, but I really want to, if I have to do everything, I might not do the 2 that I want, but on the other hand, if I could do 2 that are of my interest, I'd rather have that feedback than someone decided not to do it because it's too long or,
Yeah, I think we need to be, and I want to, level set with you all. We need to be of the mind frame that we need to be accepting of the data that we do receive online. Because I do feel that we do need to have an online version for people to participate, but there's no prudent way to make it as concise as being there in person.
Absolutely.
But again, I do feel that we'll have more traffic in person just because we're talking about a bond now, we're talking about real debt issuance, and we're talking about COs and GOs. So this should generate more public interest.
And I think, it's obvious what I want to say, but, it's difficult for us if we don't have a good turnout, because then it's almost like coming from us versus coming from the community or from a very few. And from the natural phenomenon is that people, after you make the decision,
Oh yeah, then they'll come out and tell you how they feel about it.
well,
Certainly.
you did this wrong, kind of thing. So,
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it's obvious, but we
Well,
really
and
need
you
to-
all run for office. Look at how many people we have registered to vote versus how many people turn out. It's tough, but then you guys get it earful no matter what you decide, right? Good times. I don't envy you all at all.
Judge, I've got some questions on the data. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. I was just looking at some of the data, and so I don't know what page this is. The first.
Are you in the overall or?
Yeah, I'm in. So starting on the insights page where it talks about the insights, Miguel.
On it.
Yeah, there. So I noticed that on this page, it talks about 360 participants, but if you add 247 and 133, it's 380. So just want to make sure that we have that number correct. Was it 380 or 360?
We had 19 that opted out of the exercise.
Okay, so that's the difference there.
Yeah, so a lot of folks, and this happened in person. We had folks that attended and didn't want to drop the pebbles in the buckets.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. And then the breakdown here, precinct, these are the in-person participants, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the if you go forward 2 pages, Miguel, they're right there. So the vertical line, that's the dollar amount?
Yes, so
Okay.
the dollars are broken down. So the blue is 500 million, the red is 400, and the green is 200. And then the vertical line, the complete thing is the category. So it tells you, regional, local parks, those folks also were in more favor of the 500 million area than the 400. So.
Okay, gotcha. And then on the next page.
That's where you see the 19 that opted out.
Yeah, I see that. And this is okay. So this is the overall 142 selected 500 million.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next slide, priority investments. That's the full 360 or 300. The percentages for the 360, right? Both.
Yeah, so it's just kind of
in-person
breaks,
and online.
It breaks it down the graph gives you the overall view, and then you have the dollar amount, and then you have the priority areas.
Okay, and then on the next page with the bar graph, so the vertical line goes up to 150. Can you explain to me that value? What does that represent?
That represents the number of people.
The number of people. Okay.
And that's combined, right? That's online and in person.
Okay, that's the number of people. Okay, because I'm just a little confused because on the other bar graph it was the amounts, and this is the number of people.
Well, so.
Because this was 500, so if it's up to 500, that was 500 million, right? The bar graph or the numbers, the shades represent the. I'm sorry, I'm being so confused.
No. Now I'm getting confused. But I see what
I just want to make sure I understand what exactly is being depicted in the graphs, and so you explained in this graph here that you have up right now that the blue is a number of people that voted for 500 million, and orange is for the people that voted for 400 million, and green is for 200 million, correct?
What percentage of people?
Or what percentage, or the number of people?
This is the percentage. It's the same numbers that are broken down.
Okay, so that's a percentage. So the numbers, I mean, the shades or the colors are a percentage of the total.
Dollar.
Okay. It's just confusing to me because on the one graph, there's 500 is the vertical value.
And the reason why that is, Commissioner, is that when you select, if you all recall the exercise, when you selected a higher amount, you received more pebbles, and so those pebbles each represented a different amount as well. So but generally the takeaway is that that number of individuals is representative of the total pebbles that they had to to drop into each of those buckets.
That's right, so it was 9, 6, and 3. So if you chose 500, you were able to put your 9 pebbles or allot it into the area. Thank you, Jose. If you chose the 400 million, you got 6 pebbles, or, were able to choose 6 times. If you chose 200, you got 3.
Okay, but so on this bar graph, the vertical
That's the number of
line,
pebbles.
that's the amount of money?
The amount of options, that's where people put their quote-unquote pebbles. So if you selected $500 million, you got more choices. You got to put your pebbles in more places.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the total number of pebbles that people put into that
If you
pot?
add up all of those columns,
Uh-huh.
you would have a summary of how many pebbles were programmed by the public. I didn't mean to- Right, and so 500 of those, nearly 500 of those pebbles were placed into the bucket collectively over all 12 meetings for regional and local parks, and then also with the online survey as
Okay,
well.
so, but this is, so on the online survey, they had something similar to
It
the
was
pebbles?
similar.
Okay.
There was no pebbles, they were just manually doing that, but they
Okay.
were given the same amount of votes to complete on the survey.
Okay, so that's the number of, okay.
So you were limited in funds, therefore you couldn't.
You got less, right. So
Right.
they kind of went through the same exercise that the BOAC went through.
Okay. And then, so there's a one bar graph that shows the in-person meetings divided out, so I guess that 150 is 150 pebbles?
Correct.
That's the same, okay.
Yeah, I misspoke on that.
So this one right here, the 150 is, that's still
The pebbles.
the pebbles?
For
okay.
in-person, correct.
Okay, in person, and then you had the major takeaways on the next slide, and then we had the priority investments on the
In person.
on the following slide. So, and then on the investment priorities on the online survey, we see there's 400, and so that's the pebbles. It's the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. After that, you have major takeaways, and there's no major takeaways on the online survey. It's just a repetitive slide of the in-person. For the major takeaways and the priority investments, it looks like it's the same slides as behind the bar graph for same major takeaways that are behind the in-person meetings. So I'm wondering if we had slides for the major takeaways and the
I see what you're
the
saying.
priority investments for the actual online part.
I see what
You
you're
see what I'm
saying.
saying?
Yes, so that's a duplicate slide without the updated data, right?
So I just wanted to make sure that we,
We'll correct that, but verbally, what I told you is still correct, because, you're looking at it, so it's regional, local parks, modernizing existing facilities, and the other.
I'm gonna send this to our IT team so they can get the right slide up, but here is the slide if you wanna. I'm sending you the slide.
So online, it's 109, well, let's show you the slide, because I think if I say it to you, it'll just get more confusing.
okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Commissioner.
make sure that I
Yes.
understood what was being depicted, and then we got the takeaways from the online survey.
Lisa got the graph right.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I had on the data at this point.
Okay, do you want to see that, the real slide? Because I think he's giving it to Miguel.
Yeah, if
We have it. I just hit send too quickly on Friday. Does he always wear a tie even though he's behind the scenes?
Play one out.
I mean, we can move on, but
Here you go. Oh, wait.
This version, you'll have to guide me. It's on a different computer, so
Okay.
just tell me to advance it.
okay,
That
there
one.
it is. Yeah,
Back one more.
back to?
Two, yeah.
you
There it
go.
is.
Okay, so turn 47 online. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so, but that is, that, I'm glad you brought that up, because online, when they didn't have that interaction, you could see, right, they went for the lower amount. So that is also important for you all to know. And I remember pointing that out to the BOAC. I'm glad you brought that up.
And then can we see the next page, Miguel, as well? There you go. Okay, so here it was regional parks, modernizing existing facilities. Okay.
Anybody else? Commissioner
I have a
Coronado?
question, Judge. For the Phase 1 reach out, I just want to know, what was your target audience and who were you trying to get, and how did you go about doing that?
We were targeting citizens throughout El Paso County. So for
Everybody?
Yes. And they were targeted, geo-targeted as well. So within the precinct that they live, for the areas, for the individual meetings. That was how we did it through social media. That had about 90,000 impressions reach. And then in radio, we did a $10,000 buy on Telemundo, Univision, KBIA. I'm sorry, on KHEY, KISS, and Que Buena. And that has a reach at about 200,000 people throughout the county. And then we had a lot of earned media, which is your regular news stations. We have a robust stakeholder list, and that list kept growing as we added folks. So if you attended the first meeting, you were added to the list, and then you got notice about the second meeting. As you went through the meetings, the list grew to a larger list, and all of those folks were outreached every week.
Did you, in the first reach out, did you try to reach community organizations, neighborhood associations?
Yes, they're all on our stakeholder list.
So you reached out to those?
Yes, they're all on our stakeholder list. Every neighborhood association, and we have a robust list of community orgs. And we're happy to add more. That's not a big deal.
Did you take advantage of maybe sending out texts to individuals?
We didn't. We don't have, well, I guess if you give me a budget for that, we could do that.
Would you think that would be a better way to reach people through their cell phone and repeatedly text them about the meeting instead of maybe them seeing just once?
Well, they didn't see it just once. We had repetition. And we were hitting them from multi angles, right? So they were seeing it on TV, they were hearing it on the radio, they were being served it on their social media, depending on where they were located. So they were being hit by it. I mean, if we had, ultimate resources, absolutely, I would love to text them.
Do you know how much it would cost to send out cell text?
I don't, but I can price it out and certainly come back to you with that information.
Because I think that would be reaching out individually, and when you talk about voters, to reach out to voters directly, to me, that seems like the most, and you retarget the same voter by the text, which to me is probably a little more specific for that individual to get them out, maybe even like the day or the day before the meeting, and what that would cost.
Sure, I can get that priced out for you.
And let me tell you, the reason why I'm asking is because I see a very, very poor turnout in the in-person meetings. We had 12 meetings, there's 130. Do you know how, did you ask people how they learned about the meeting, that attended the meetings?
Anecdotally, yes.
And so what was the major?
I heard all of it. I heard, email, radio, and social. But I agree, and I think it had to do with the messaging more than anything else, again, because the public doesn't know what a multi-year capital campaign is.
And who advised you to not put bond on there?
We got advice from counsel. I don't know.
Which council?
Your counsel? Your bond counsel?
Our bond council?
Yes. Yes, because if it were up to me, we would have been using the word bond. From
And
the
you know
beginning.
for what reason they said that?
I think they were being conservative, is what it sounds like.
Jose?
But now you are going to start using the word
Yes.
bond? So they've changed their position?
Change their
or-
position.
So it was a combination of the conversations we had with bond counsel. If you all recall, there was a executive session item where the court received some guidance from bond counsel. Part of it was also not wanting to presume that a bond was going to be at all recommended because of the bond advisory committee. Wanted to ensure that they had their time to engage in their work. But now that they've gone into the details and have drafted a recommendation for the court's consideration, at this point, we were not, it would have been premature at that point to say that a bond was a possibility if the BOAC did not recommend that moving forward, right, for the public to hear that. Because what we were also trying to do was not share details on all 100 projects, so as to prevent the public from saying, well, we heard about this project, and all of a sudden you're not going to do it, and then we end up generating some criticism, some undue criticism from the public on a project that was in a very preliminary stage and may not even be moving forward for funding. So that's the reason why, on the administrative side, we're moving forward and we feel comfortable recommending that the messaging start to include the possibility of a bond.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of implicit, though, that we're asking for 500 million? Where would the public think we were going to get those?
I mean, at the time...
Through our maintenance and operations fund?
No, but I mean, I think the bonds, I think the important distinction that we made at the staff level is that the BOAC could recommend whatever they wanted to the Commissioners Court, which could have included $500 million in certificates of obligation. And so I think we did not want to put the BOAC at a disadvantage of saying that we've already put out in the public that you may have a bond, so that they could really be sincere in their undertaking of developing that recommendation for you all.
Okay. And so we really don't have a disaggregation of where the majority of people heard that attended the in-person meetings?
No, sir. It went out on media. It went out through the airwaves.
Okay. All right, and I attended some of those meetings, and some of the exercises, like for example, the very first exercise at one of the schools on the Northeast, I mean, and I want to be very frank, it was very confusing to me. It was. I just didn't understand the very first activity.
That exercise, Commissioner, was because one of the feedback we've heard, one piece of feedback we heard before we ever went into this is, why don't you just fund it out of your budget? Like, why don't you just pay for these things, budget for it? And so that exercise was designed, I sat with several groups who did that exercise, and that exercise was designed to show them there isn't enough budget. This is what we have to budget, and this is how much of it is a mandate. So you already automatically have to give, as an example, 3 chips to justice and support services, or you have to give so many chips to infrastructure. But the remaining chips that you have to allocate, you have all these other requests and needs that are necessities. They're really not optional. And so when we'd sit with the individuals and they would be struggling through, like, there's not enough chips and there's still a lot of requests, that's where we'd say, this is the job of your Commissioners Court. They're having to do this very difficult task every year on where to allocate the funding that they do have, and there isn't additional funding to do something major like a major parks renovation countywide, a major parks upgrade countywide.
Yeah.
And I did hear feedback from people that and I think even some of the comments on our board was, this is tough, and that's what the very first exercise with the chips was about.
Yeah, no, it perfectly understood. That just didn't come across in the one I attended. It was very, very confusing. People didn't know, and it didn't start out with, these are already allocated mandated chips for these services. It didn't start out that way, and we were just asked, Put all your chips on where you think you should.
Yeah, you're
We need
correct.
so much for this area, we need so many for this area.
Yes, we
But
heard
that
your
was
feedback and
really
adjusted for
not
that.
communicated, and it was, people got lost, is what I'm just saying, that first meeting.
You're
Yes.
correct.
I was lost.
We had to adjust after the
adjusted.
first.
And I sit on Commissioner's Court dealing with the budget, and I was lost. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, but we adjusted. We heard your feedback, and we adjusted for that. You're absolutely correct.
okay, and so, what, besides just reaching out to voters, where do you think the target audience, if we don't have enough, if we don't think that the court has enough funds for the complete mail-out, what is your target audience then, in terms of priority to reach out for which kinds of voters?
I can't prioritize your voters for you. You make decisions on behalf of the county, so it's my job to reach out to folks who live in El Paso County. I can't say, well, these are 100%ers, I'm only going to talk to them.
Yeah.
I think that might even be against the law, frankly. So it's really about reaching out as far as we can with the resources that we have. So we'll do TV, social, radio, news, reach out.
Well, in any manner, not going out to the entire county and only going to voters is in itself a decision to target, right?
That's a decision for you all to make, and we proposed both.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, we have worked closely with the county attorney's office and bond counsel on this matter to the extent that we'd be able to create a mailing universe that we could send out information to. We do have some clearance from them to proceed. We'd obviously like to ensure that we keep them involved in every step of the way. For example, if the court's direction today was to use the remaining budget to structure a targeted mailer to go out to certain households, we could do that based on the guidance we received. But we work very closely with the county attorney's office to ensure that we have the authority to do that and that we're clear to do that. But I think that's a decision that would put some residents at a disadvantage of not having received the same information perhaps as their neighbor from the county. So just, those are the policy considerations for the court to weigh as you decide how you want to move forward on this.
Claudia, did you want to say something? Thank you, Claudia.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Claudia Aranda, Assistant County Attorney. As Jose mentioned, we have been working closely with bond counsel. We did ask that specific question about targeting voters, right, a more specific target, so it wouldn't have to be everybody. According to our bond counsel, he did say that he didn't see any legal concerns with regard to bonds, like our bond laws, right, out there. However, we want to do a more targeted, like, for example, send out the text messages or the mailers, for example, then I would have to do a little bit more research on other possible legal implications, maybe civil protections, equal protection or something like of that nature. That's something we haven't looked into. But with regard to the bond universe laws, bond counsel has assured us that it'd be fine if we do the registered voters for the mailers, if we target just the registered voters. So that's something that we would have to look more into, if that's something
like
you
you were
want.
saying, not to leave, that I find out my neighbor got something and I didn't get something kind of thing. That-
Right.
I could see that.
So that's something that if you do want to narrow it more, we would have to do a little bit more legal research on that.
Well, and maybe like where I'm getting at is, what about, for example, for people that pretty much regularly come out to vote on bond issues?
Right.
And that may be for discussion down the road, but in other words, if we know those are the people that are engaged, and we want to make sure we get that information to them. And I don't know, that may or may not be kosher, but
And Commissioner, those are options, is about like reducing it to a smaller number. We were going with the mindset that you would want to reach out to as many people as possible. And so we got all the registered voter households or all households numbers.
yeah, and I think we need to do something different than what we did phase one, because obviously that didn't work.
And if, again, all registered voters are who could actually come out and vote on a bond. But the timeline, there is still time for someone to register to vote and vote. So that would be your all households list. You're talking about a difference, I believe, of about 10.
25, 20, 30,
25.
no, 30,000.
$30,000 difference between the two.
But there is internal capacity with your staff and working with our consultant to develop a targeted universe in terms of identifying what we would consider a likely voter that would want to receive information and be engaged in a potential bond proposition. Those are items that we could work to, a list that we could work to build. And then in addition to that, see if there is any funding remaining to perhaps add that supplemental text messaging along the same lines. But we'd have to work closely with the county attorney's office for the considerations that Ms. Aranda just mentioned right now.
And would text be cheaper than doing a mail-out?
So I believe this piece is roughly around about 50 cents per piece, and that includes production and postage. Anything below that would allow us to do that. And so I think texting would be anywhere from, depending if it was an SMS versus an MMS message, which could include a photo, we'd be looking maybe at a quarter, so maybe half as much, be able to do that. And then the same thing though, any information that we disseminate out to a specific list and not all, we'd have to work with the county attorney's office to make sure that we were aware of any risks that they would be, and we'd probably want to bring something back to the commissioner's court with the county attorney's office for you all to receive a brief on how to proceed in that area.
Okay.
I'm reluctant to say this, but I think we need to benchmark on like the opposition we had on our CO bond. They got so many individuals out there that I think we need to look at what is it that they use to be able to get, they had almost, 39,000 signatures. They had, so I don't know, this idea of the clipboard and asking people, I don't know, but when we say there's not a good turnout, they got a tremendous turnout against us. And so I don't know if there's a way to find out what worked for them.
You all are in a precarious position because this is the informational phase of the bond. We're not advocating for anything, right? No. We're just providing information to the public. Whether or not then it is recommended, then you can.
Well, but I'm thinking, Marina, that you get their names and address and say, hey, are you interested in getting information on this? Or, that kind of, not so much the advocacy component, but the getting more people that are willing to get information. Or I'm just thinking how difficult it was for us, that opposition.
Yeah, just we're in that information phase, and I'll caution you to be conservative during this phase. When you have an actual CO, that's different, right? Because people can take a position. So here, folks will be allowed to take a position on whether or not they agree with your decision one way or another. And then again, when you start issuing those.
I guess the frustration is the low numbers, and what do we do about that?
I honestly think it's the messaging, because we do a lot of public meetings and we generally get turnout in the hundreds. So it's not for lack of trying. I think it was for lack of understanding or interest. But we start utilizing the word bond. I think that'll change mindset and understanding significantly. But I understand where you're coming from and the want to be more targeted. But we really are in that education phase, and we really are talking to folks in the county. Once you all make a decision, then somebody else on your behalf can do that. Even then, you won't be able to do that as well.
I even think just using, I'm sorry, Judge.
No, just.
I even think just saying the word potential bond is actually more transparent with the public than just saying capital improvement.
Right, but it's the phasing, right, what Jose explained, because you don't want to put your BOAC in the position that, well, you have to recommend a bond, right? They had to make recommendations to you, so I think that's where that came from.
But then they also want the input of what the public's thought about it.
They're going to get it
BOAC
again.
committee as well.
Yeah. These are the constraints that you all are under.
So just as a follow-up, I'm sorry, Judge.
I was just going to ask if, Bobby, if you could, I know you've gone through this situation quite a few times, and so I was wondering if you have any comments that you might want to make from your previous engagements and working. He's our chairman of the...
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. We actually had some discussion with Betsy and Jose regarding this topic. Our board was very, very committed, a lot of passion The staff also, when we asked them a lot of questions, then they would go on research and come back. And one question that did come up was, how do you get the word out? Because you want to make sure that the nonprofits are being advised, that even the people who have been against you, invite them to these functions so they can see the numbers. Because I think that once you see the numbers, you're going to be impressed how these projects are going to have a huge economic impact in the community. You know, the city of El Paso announced an amphitheater of $80 million, economic impact of $3.2 billion. Can you imagine $500 million of projects, what that's going to have? I mean, Betsy and I even talked about talking with the university, the economic impact folks, the Hunt economic impact folks, pay them to do an economic impact and start pushing that out to the extent that Bond Council allows you to do that. But this is huge. And our board, again, was very, very committed in finding out, so how many people live in this census tract? How many, you know, what is their income level? What is the low, moderate income people? How are these projects going to have an impact in the lower income areas? Is it going to bring water? Is it going to bring sewer? You know, how do we educate those people? Well, if Piso's out there, why don't we educate a Piso so they can go out and they can go out and inform the people of what is coming down, because it's going to be to their benefit. So again, we were very committed, and I think that if you take an early approach right now of, like you were saying, Judge, the people who were opposed to you, send them a letter, invite them to, they can be there because they're going to find out anyway. Let them sit in because staff is very good at giving that information out. When I first sat in the very first meeting, and it was at the Delta JV Juvenile Detention Center, wow, you know, I looked at it and I said, oh God, we need to do something about this. And I think that once they look at these projects that we have, I mean, how can you turn down water? How can you turn down sewer? How can you turn down the different projects that are going to bring services to the community? And I keep on saying, I lived in Phoenix, Arizona for 15 and a half years. And the major growth, when the past 5 years, the major growth has been in the peripheries of Maricopa County. You know why? Because land is getting very expensive in the inside of city of Phoenix. The same here. You can't find a lot of land in the core area of El Paso. They're going to start going out to the periphery, and if you have the infrastructure, that's where you're going to attract investment. And I think this is very important for the whole community of El Paso. I think 5 years from now, all these projects are done, this community will have grown tremendously. And I think
that's
you're
a
at
great,
the forefront of all
Betsy,
that.
that's a great point with the Hunt Institute because, well, I mean, besides that, like, how do we get them to show the impact? Because they've got the numbers, they've got the, but I think the other one that's very important is that, it's an obvious observation I'm making, but let's reach to the people that are going to benefit from the project, right? I mean, if you're putting a sewer line in that particular area, then I think it would be okay then to focus on them because you're focusing on everybody from that area that might benefit from it. They're the ones that are going to come out. So.
One of the concerns, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, and this was part of the presentation of information in how we talk about these projects, just a need for us to be careful in how we talk about these projects. As we've been advised to not over-advocate or sell like the benefit of a project, we have to take a more neutral stance in that sense, just to say like, what will the project do? What does it entail? But not like, this is how it will benefit you or your neighborhood or your area. That's one of the areas that we've been advised to be cautious about, to try to, because it sounds more like we're trying to sell a vote versus explain a project.
That to Ms. Keller's comments, so the court's flexibility and ours as staff remains until the Commissioner's Court orders an election. And so that timeline, sometime in August. Up until that point, we're still being conservative so as to not place any undue criticism back onto the county in the process. We want the public to have that confidence in what we've done. but that, just like when we go out for procurement and the cone of silence is enacted, what we can and can't do, what we can and can't say is very regulated because it's a political matter at that point, because ultimately it's going to go out to voters in November of 2024. And so if we were going to send out information past November, in October via mail, we might be having a different conversation than the one we're having today. But we're also ensuring that we add disclaimers onto all of our information and videos so that it's clear that information and language and phrasing and messaging that we use today is okay, because some of that, may be criticized post-August. And so we want to make sure that whatever we do is always obviously completely permissible by law. And so I think we've heard a few recommendations about the mail and perhaps phone messaging. Are there, obviously time here is important for us because we have the first round of meetings scheduled to begin next Tuesday at America's High School. And I think the court's having a very good, productive conversation and discussion, but I think it might behoove the court to consider rescheduling that first week of meetings toward the end so that we give ourselves another week to continue to vet this and bring this conversation back to the court for final action on the 20th, just to ensure that we have a chance to meet with you all, work with our consultant team to develop what the costs, what that structure might look like, vet it with you all, share that information so that we can ask the court to take a final action on the outreach next Monday.
Judge. Just as a follow-up to that, to echo Commissioner Coronado's concern about the low attendance at the meetings, at one of the meetings that I attended, there was actually a resident who I think had a very good idea, and I'm not sure if this was something that was looked into, but her thought, because she also asked, why weren't more people there? And her thought was, why aren't we going to places where people are already meeting? So civic associations, PTA meetings, just different places where there are already people congregating to talk about things that affect their neighborhood or the entire county, as opposed to setting up specific meetings and then asking people to come there in their free times. So I'm not sure if that's something that we ever considered. So having these meetings, but asking to be placed on the agenda of the different neighborhood associations or civic organizations or...
Yes, ma'am. So what our office did do was we participated in about 14 meetings with different civic organizations, Rotaries, chambers. We presented the Downtown Management District. We did reach out to the neighborhood association, but master group that is facilitated by the city that includes the leadership from the neighborhood associations. And we were initially going to be on their schedule for April, but then we were told that it would have to be kicked out. So we're working actively to make sure that we present to them. But at the minimum, we did present and share the information about the online component with that email distribution list. But we're going to continue that. And so if there's standing meetings that you all also have in your precincts, those are other examples of meetings that we'd like to try and attend for that exact reason, right? We want to piggyback off where people are already used to being, as opposed to having to create a new meeting space for them to come out entirely.
Because all of the meetings that were held were new, like individualized meetings. None of them were meetings held somewhere where people were already meeting, correct?
Right, no, that's right. So the meetings that were organized by Barracuda were completely new meetings, and that was so that we had the coordination in place to conduct those exercises and the data collection. The meetings that we attended were where we went to separate organizations. We shared information, we answered questions, we gave the same information, but then there was no data collection, no exercise. And so identifying a way to do both is something we can look at to see if there's any potential to do that for the second round.
I think one issue is actually, how much time do we or effort do we spend on just trying to inform the public about the meetings, because I mean we've also talked about you can't necessarily have a meeting at the Coliseum when a concert's going on, but maybe you could flyer the parking lot, or you can hand them out when people are coming up to the will call, getting their tickets. I don't know, like what other ways of outreach where we can get the information about the meetings into people's hands can we implement, all right? Again, like going to where people are and trying to accommodate that way.
Yes, that is a great idea, and towards the end of Phase 1, we did go out to some very large events, but there were only 2 because it was kind of late, one being the Best Pet Potty, so there were actually Barracuda staff out there providing the survey and having people take it there, which was a great idea. So we have started to review the parks events that are coming up and other county events, and just in general, other events where we might be able to do that as well, because that did turn out to be a success. And unfortunately, we did that late in Phase 1, but we do have that on our minds to try to get out there to those public events, Phase 2.
And we have some July 4th parades coming up.
And what about all the folks that are here inside, that come to the courthouse to do business at the courthouse? Did we ever hand out flyers or have a table set up here at the courthouse?
There wasn't anyone actively attending to the flyers, but the flyers were put out at all of the welcome desks, and then we did have the A-frames that had the QR code asking people to participate, since we do kind of have an audience there sometimes waiting for meetings to start or jury.
Yeah, jury selection.
Jury selection.
People are sitting here for several hours. I'm wondering.
But that is a good idea, Commissioner, to actually have someone out there actively asking instead of just having the A-frame stagnant there and the flyers stagnant there.
Because those are all going to be registered voters anyway, right?
Correct, yes.
I mean, there's
hand out a slip to
baseball games, soccer games, rhino games, Ascarate events that happen every weekend, you know, concerts at the Coliseum. Like I feel like there's a lot of, you know, other places where we could get more touches.
Judge, Commissioners, are you all in agreement with allowing us to push out the next week's meetings? We would reschedule those for the week after where they currently end right now. That would allow us to come up with the additional outreach plan, work with the county attorney's office on some of the questions posed here about targeting and how we can do that, and then we'll bring this back on the 20th to finalize the outreach plan.
Yeah, and the cost of like geofencing text messages and maybe robocalls.
Right. So this is you know, kind of take it to that level. So
Well, it'll give you more time to take our feedback today.
Yes, sir.
than Trying to get that one going that quick, so we appreciate that.
So it's not the end of the presentation, unfortunately. Right. Sorry.
Yeah, we know that.
So the next component is I think something that was incredibly productive, and that is the recommendation that was established by your bond advisory committee. So as has been mentioned, I will tell you that the work that they did and the questions that they asked and the information that they gathered and insights provided were incredibly helpful to us as staff. You know, and this included, as you can see here in the room, the entire Public Works leadership team and their project management leadership team, communications, the county attorney's office, the county auditor's office, budget, our financial advisors. I mean, every office that touches these projects in terms of their development, whether it be on the actual project side or the finance side, was very involved. And so over the course of 7 weeks, we held 6 meetings with them. The first 2 meetings the first meeting was a very intense orientation, where we gave them all the information that they needed to know about the finances, what the intent of the BOAC was, and then in the third and fourth meeting, and then we continued that into the second meeting, where we actually started going project by project into all the details on all 100 projects. From there, we took them in meetings 3 and 4 to site visits, where they had a chance to see some of the projects that were being discussed, some of the challenges that exist for the county in meeting some of these infrastructure needs, but then some of the opportunities that are out there in terms of enhancing quality of life for future generations. And then the final 2 meetings were our opportunity to start to dive into the project recommendations and actually rank everything. So as the court may recall, in December of 2022, and Commissioner Coronado, you were not on the court yet at that time, but the county's capital planning workshop involved evaluating the projects using a data-driven process. And that process looked at a number of factors for each project, including how it supported the strategic plan, if the project generated savings or generated revenue to the county, whether the project had any previous funding associated with it, whether that be previous county funds or previous grant funds. Then the department, how they prioritize their project needs, and then also how the Commissioners Court prioritize their project needs. By and large, that process was adopted by the Bond Advisory Committee. They did make one change to the structure, and that was they added a new category, which was they wanted to evaluate projects that were end of life, independent of everything else, to ensure that those end of life projects received a higher score, higher consideration by the county, because they're a critical need for this agency to meet some of our operational needs. And so today we've structured the recommendation. We have that here for your review. But before we present that, I did want to recognize some of our BOAC members who are here this afternoon, Mr. Henry Castillo, Mr. David Sablaski, and then our chair, Mr. Bobby Franco, Mr. Roberto Franco, who will now kind of address the court and offer a little bit of insight into the committee's structure and some of their insights and takeaways.
Betsy, again, we were very impressed with the level of detail that the staff had on each project. The questions that we had, they would work them out for us. They would give us the response. And again, they had a lot of passion in what they were doing. We were there for 4 hours every meeting. And believe me, it was grueling after a while, because there was so much that you were looking at. And you see all the need that there is out there, and you say, where do you start? But I think that the board landed on areas where was the greatest need? Where was the greatest need in these areas that needed infrastructure development, needed water, needed parks? If we're talking about Sparks, Vinton, or other surrounding areas, Fabens, Clint, what do these people do on the weekends? They definitely need a park to go. They need that park to be rehabbed. They need to be able to have an investment in their area. Our board was very, very considerate and took their assignment as if it was their own money, which it probably is anyway, in the sense of being taxpayers, but it made some very good recommendations to staff. And even our board members, we even exchanged differences, and we came to an agreement on different projects, but there was a really healthy exchange amongst everyone that was there. There wasn't one person that did not say anything. Everybody was very committed and very engaged. And I think that that stands to the leadership that Betsy has with her staff and Jose, because we saw how they moved. If they needed something, they didn't have to go to ask Betsy for something. They would just go out and do it, and then give us the information. And I like that, because it showed commitment from the staff and how they wanted these projects done. So again, we were very, very. I guess I was very surprised in how dedicated the staff was, and how well informed they were, and the leadership they have in doing good for our community. Towards the end, we were saying our staff, we just got them together like if it was our folks. But again, I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to participate. And at the end, I think hopefully people who are out there participate, because it is for our own good, for our own community. And again, Jose and Betsy were very good in giving us all the information that we needed.
Thank you, Bobby.
I don't know if you have any questions of me.
Not right now, Bobby, but
Okay,
thank
very
you.
good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So this first slide here shows the projects that were recommended for certificates of obligation, right? And so I stated the recommendation earlier. A few major takeaways on what the official actions of the BOAC were to, one, structure a $150 million certificate of obligation that would prioritize and include essential public purpose projects that include all the categories that you see here: flood control, technology and security, the modernization of existing facilities, and ensuring that we're meeting the needs that we have to be successful in serving the community. The second recommendation was initially a $300 million general obligation bond that included parks and new county facilities only. After further discussion about what was being left on the table, and they realized that first-time water and wastewater projects were not in either list, the committee made another motion to add $40 million of first-time water and wastewater projects onto the list. So that GO bond would grow from $300 to $340 million. The last action they took at the request of the court was to provide feedback on the potential partnerships that may have existed with other external organizations, including the university and the city, on some of their major capital investments and initiatives. And the committee voted no at this time, given the citing a lot of the investment that needed to happen in our own facilities, and these are our own priorities, not really allowing us to have any room for any additional external investment. So I will very high level go over some of these projects, because especially with the flood control projects, they're somewhat repetitive in their scope. But you can see here that the first, and these are currently listed in terms of their total score, and so you can see the total score there, and it's a combination of all the factors I previously mentioned. But you can see here a lot of the construction projects moving forward. These are projects that the department has already begun the design of through previous debt issuances, mainly the 2022 tax note, which the design is now wrapping up and the project is now ready to go out for construction. The next security and technology projects include, all of the technology and security projects really include updating some major cabling here at the county courthouse and the downtown jail, and ensuring that we, especially as we continue to grow in our reliance on internet to do our jobs, even our telephony system now being over Ethernet cable, we want to make sure we have that set in place. And then facility security improvements to continue to make investments in security for county employees, appointed and elected officials throughout all county facilities. The first phase, really meeting some of those most pressing and emergent needs for that. You can see that here. HVAC in the courthouse, HVAC and Family Youth Service Center, that remains a big priority for us. As you all know, we're working with to identify other funding sources for some of those projects, and so in the event that we're successful in doing that, that project would move out, and some other projects towards the bottom would start to move in. So that red line represents what your cutoff is in terms of the amount that BOAC recommended, but we understand that there may be some savings for some of the reasons I mentioned earlier in terms of timing. Projects may be funded in other sources, and so we may have some capacity to end up doing more than we initially anticipated. You see more flood control, construction, and then you also see it's currently listed as a new county facility in the sense that it's new to us because we bought it, maybe like when you buy your first home, even if it's not a truly new build, but that project category would actually be modernizing county facilities. The Border Tobacco Building, which is located directly south of the public county garage, renovating that and getting that up to speed. A lot of these modernizing existing facilities projects happening in the downtown area. This is intended to ensure that the county has a pool of funding to start renovating space, move space out, move departments out into new space, and then backfill into those departments to meet some of the space constraints that we have here. This really aligns with a lot of the concerns that the judiciary have expressed about the space and the way that their offices are organized. some of the needs they have, some of the needs we have identified working with Public Works. And so ultimately, these investments in the facility are to ensure that the office spaces that we have here are ready to serve our ongoing needs. And then looking there, right about where the red line is, some new county facilities that would be added on to the Juvenile Justice Center. This is a project that really ensures that the BOAC got a chance to tour. They got a chance to look at the facilities that are aging and some of the constraints they may have. And so the project details and the project amount there ensure that the training some of the training items and learning opportunities that the court had previously discussed are included, but also some of the emergent space needs and facilities needs that Public Works has identified are also included for funding as this continues to move forward.
Really quickly, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right page. So on the chart, it says, speaking about the Juvenile Justice Center improvements, building additions, it says Project 57A, but in the book, it says 57B, Juvenile Justice Center improvements, but those are the same,
So there's 57A and 57B. 57B would have been a complete demo of what's there and then a complete reconstruction of the campus from scratch.
So where's 57A? It's not in new county facilities, then it's in the other?
It might be in modernizing county facilities.
Because it's not, it doesn't involve demolition.
Right, it would just be adding to the existing footprint as opposed to demoing and starting over. And that was an exercise that we looked at, whether it'd be feasible and make more sense to start from zero and build up. But, I mean, financially, it's just never going to make sense to do a new build in a lot of these circumstances.
So in modernizing existing facilities, it goes from 55B, which is revitalizing Coliseum, to 87, courthouse renovation. So I'm still looking for 57A, which is the non-demolition.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't see it in modernizing or new. Okay, I'll keep looking. I thought maybe you knew where I might find it.
Commissioner, we'll make sure to, if that page is missing from all your books, we asked MK to provide those books for you all this morning, so we'll make sure to go back through them and see if there's any other information that might be, that we might need to get to you, and we'll make sure that we add that. But in short, the 57B was a complete rebuild of everything, and the A was going to just be adding some new facilities to meet their ongoing needs.
46 million, that's correct. We think that that's the...
Yes, because the new build was over 100 million.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And, on that same project, the needs that were identified, I know that there was some discussion, I don't know if Joel's still here or not, but regarding the Corbin Zambrano Center possibly serving as a space for some of the community services or the space that's being utilized by the youth services building there, being able to move some of those operations to the Corbin Zambrano Center if it's built. Would this include that?
No, I don't believe so. The scope of work that is there on the JPD project is just within the footprint of the existing campus that they have.
The actual, okay.
Which is everything east of the entrance road, and would not include any renovation or build out of the Family Youth Service building in case that became available.
The only item on the list for the Family Youth Services Center on this list is the HVAC.
Things here, BOAC's priorities were projects that keep the lights on, or in El Paso, maybe more important than the lights, keep the air cold, especially in the summer months. So you have a lot of flood control those technology, security, and the modernization of existing facilities. And so those new county facilities, all three of those should actually be recategorized as modernizing existing facilities because the annex at Escalate Park has an existing office there. It would just be renovated to meet the needs of the tax office and some of the other support departments there, so it would not be necessarily a new facility. And this was a project that the court had identified previously and had funded, but because of the rising construction costs and the scope of work evolving, the cost grew out of what initially had been approved of about $750,000. So that project, so all these projects are focusing on modernizing our existing facilities and then taking care of a lot of flooding issues and ensuring that our facilities have the latest tech and security to serve employees. And so this $150 million, as I mentioned earlier, would not be issued all at once. Tentatively, the schedule that Bond Counsel had shared, and this could be modified, to have to work with them on understanding this, but they had projected a CO issuance in 2025 and then another CO issuance in 2028. Right? And one of the questions the BOAC had about the CO process, and one of the reasons why they structured these, is obviously that if any of these categories were to go out to voters and potentially not be approved, the 3-year moratorium on the projects being able to move forward was a concern that they had, and they wanted to ensure that the court could fund these for these essential purposes, understanding also and recognizing that the public still has the ability to be involved in this decision-making process in the event that a petition is submitted to the court.
Well, so let me, I'd like to ask Mr. Soblatsky to come in, just to give you a little bit of more feedback. They're here, they've been our partners, and he wanted to comment on a little bit more specific so you can get a feel for what the community is thinking. So go ahead, Mr. Soblatsky.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Actually, I echo what our chairman said, that everyone worked very well together. The only change that is kind of personal to me in the sense of a veterans involvement is the Veterans Park improvement in Fabens that is very near to the bottom of the list, and just really wanted to recommend that it be moved up. Obviously goes in line with the Veterans Capital of the USA, and so being at the bottom of the list for that reason only would help us if we put it up closer to the midline, so that we are meeting our commitment to veterans.
Well, thank you. Just wanted the additional comments. Thank you.
The next listing, are there any other questions on the CO list?
The length of the bond, the term of the bond, Jose, would be how long?
I think at this point, Stiefel had looked at 20 years for these. As the finances shift, though, defeasance or paying off debt could be accomplished earlier. That's always an option. And I think as we head into actually structuring any debt issuance, we'll have more finality, and so we'll look to see whether the term would be less than 20 years, but at this point they were recommending 20 years.
So I guess one of the concerns that I would have with the 20-year term, like some of the projects, certainly, the $16 million required for the renovation of or the rehab of the Border to Paco building, that's a large project, and there probably is no other way to do it other than through a bond. But like some of the, I don't want to say small, but smaller, so, some of the crossings, 1.8 million, I mean, we'd be financing, so that would be a 20-year term, right, that we're financing. So I'm wondering if we thought about that, if it's possible to get those smaller amounts through some other, whether it be grants, or so that we're not having to finance projects with these small amounts for a 20-year period.
So we did speak to the financial advisor about that and the committee, because we are coming up to a point where We're getting ready to do potentially a series of issuance. The recommendation is to consolidate everything under one single issuance type for some economy of scale. We did talk about some projects like the cabling being repaid faster, just in recognition of the fact that those projects may need replacement in a few years. And so the idea is so you're not paying off a car for 20 years when it's done, met its useful life in a shorter period of time. And so Stifel's will work on presenting a finance structure that is under a CO, but then still pays down certain projects at a faster rate just to meet their, in light of that useful life. And then the other item that was discussed was the fact that issuing a tax note would mean less financing available. So that 150 million capacity that would not affect tax rates would be reduced if we had to do a shorter term financing through perhaps a tax note. The previous time that we did this, we were able to still issue the same amount. In 2023, we were still able to do $100 million in COs and tax notes combined. But the way that our debt is currently structured, financial advisor didn't think that we were in that same position to be able to do that, unfortunately.
Judge, real quick, I just wanted to point out for the record that, you know, I think it's around $35 million that we're looking to, or possibly more, that we're looking to have to spend, do COs for flood control. I may be wrong in every, not in every case, but in some of these cases, it seems to me that this flood control and the investment that we need to make in these projects are directly related to the fact that the county doesn't have zoning authority in these areas, and the unfettered growth and the unregulated growth, especially on the east side of the county, has caused major issues when it comes to the drainage coming off the water off the mountain to the river. And I would venture to guess that a lot of these projects are directly related to that issue. And so I want to point out that that's another state issue. The state of Texas is the entity that keeps us from being able to regulate in the unincorporated areas. And now we're going to be spending between $30 and $50 million on flood control in these areas that it's obviously needed, but could have been mitigated if we had zoning authority and we could regulate development in the unincorporated areas. So this is just another, in my opinion, cost that we have to burden that is brought about by the state legislature.
Are there any other questions on this certificate of obligations? No.
Commissioner, and then they want to curtail us being able to do that.
Right.
To go out for bonds.
Exactly.
One more question, Jose, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. No, of
Okay,
course.
so I think I found 57A.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you to Cristian. I think he's the one that ran up here.
Robert, yeah.
Oh, Robert.
Right when I was in the middle of responding to your question, right? Yeah, it was a little
So I
awkwardly
found it.
timed.
But now I'm looking at it, and it says the preliminary opinion of probable cost, 29 million, but on your chart, it has 46 million.
Let me look into why, right? And so today we're, especially in light of the conversation with communications, we won't ask the court to take any action on this, but let me make sure that I reconcile the numbers between both projects.
Because that's a pretty big.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, well, never mind. Okay, go ahead.
No, yes, did you have another question?
No, I was just going to say, it would have been a little bit helpful if we had paginated the little books, but I don't want us to like reprint them. They're very nice. They're very nice books, but it would have been a little bit helpful if we had them paginated, so we could kind of flip through the pages, specific pages.
And then what we did last Friday with your offices was we held a meeting just to go over kind of what today's intent was and some overview, and we had a good conversation. I think we'll schedule that same meeting again for next week so that we ensure that, maybe we can highlight that, and then you can have working books that are already ready to go for discussion next week. Yes, ma'am. Moving on to the GO bond, as I mentioned, $340 million. The GO bond is structured differently from the CO in terms of what you're looking at, project types. There's really 3 categories: new county facilities, regional and local parks, and then first-time water and wastewater. And the new county facilities are, there's a few of them. One of them is the build-out of the infrastructure needed to activate the 75 acres off of Pelicano and Loop 375. As you know, we are placing our medical examiner facility there. And to ensure that we're meeting all the rules set forth by the city, we have to put infrastructure into that area. So effectively, we are a developer, and we have to put in all the sunk costs into that property to activate the whole area. We'll be able to recoup some of that cost through the sale of land, as we've been discussing. But for now, we can't move forward with the ME building until that funding is available at tune of $44 million. In your books, you'll notice that the cost might be higher, and that is because the $44 million is only what is required by the city and by the Texas Department of Transportation, El Paso District. There's a higher cost in your book of about $55 million that includes the full build-out of a road. But at this point, just to ensure that we are meeting the minimum requirements, that $45 million number is more accurately needed. The other new facilities, the Corbin Zambrano Center, the Far East Montana Annex, located in Montana Vista, and then the build-out of the Sleta Annex Building C West, which is where the senior nutrition kitchen would go. As you all know, we received funding through Congresswoman Escobar's office for that project, but we do need additional funds to build out that facility, and the use is not eligible to be issued under a certificate of obligation, so it does have to go on to the general obligation bond.
And what's the difference between the Isleta Annex Building C East that is on the CO list and this one, the West? The West is the kitchen?
The West is the kitchen.
The East is?
Would be other offices that would be authorized under the CO.
So just other offices for?
Yes. Norma, do you have a for the annex?
At the ISA.
But do you know what other offices might go in that space?
Microphone.
There's been a lot of requests for additional space with the current tenants that are using them. So we would reevaluate, and there's also other departments that want space there. So it's throughout the county that they've requested space.
A lot of the offices that are already there, court clerk, county clerk, JP, tax office, those are all eligible uses under COs for new construction. And so moving them around would be eligible under CO, but the nutrition kitchen specifically is not, and that's the reason why we have to add it to the GO listing. Commissioner Coronado, do you have a question?
Yeah, with respect, on the GOs, with respect to the Gallegos Park improvements, does that include renovating or the issues we have with the community center?
Yes, so moving on now to the second category, regional local parks. On the Gallegos Park improvements, on one of the initial listings you saw, the cost was only about $5 million, and that was just to renovate sites, add some landscaping, and these are all the improvements that were identified in the Parks Master Plan. That new figure that you see there, that $9.3 million figure, we added an additional $4 million for a community center site that had been segregated into another project during the project development phase. We added that back in. And so then that's because the Commissioner's Court specifically added that community center site to the scope of work for that project. And so that project is now in, and so that $9.3 million is broken down, 5 for improvements to the site, and then 4 for the community center.
Okay, my understanding, though, it wasn't just a site, but it was actually to build a community
No,
center.
yes, sir. It is, sorry, when I say site, I should be referring to the building, the actual improvement.
But it costs about 10 million from what I got from administration, that it costs about 10 million or 11 million to build a community center.
So I think the number that we provided was for the annex, was a full build-out, but the cost estimates that M&K went back and do for an actual community center that would be on par with other community centers that are proposed in other parts of the county, it would be about 4.1 million.
Okay. But we're dedicating 34 million to the Corbin Zambrano Community Center?
Yes, that is the cost estimate.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't want to be, that to be equitable, I mean, equal, I understand because of the different needs, and, Corbin Zambrano Center is a good need, but I'd like to
believe-
make sure that it's a little more equitable, not equal.
I also believe that that includes reimbursing ourselves for some of the expenses. I need to double check this. And it is a different type of community center versus what we have because of the way it was awarded to us and what it must be used for. It's different than our community centers that we currently have out in like other areas of the county where we use it for actual community events and for senior nutrition programs and things of that nature.
I don't, we don't have that in the Gallegos Community Center. All we have is a nutrition center.
Well, I think that it was based, Commissioner, that our DA Esparza, it was confiscated, and it's a big piece of land, and, I mean, it's.
No, I
way to-
understand it's a big piece of land.
And it was
I'm not
really-
saying that it'd be equal. I'm just saying
was
that
dedicated,
that we should be a little more equitable.
Yeah. I think it was, like you said, some of the restrictions that were dedicated to mental health. Or dedicated
And the
to
type of
others.
use, right,
Pardon?
yes, exactly. That type of use, the mental health, the wellness, also has a
Which created a way
garden.
above a
It's the
community
whole
center.
property development.
It's a huge, but like I said, we're limited to some extent.
And so Public Works just clarified that the footprint of the community centers at the parks are proposed to all be about 8,000 square feet versus a 20,000 square foot project at Corbin Zambrano. Speaks to some of the
Difference in
additional costs, but it's also, I mean, the design is different for those, right? I mean, it's a different type of building
Different
at the
concept.
Corbin Zambrano. But this is also, I
but
would just add.
I
and Commissioner,
understand,
go
but let me tell you, the Canutillo Center at Gallegos Park is probably the smallest. Am I right?
I don't know, what asked Public Works to see if they could repeat your question.
Probably the smallest community center we have
That's being proposed?
in the entire county and what's being proposed.
You want to come up to the mic, please, so that we can hear you? Welcome.
Commissioners, Lydia Arias, Public Works. So I think you're correct, Commissioner Coronado, the ones in the rural areas, they're all pretty the same, they're smaller. What we have in Agua Dulce, I can't speak to the exact square footage because that's under community development and not Public Works, but what we're proposing for all of the, as far as the community centers are all the same, which is 8,000 square feet. And this building would be multi-space. It's sized so it could be an indoor basketball court, but it could also be split up into various rooms for community gatherings.
And you're saying it can be built for 4 million?
The 8,000 square foot one, yes.
Yes?
That is what we got on our
With a-
proposals from
With a
M&K.
multi-purpose room, kitchen, and,
There's no, I don't know that there's a kitchen included in those community centers.
None of
I
our
think they're
community
more-
centers have a kitchen that I know of.
excuse me?
Our community centers don't generally have a kitchen. I mean, not like a full kitchen.
No, I'm talking to serve the senior citizen center, to serve them, an area where they,
So normally we have the food, a full-blown
Delivered.
kitchen where it's prepared and then it's brought to the centers. So there would be an area for them to to sit down and have a meal.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Judge, I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, we did a feasibility study for the Coliseum, and I can't remember what the price tag was that came back, but I'm not even sure if it was actually presented to the BOAC, any improvements to the Coliseum, and I think that we'd be making a huge mistake. I mean, I understand that things are kind of in limbo still with the federal government, but I think that the fact that the feedback that the community has given has been taken into account by GSA, and they've created additional alternatives to take through their process moving forward. And some of those alternatives include not taking any of the Coliseum property at all. And so it just seems to me that we'd be making a big mistake by leaving the Coliseum out of any discussion, at least when it comes to this bond issuance. That's a building that we have not significantly invested in years, and it's a hugely important community asset, and I'm just a little disappointed and perplexed as to why that's not been included.
Commissioner, it was included under modernize existing facilities.
It was included. M&K did develop an updated cost estimate for that. They did use the Hardy, Heck, and Moore study to understand the scope of work, and then they went back and they updated what those costs would be. The discussion by the BOAC was, given the uncertainty of the GSA proposal and the fact that all alternatives remain in play until they make a decision, that it wasn't the right time to consider any improvements to that facility.
You can always, the court could always choose to preserve some of its debt capacity.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that if we don't include it at this juncture, and I understand that there's still the danger that the GSA would take some or all of the property, but if we're not proactive with looking at some of those modernization projects, I mean, I don't even know that when the next time we would have an opportunity to even go out to bond to be able to fund some of those things.
There is another way you could fund improvements to the Coliseum. I believe it would qualify for a revenue-backed bond through HOT funds.
With HOT funds?
And
Yep.
it is in your book as 55A and 55B under modernizing existing facilities.
Right.
It's important to note also that as we go out for this round of public engagement, that other projects, that these projects could be modified. And so if there was a want to include the Coliseum to see how it tests against any of the other categories, we could put that out for during the public feedback. If we wanted to adjust the cost of the Gallegos Park project, for example, Commissioner, that could be done, and then we could see how that is received by voters. Because right now, and that was, I think, one of the important things that we want to make sure that we impressed upon the court is that we are not at all in the final, like, this is it moment.
Right.
We can still get a lot of feedback. And then the expanded outreach strategy that we're going to have with Barracuda is going to be complemented by the focused and targeted outreach effort from outreach strategists, which will test some of these items as well, right? And so from that, we might learn that the public may be very supportive of the Coliseum despite the risks, or quite opposite, that they remain very weary because of the risks. And so all that information will be presented back to BOAC and then ultimately to you as the court to take into account as you just consider your decision-making moving forward. So those are all still possible revisions that we can put out there, we can test, and then we can report back to the committee and ultimately the court in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely advocate for looking at that a little more deeply, and I know with the understanding that GSA, we don't know what's going to happen, but if they don't take it, I think it's important for us to try to include that.
Is there a consensus from the court to add the Coliseum? We're not going to ask you all to take action, so we'll come back next Monday, but is there consensus to move this in so that we can restructure this for next Monday?
Well, Jose, let me ask you this before we go on. I also noticed that the annex on the east side,
Yes, sir.
one of the proposals was to build out. If there's a critical shortage of space, the tax office, the JP office, the probation office, are all located in that small spot. And again, that's one of the areas that I didn't see in here.
Right, yes, sir. And so you do see the Far East Montana Annex, and so right now residents from East Montana, from Zaragoza, even the Tierras, they may go to the tax office on George Dieter. Putting an annex closer to them might relieve some of that operation, but that's still not going to change some of the space constraints for the JP and the constable. So I think that will remain, but it's the same item of consideration there. If you want to see which annex tests better, there's a possibility. Now, I would just remind you all, if you look at this list, there is a couple of important notes. The Far East Montana Annex is one of those notes, and the bottom two projects, these are developer partner projects where we have some sort of finance agreement with the developer. In the instance of the Far East Montana Annex, that is through the Public Improvement District. They're financing a portion of it. And so this cost is what it would be if the county went completely by itself in that, but the PID will finance some of that. And so if we are able to partner with them through this development agreement that we have with them, that cost may end up coming lower because it's the private sector delivering the project and not the county, where they would handle design and construction. So there may be savings and there may be opportunities to move other projects up as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to also make the point that, again, I think we need to be, prioritizing, modernizing, taking care of the buildings that we already own or assets that we already have that are built, because, there's a lot of new projects on here, and some of them are in the unincorporated areas, and I know that there's need, especially amongst where colonias are, but again, I just want to advocate for, not trying to help induce sprawl and being part of that effort. People who live in the unincorporated areas sometimes will pay less. I mean, a lot of times and get more. And if we want to talk about equitability or equity with where the taxpayers' money is coming from and where it's being invested, I think it's important to look at that. It gives me heartburn a little bit to see, we're looking at building new facilities when we still have a number of facilities that are in need of modernization or upgrades, and we're not taking care of them, like the Coliseum. I know that there are a number of things on here for us Karate Park, but and I'm very happy to see that, but I just want to advocate for continuing to try to prioritize investing in facilities that we already have built, that we already own, instead of proposing building all these new properties when we can't even take care of the ones we already own.
And that was a conversation that the BOAC had. And when you look at the park improvements, they're all located within census tracts that are socially vulnerable. 05 is a good example in the city center. But then most of your socially vulnerable census tracts, your highly vulnerable, are going to be in those property tax poor areas you described, Commissioner, like in the colonias where there's no infrastructure that's been built out. And that is where these parks are located.
Yeah.
Right, I think with the exception of the Mission Ridge Town Center Regional Park, and to a lesser extent the Carrollton Estates Regional Park, these are the parks that really serve the most vulnerable members of the community. And I think the BOAC really had a thoughtful discussion about The reason you see Mission Ridge and Carrollton at the bottom, even though they have higher scores, is because the BOAC wanted to make it clear to commissioners that they're really recommending serving the needs of the community and really placing that emphasis on equity. You know, because you look at the name of all those parks, those are all established parks that have been for quite some time. You know, and colonias date back to the 50s and 60s here, and really kind of come to a head in the 90s when some state laws changed. But that was, you know, those are the improvements to parks. And initially, the way the scoring worked, for your awareness, the Escárate overall project ranked very high. But then that would have meant doing only improvements at Escárate Park. And then thinking strategically and in terms of equity, ensuring that the whole county receives some sort of potential benefit from this, we picked out the projects that were identified explicitly by Public Works as individual projects, as critical things that need to happen in Escárate, alongside the improvements to the walking trails and the improvements at Westway Park and the improvements at San Felipe Park and Reisinger Park and Ruben Estrella Park. So that is why you see this blend of regional and local park improvements under your Go Bond list. And then the final category, first-time water and sewer. The first-time water project is Hillcrest Estates. The other three phases are first-time wastewater projects. And so you can see that those are.
Right, and I mean, I don't mean to be critical of the BOAC. I think that, I know that they were very judicious in looking at these lists, and you can definitely see that they're prioritizing again the areas where, as you stated. I mean, the one that stands out to me is the animal shelter. You know, when we're talking about like not renovating the Coliseum or doing things for different parks and things like that, and that's a $32 million, I think, proposition. Yeah, $32 million. That it just seems to me. I think should be lower on the priority list.
And some of the benefit operationally for that is, one, it potentially generates some revenue through adoptions and things like that. It also serves the region, because right now the existing animal shelter the city operates is usually or always at capacity, and there's a lot of challenges in the strays that people take out, right? Like anecdotally, we joke around, tell a story of people taking the dogs and a pack of bologna and throwing them out, like in Montana Vista, but that's the case, right? And so those dogs might have been extradited to the unincorporated area, but maybe grew up in Central or the East Side or the West Side. And so ultimately, a regional facility like that could help benefit the financial relationship that we have to have with the city, and then improve outcomes, and then ensure that the animal welfare department's fully staffed up. So that was some of the reason why that project, I think, ranked high as some of those potential opportunities.
Are you done?
Why it's so difficult?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just going to ask if you were done with your questions.
Yes.
I just have a couple. Yes. Okay. So I just have a couple of questions, Jose. So I noticed we have the two asterisks next to Coyote Park and Veterans Park.
Yes, ma'am.
And that these projects may require further coordination with bond counsel to ensure county has authority to fund improvements on land owned by different entity than the county. But I noticed that Gallegos Park improvements doesn't have the little asterisk, but isn't that land also owned by the PSB?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm wondering
Not
why.
all of it. We
Not all.
own a portion of it.
We own a portion of it.
Okay.
The other issue is really what it comes down to is control of the property, the way bond counsel has described it. We need to ensure that we are not lending our tax, our debt capacity to another entity. That's really the issue that comes up. And so we can't make improvements to another government's building, but if we have control over the building and we have it on a long-term lease, then we can. And so we find the same thing at the airport. We have a lease with UT Lands for some improvements there where we are able to do that. And so it would just be coordinating with the school districts and in Tornillo and in Fabens on amending the agreements that are in place to providing the county with that additional control. so that we can have everything that we need from bond counsel, for bond counsel to feel that they are in agreement with us making improvements to that property. But they do fall under the capacity. They're just at the bottom pending that final detail being worked out.
And is that something that's going to be able to be clarified and worked out in time?
I believe so. I think once we have direction from the court on this list in August, the earliest that we'd be looking at an issuance on anything would be January, February, March of next calendar year. And so once we know what that list is, that would give us as staff direction to start working on ensuring that those agreements are in place, and then we have agreement from the school districts.
And
Yes.
the Fabens Water.
Or in the instance, yes, so excuse me, yeah. So in the instance of Famous, it's the water district. And then Tornillo, we go back and see whether it's UT Lands or Tornillo ISD that we have the agreement with. But just so we ensure that we're set there.
But if we can get an interlocal giving the county
That control?
control
Yes,
over
ma'am.
the park area, then we don't need to worry about the
Right.
issue that's.
That's right, and that's what makes
But-
Gallegos, is I think we lease the land from Gallegos, and it's very clear it's for a park, and then we own part of the land. And the agreements in Fabens and Tornillo are a little different.
And then my other question is, and I don't know, maybe you can clarify this for me, but I feel like there's projects on the list that are still kind of up in the air. So one of them you mentioned, the Far East Montana Annex, that could potentially be funded through the PID, maybe not the entire thing? Is
Right.
that, so this amount that's here on the list, the 26 million, you said that's if the county were to pay for it completely?
Yes, ma'am.
On its own. But if the PID actually were to help build the annex, then what would that number go down to, or would that number go away completely?
It wouldn't go away completely, but it would come down. And then the aspect that's kind of hard to account for is the additional cost of it being a county project versus a city project, a private sector project where the private sector negotiates their contractor rates. So we can work on giving you at least what is required for them to build out in the PID, what that scope is here, and then the difference, because in the PID agreement, the county is responsible for any excess costs, but we have the ability to do that through a development agreement with the developer directly. So that number would come down a little bit.
A little bit, or?
Well, it depends on, I have to go, I don't want to tell you, the number would come down. I don't want to tell you the amount.
I guess that's the issue that I'm having, though, that this project could potentially be primarily funded through the PID.
Or it might come down to about half, maybe to 13 million.
So that would I bet that would free up a lot of money, to Commissioner Stout's point, that could be used like for the Coliseum, things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have kind of the same concern with, like, for example, the next one underneath it is the sports park property acquisition expense. So this 33 million to acquire additional property, but are we even at that point where we would be ready to purchase it? Aren't we doing still like the brownfield study? Aren't we still looking at all of that?
So the department's identified a preliminary cost. We can bring that back for the courts to update the court in special session. Part of the big part there, though, is the remediation of the site, and that's all that's all included in that project estimate.
So the 33 million includes the remediation.
Lydia Arias again with Public Works. So we have been talking to the landowner on that, and they are they've provided a proposal to us, so we are looking into that. As far as the brownfield, we have done the phase 1 assessment, and we've talked to EPA about doing grants for the remediation. But what they've advised us is to redo phase 1 before we go into any kind of purchase agreement and take title of the property. However, where Public Works is looking into bringing that into Commissioner's Court later, I believe sometime this month, for review of that, because we do have some information from the property owner.
Okay. I guess those were just kind of my concerns, looking at those two projects specifically, where we'd be including them in the GO with this specific amount, but it's not something that's, to me, doesn't sound definite. Those amounts can certainly change, whereas we have other items, like, for example, at the Coliseum, where we have exact amounts, we know exactly what it would cost to do those improvements. So I guess that's my concern with including projects where we're not 100% certain right? That they're going to go through at this amount. And then just the same comment I made when we were going through the CO projects, we're financing for a 20-year period, and there's some projects on this list, you know, where the amounts are pretty small, less than $1 million, and we're going to be bunching them in together and financing them for 20 years. I feel like perhaps some of these are projects that we could try to fund in other ways where we're not having to finance them, the cost for a 20-year period. And I'm talking, you know, about the smaller ones. So you have, you know, walk trails for $700,000, some of those smaller projects. I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be better to try to find, even if it's in the future, it may not happen right now or next year, but just so that we're not financing these smaller projects for a 20-year period.
I know that with Texas Parks and Wildlife, we do have some plans to continue to seek grants. For example, the second phase for Milagro Park, the trails. So some of those projects we didn't include in the list because we do have plans to continue looking for funding elsewhere. But I do understand what you're saying about the projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Are there any other questions on this Go Bond list? So is there, as we structure for next week, is there a want to, I heard two projects specifically, the Coliseum and the East Side Annex. Is there a want to include those in the list that goes out for the public, knowing that it's going to be over the 340, but we can always bring back that feedback and see how those projects test? You'll have an interest, is there concurrence from the court to do that?
I do.
I'm the same way.
So, I mean, you know, Commissioner Leon's area doesn't have a physical annex. They have mobile homes.
Well, yeah, that's one of them, yeah.
Right. That's the Far East Side Montana Annex.
Annex.
The annex that Commissioner Leon was referring to
George
earlier is
Teeter.
the one on George Teeter and Mountwood.
Right.
And it would be building out that space, adding to the existing annex.
Right. Commissioner, does Commissioner Leon have in precinct 6-2, do they have the adjunct of the other offices that exist at George Teeter?
No. No, the JP offices you mentioned are in the mobile home, along with the county, some of the county's on-site inspectors.
Right.
Right.
So I think there's a need out there, and that would be equity.
And then that's
to
the
me.
project that Commissioner Holguin was asking about in terms of the PID financing a part of that, and we'll come back with an estimate on what that number might come down to.
I mean, another project that I don't see on the list that we had also identified as a priority, again, it's in that same fast-growing Mission Ridge. So the Mission Ridge substation, I don't think I see that anywhere, right?
No, ma'am. And so that's something else that could be added. I did speak with Hunt about if there was not enough funding, what could happen with the Mission Ridge Town Center Park, and whether they'd be open to allowing for an annex to be positioned in that town center, and they were open to that. So there might be some cost savings to do those projects together in that area as well. And so that might be something else for us to consider. And then Commissioner Coronado, did you want to amend or revise the project estimate for the Gallegos Community Center?
I would request that the court revise that, increase it.
You mentioned that $10 million figure.
Right,
that
that's what I
estimate.
was told. For the multipurpose building community center, that's what it would be.
So with those revisions, if the court is in agreement, we'll bring that back for next week. The court can take official action on it next week, finalize the list, and then so that'll be one, and then two, we'll come back with the outreach plan next week as well.
So the meetings for next week are the ones that we're going to postpone and move back, but the ones for the following week are still going to go forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what we would propose. But that does place some, just put it back on you all to ensure that we reach a decision next Monday, so that we have that week to lead up to the meetings, right?
Betsy, I was given, like today, and you know how it's pushing us, we got people waiting and executive, and could you consider like a special session for these and not put too much other things on there? Because, I mean, you can imagine, we've got people waiting, we've got the DA, coming in and out, and would it be better, not the next one, but maybe in the future, sort of look at having special sessions?
I agree.
For this kind of
Yes, sir.
presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Betsy.
That was almost a 3-hour item. It was almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
Item number 11, purchasing. 11A, approve the purchase of as-needed access control and surveillance system upgrades for various locations in El Paso County, Texas, using the Texas Region 19 Contract 217404 and 217419 awarded to Pyrocom Systems, Inc. of El Paso, Texas. The county has allocated $4,590,492.78 for upgrades at various locations. Pricing will be verified through price lists and discounts identified through the cooperative contracts.
Just a second, Karen. Betsy, did you want to tell the DA maybe to come back after this one? So we can get them. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
No problem. Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. So this is a program that we are asking for your approval on as an ad-needed control access and surveillance system upgrades, and this is countywide. We will be using 2 cooperatives through Region 19. They're both awarded to Pyrocom. The total project is $4,590,492.78. And it is to upgrade and add to our current and expand our current access control systems. And it is to reduce dependency on conventional key-based access mechanic and evolve and expand our current countywide access control systems. This is for our ITD department and facilities, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this procurement.
I'm on the screen, so.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguin, second by Commissioner Leon. The voting is open.
Come out on mine. Oh.
Where it's at. Oh, no.
Nope.
Where it says echo, right there.
Judge, we can enter your vote if you want to give it
Okay,
to us
go ahead.
verbally.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Item 12, Judiciary and Corrections. Item 12A, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize a request from the district attorney for a staffing adjustment within the DA's office that includes a supplemental pay adjustment for an assistant district attorney.
I did notify Mr. Hicks. If you want to move to item 13A, we can come back to this item.
Yes,
ahead,
give me a second.
Jessica.
Item 13, Public Works. 13A, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the public comment letter to be submitted to TxDOT's call for public comment for the Border Highway East Corridor Study, opinion number 4498.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commission. Michael McElroy with Planning and Development. As we presented to you last week, we have the opportunity as a county to submit comments to TxDOT for the Border Highway East project. So, taking in your input from last week, we have put together a letter. It's in your backup, and I'll summarize that for you here, although it's a short letter, so my summary is about as long as the letter is. So what we received from you all is to thank TxDOT for their extensive outreach efforts. So we have made sure that we've led off with that. And then the rest of the letter follows asking TxDOT to prioritize a project given the evident need that the court has recognized in the community there. And then encouraging TxDOT to consider alternatives that have the least impact on residents and resources. You know, there is the Isleta del Sur, There is the Rio Bosque wetlands, the irrigation district, as well as, other resources. So we want to have a light touch there. That's what you all recommended. So we've included that language there for you. And then finishing the letter, just stressing the importance of the project for the economic benefit of the county, because it is going to be a major connector port to port. So that is a summary of the letter, and if you would sign it, we'd be happy to submit it before the deadline.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So I went to a Community First Coalition meeting this weekend with some folks that are are advocating on behalf of the Rio Bosque, and they seem to be asking that we kind of go along with what the water utility and their comments were as well when it came to the three options, just saying that a little being a little more effusive and I think a little stronger in our comments and saying that the three alternatives that I guess right now are in conceptual phases, that they would not be acceptable, and I thought it was interesting. I didn't realize that the water utility had actually made those comments as well.
And so I think that one of the things that's important for everyone to understand is like those three, the three diagrams that have been shown are purely conceptual. They're not really alternatives that one is going to be chosen from those. They're just the first kind of step on what this could potentially look like. So I think that's why comments like the one that we're making, where we're asking them to have the least impact possible on Rio Bosque, on the tribal land, on the irrigation district. I think that's why those comments are important, so that they know that that is something that we want them to focus on. But right now it's not that one of those three alternatives will actually be chosen, because it's not anywhere near that phase. At this point, they're just trying to brainstorm and come up with ideas. And so I think our letter reflects our concerns, again, just wanting to make sure that the impact is limited, as least as possible impact to these particular areas.
And I understand that. I mean, I know that the same thing happened with the expansion of downtown 10 but at some point, those concepts do become the alternatives, and so I just want to make sure that that we're doing as much as we can to let them know that or I at least would object to them going through the Rio Bosque. I think the water utility was very clear and said, we're writing to voice our concerns and objections to all three options proposed in the study. The advocates at this meeting also voiced their opinions and wish that we would be a little bit more effusive. I don't know, instead of saying the least possible impact, say no impact on the Rio Bosque. I don't know, but it just seems to me that we should be very clear from the very get-go if that's what we want.
And I think one of the, after some of the public meetings, one of the TxDOT staff members made a comment about, after hearing all of the input from the public, that there might be the potential to come up with another option that would actually be beneficial to Rio Bosque, as opposed to having any kind of negative effect. So I mean, I think those conversations they're ongoing. I mean, that's the point of the comment, is to make sure that TxDOT is aware of all of the different concerns. So I don't feel like we're at a point to specifically say, no, these three options are no good, we don't want them, because they're not even, they're just at this point just speculation. They're still planning out what it's going to be potentially.
I mean, I understand that, but I think from the very beginning, from the get-go, we should make it clear if that's what we want. If we don't want to have any impact at all to the Rio Bosque, then we should make it very clear from the beginning, so that they understand, just like the water utility did. Because in my opinion, this is the only wetland we have on the Rio Grande, and from the presentation that I was given by the advocates, you know, and the renderings that they showed me, it would basically do away with the Rio Bosque. Like all the flora and fauna that inhabit the area right now I mean, all the work that the community did to rebuild it would then be taken away. And so it seems to me that, I mean, whether these proposals in the study, or what they're studying, are or are not going to be the alternatives or the concepts that they bring into the you know, into the future, it seems to me that we should also be on the record from the very get-go saying that we don't want that Rio Bosque to be impacted at all, not just somewhat, but at all. That's, I mean, I definitely want to defer to you, Commissioner, because it's your district, and you know, I know that you're talking to your constituency a lot more than I am, but it's just, that's information that I received over the weekend that.
No, and I understand it, and I want to do as much as we can to protect the Rio Bosque. I'm just afraid of being so definitive and say absolutely no impact at all, because I'm afraid that we're going to end up boxing ourselves in. But I think it's important to continue to have the conversations, and I think it's important to recognize the efforts that TxDOT is making to have conversations with everyone, including representatives from the Rio Bosque and from the community. But I'm just afraid that we don't want to just completely even stop these conversations before they've really had a chance to start. So I'm comfortable with the letter as it's written.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguín, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Okay, motion passes. Commissioner Stout vote no.
And just to qualify that, I'm voting no, because I think that we should say, we should change the language and say that we don't accept any of them at this point, and then we can work with, you know, TxDOT and the stakeholders in the future to do this. And I appreciate the work that everybody's done, and I just think that we need to be a little more effusive in our opposition to any detriment to that land.
And I hope that ultimately there will be no impact to the Rio Bosque.
Yeah.
I just don't want to cut off any of those discussions that are barely starting again after
I get
so
it.
many years of nothing happening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And you have my commitment, Commissioner. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for the Rio Bosque.
I believe it 100%.
Thank you.
Item number 12, Judiciary and Corrections. 12A, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the request from the District Attorney for a staffing adjustment within the DA's office that includes a supplemental pay adjustment for an Assistant District Attorney.
Judge, Commissioners, as Mr. Hicks prepares to discuss this item, I wanted to give an overview. So the DA's office requested HR to conduct a step and supplemental pay analysis for a principal attorney who they want to assign as a temporary trial team chief position. As I've explained, this position was grant funded, but they're not needing the services currently on the grant, but they don't want to lose the employee in the meantime and can use the resource on their regular caseload. But we didn't want to lower the pay temporarily and lose the employee. So the HR's analysis justified a step 8 placement for the employee, which would result in a $22,242 difference between what the employee was making and what the employee would make in this other position. The DA wants to cover the difference using their discretionary 6053 contingency account under Chapter 59, which is allowed if approved by the Commissioners Court. HR supports the temporary filling of this position as we believe there's a critical need or it requires specialized expertise, and we believe the DA has the authority to use Chapter 59 funds with Commissioners Court approval to supplement the pay of this position by the $22,242 until the employee is returned to working on the grant, which this is temporary. The employee will eventually be returned to working on the grant. And we were asking that this be allowed to be effective April 29th for accounting reasons for the grant versus Chapter 59 assignment.
Thank you. Mr. D8?
Good afternoon,
Thank you for
Commissioners.
your patience.
You've had a very busy day. I'll try to make this fairly quick so that we can continue to move on. I have an employee who is working currently on the Walmart grant. We are not doing anything on the Walmart. We've announced that we're ready for trial, and so the team is not doing anything proactive on that front. I have an attorney who is extremely capable. He came from the United States Attorney's Office at a chief level, and is sitting there basically twiddling his thumbs because the Walmart grant does not give us the flexibility to work primarily on other matters. I have a great need in my office for trial team chief level work in other sections. I'd like to move him out of the Walmart grant onto the general fund where he can apply his skills and talents in the office until at such time as we need him back in the Walmart grant. He will go back to Walmart whenever Walmart starts picking up. Anytime we have contested hearings or we have a trial date, we'll move him back into the Walmart. But until that happens, I have a need for him, a great need for him in other parts of the office. And in order to remain grant compliant, I cannot have him working primarily in any other section of the office, and I don't need this highly talented attorney twiddling his thumbs. So I'm asking for permission. We're going to move him to the general fund, but at the same time, I don't think it's fair to this attorney that his salary drop. I will make up the difference in his salary out of our Chapter 59 money so that his salary remains the same when he comes off of the grant, and then when he jumps back on the grant, the Walmart grant will make up that. He'll go back into the same salary. So it's just simply maintaining his salary. I do have to have your permission to supplement his salary on the Chapter 59. It will maintain a level pay. It is not an increase in pay for him. It is a level pay. We are asking that the back pay be authorized, and that is just simply to make him whole for this last pay period where he has missed this supplemental pay.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, we didn't lower his pay, but we paid it from the wrong account. So we'll need to pay it from Chapter 59 funds. That's why we're asking that it be effective April 29th.
Go ahead, Jessica.
And I have the proposed motion for the court, which would be to approve and authorize the district attorney to use the Chapter 59 asset forfeiture funds to increase the salary of an assistant district attorney, as just described by Mr. Higgs.
Any questions? Thank you, Your Honors.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Holguin. Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen, lady. Have a good day.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This now brings us to executive session. Commissioners Court will
Hold on
recess.
just a second. May I ask a question? Commissioner Stout, you have the marathon item posted in regular session. Obviously, we also posted in executive session. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't want to address it in regular, that we should go into executive first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes. They're first.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 14A through 14F, as well as item 16A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.076. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant.
Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. original equipment. We had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canotillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. You know, I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, you know, they can use that. It's, you know, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an Access to Justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
Privacy should not blindfolded, and throughout history, there have been times where blindfold.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
And you know what, Andy? I think we've been talking about it for, 27 days straight now.
For sure.
Triple-digit highs. It is just awfully brutal. But I feel like there's another way to beat the heat, and that is with La Dueña shaved ice.
That's right. And what I would do right now for one of those, it's super popular from what I hear. In fact, a couple of our producers before we headed out the door, they were just like, bring us back.
Some. Yes.
Bring
and I
us
was
back
like,
one of
okay,
those.
we're going to have to try it out.
Some of that popularity too is because the owner, they say, a lot of people are saying that she treats her customers like family.
Oh wow,
and
I love that. I love that so much.
That's the big concept behind this. Take a look at it.
Well, I have this special machine since I say 30 years, 35 years. And it's been very great because I have raised my kids through my snow cone place. A lot of people talk about the mangoneada that they're frozen, but mine is snow cones.
It's just a different type of flavor and taste that they bring.
It just brings a little taste from back from home, from Mexico.
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the mangoneada right here. I feel like this is one of the customer favorites here.
And the mangoneada is with fresh mango, which I make.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
When I live in Mexico, they do the same way. Well, as what people tells me, is very popular because I have people, not just local people from El Paso.
We live in Flagstaff, Arizona, and always I can and buy my mangoneada because it's so good.
They tell me that when they come on I-10, what they do, they stop here before they go anywhere else and get their snow cones.
I would highly recommend this to anyone in Canutillo, Texas that wants to get a raspa or a good treat.
I take care of this place myself. I manage this place. I make sure my customers are happy, my customers are satisfied.
The quality and the fact that they're open every day, I give them a lot of respect for that.
I try to keep my product good and at good prices, you know. So like in the evenings, like if you come in the evening, you have like 20, 30 people in line waiting, and that makes me feel very happy.
La Dueña brings two cultures together. Even though we're not in Mexico, this makes you feel like you're in, just like the little, the shape of it reminds you of back home.
I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to my customers. I try to treat my customers as my family.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been coming here probably for more than over 10 years now.
Thank you, my customers, for coming to my place, and I invite you, everybody, to come and have a snow cone.
Gracias, Mr. Thank you. Hasta luego.
One of the great things about volunteering with the county is the county does so many different things.
It gives people an opportunity to see what's going on in their county government.
When I engage with the families and I give my time to them, I feel like I was still able to serve them.
I just think it's fascinating seeing all the community getting together, people from all ages, from young kids to adult people.
The way it has, volunteering has impacted me personally is the fact that I'm still doing what I used to do, and I get to use all those training skills that the department gave me and put them back into play.
But they really enjoy particularly gaining new skills. So some of our volunteers are younger and they enjoy the confidence building, the opportunity to connect with people in a different way.
Well, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is willing to help each other.
I think it's seeing volunteers who otherwise never would have met before. They live in different parts of El Paso, they're different ages, different backgrounds, and see them come together and realize now they're friends.
Actually, I'm an advocate for veterans to get out and get about in the community.
Definitely join to the volunteering program because you're just helping in the community, and it's good for us, for all of us.
Volunteers give their time, and there's nothing more valuable than that. So we truly appreciate all that our volunteers do. To serve with us is to strengthen us. So thank you, volunteers, for helping make this a strong and vibrant community.
Being sponsored by El Paso County.
Our potty with our puppies, that's like the best way to spend a Saturday morning. Right now our pet walk is occurring. Then of course we're going to have our costume contest. This is Coco, so he is dressed up as Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Chambalaya, he's a year old, so he's having a blast meeting all the puppies. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to spend time with our fur babies.
Yes, it's a good boy.
So we're trying to actually create the first mega adoption event here in El Paso. We have approximately 7 adoptable pets.
Those are just puppies.
They're already potty trained, crate trained, fully vaccinated, spayed and neutered. So we take the hard part out of, training a pet. And I mean, they'll give you everything, and all they're asking for is food, water, a place to sleep, and to have love, and they'll give you everything.
Yes, we're waiting for the bunny. It is so nice to see so many people with their pets here at Ascarate Park enjoying this beautiful day.
We need to have more events like this. More events like this here in El Paso.
Everyone, all of us love our pets. We love the opportunity to bring them out, let them play, let them make new friends. So it's a beautiful day. We got really lucky with the weather. Of course, Ascarate is a beautiful location to have this event, and we hope that this is an event that will continue for years in the future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons. A wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makom, Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
venues. I want to talk a little bit more about where we are right now. As Monica mentioned, we're at the Camino Real terminal here. Lots of really train-inspired themes here. You got some of the box cars and some of the trains and that and whatnot. And it's been a part of this community for dozens of years.
Yeah, and you know what? The owner keeps renovating it. Actually, Andy, where we're at, he added this stretch. So it ended right behind us, and he added more to accommodate the venues. And we actually got to speak with him, and he tells a little bit more about this incredible venue. Check it out.
It's a very short drive and you feel like you're in the country. It feels like it's not as hot as the city. You know, we have a lot of grass, we have some fountains, we have a pond. So it's a very nice place to come and look around, because this place has been here for, I don't know, 40, 50 years. And a lot of people passes by here on Donovan and they just look, but they haven't come. You can see we have 3 train cars. One is like an observatory and 2 cabooses. It's an event center, it's a venue. Okay, so we have from weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, piñatas, whatever, anniversaries. And we do offer catering, tables, chairs, linens. We have valet parking, waiters, bartender, everything. So we can help you with the party, you know, in everything you need. And we have a lot of antiques, old stuff, some nice stuff, from high-end prices to a piece of wood, a piece of iron. It's something for everybody. We're in the business of restoring classic cars and sell them. So we got everything here. We got our shop, the antique place, the venue, and our home. We work here, we live here. Now we are Canutillo residents. We feel real blessed. We thank God a lot to put us here. We don't know why and how and what's the purpose, but we are here. We're very happy. And hoping and waiting for whoever wants to come and visit.
Welcome back to KTSM 9 News' Small Town Spotlight Show, live from Camino Real Terminal here in Canutillo. Now, about 10 minutes away from here, you'll find Canutillo High School, and it's a must-see site for high school football. 2 reasons. They've cranked out some really great football teams in recent years, and they have a really unique football field. KTSM 9 Sports Director Colin Deaver brings you the origin story of the turf they call Canutillo Blue.
Canutillo football coach Scott Brooks hasn't forgotten his initial reaction to the idea of a blue football field at Lowenberg Stadium.
What did you first think? I mean, when they were like, we're gonna put blue turf here.
I thought it was crazy.
The possibility was first brought up at a school board meeting in 2011.
The superintendent at the time, I didn't even know about it, took a picture and had our emblem superimposed on blue turf.
The idea took off from there. The school board, players, parents, and fans immediately got behind it, and 12 years later, it's Canutillo's calling card.
It's unique to us. It gives us our own kind of brand, I guess. And we've had a lot of success on the blue, so I don't think I'd ever want to change it.
The Eagles' blue turf was, of course, inspired by the original blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Idaho, the home of the Boise State Broncos.
It's the greatest marketing tool in the history of college athletics, in my opinion.
The connection between Canutillo and Boise State is even deeper now because current Broncos athletic director Jeremiah Dickey is an El Paso native and a Franklin High School graduate. Dickey says he didn't know about Canutillo's blue turf until we called him up for this story, but he's pleased to hear that Boise's influence has found his hometown.
You know, it's a point of pride for me. You know, I love El Paso, and it's actually on my list now when I go home to go check it out.
Boise's shtick since 1986 is now a real patent and trademark. Anyone that wants a non-green field actually has to ask for Boise State's permission to do so.
I got a letter within a couple days that we could not call it Boise Blue, that it had to be blue turf. And I moved offices here. I wish I still had it because we had a poster of the letter.
They usually don't charge any money, but they do want everyone to know who did it first. Boise State's patent includes blue fields like Canutillo, but it extends to red fields like Eastern Washington, purple and gray like Central Arkansas, and even teal gridirons like Coastal Carolina.
It's so much more powerful than just a football field. It's who we are, and it definitely represents something that I think we're really proud of in terms of our innovation.
Off-the-wall fields, successful football teams, and dispelling urban myths.
Haven't had a bird land on it yet. I mean, we had a bird, but not thinking it's water.
Scott Brooks and Jeremiah Dickey will have plenty to talk about when they finally get to meet in person. Reporting from the blue turf, not to be confused with the Boise Blue, Colin Deaver, KTSM 9 Sports.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant. Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canotillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, they can use that. It's, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
And you know what, Andy? I think we've been talking about it for, 27 days straight now.
For sure.
Triple-digit highs. It is just awfully brutal. But I feel like there's another way to beat the heat, and that is with La Dueña shaved ice.
That's right. And what I would do right now for one of those, it's super popular from what I hear. In fact, a couple of our producers before we headed out the door, they were just like, bring us back.
Yes,
bring us
like,
back
okay,
one of those.
We're gonna have to try it out.
Some of that popularity too is because the owner, they say, a lot of people are saying that she treats her customers like family.
Oh wow, I love that. I love that so much.
That's the big concept behind this. Take a look at it.
puedes dar una chica cherry?
Well, I have this special machine since like, I say like 30 years, 35 years. And it's been very great because I have raised my kids through my snow cone place. A lot of people talk about the mangoneada, they're frozen, but mine is snow cones.
It's just a different type of flavor and taste that they bring.
It just brings a little taste from back from home, from Mexico.
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the mangoneada right here. I feel like this is one of the customer favorites here.
And the mangoneada is with fresh mango, which I make.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
When I live in Mexico, they do it the same way.
Well, as what people tells me, it's very popular because I have people, not just local people from El Paso.
We live in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I always can and buy my mangoneada because it's so good.
They tell me that when they come on I-10, what they do, they stop here before they go anywhere else and get their snow cones.
I would highly recommend this to anyone in Canutillo, Texas that wants to get a raspa or a good treat.
I take care of this place myself. I manage this place. I make sure my customers are happy, my customers are satisfied.
The quality and the fact that they're open every day, I give them a lot of respect for that.
I try to keep my product good and at good prices, you know. So like in the evenings, like if you come in the evening, you have like 20, 30 people in line waiting, and that makes me feel very happy.
La Dueña brings like two cultures together. Even though we're not in Mexico, this makes you feel like you're in, just like the little, like the shape of it reminds you of back home.
I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to my customers. I try to treat my customers as my family.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been coming here probably for more than over like 10 years now.
Thank you, my customers, for coming to my place, and I invite you, everybody, to come and have a snow cone.
Gracias, Mr. Thank you. Hasta luego.
One of the great things about volunteering with the county is the county does so many different things.
It gives people an opportunity to see what's going on in their county government.
When I engage with the families and I give my time to them, I feel like I was still able to serve them.
I just think it's fascinating seeing all the community getting together, people from all ages, from young kids to adult people.
The way it has, volunteering has impacted me personally is the fact that I'm still doing what I used to do, and I get to use all those training skills that the department gave me and put them back into play.
But they really enjoy particularly gaining new skills. So some of our volunteers are younger and they enjoy the confidence building, the opportunity to connect with people in a different way.
Well, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is willing to help each other.
I think it's seeing volunteers who otherwise never would have met before. They live in different parts of El Paso, they're different ages, different backgrounds, and see them come together and realize now they're friends.
Actually, I'm an advocate for veterans to get out and get about in the community.
Definitely join to the volunteering program because you're just helping in the community, and it's good for us, for all of us.
Volunteers give their time, and there's nothing more valuable than that. So we truly appreciate all that our volunteers do. To serve with us is to strengthen us. So thank you, volunteers, for helping make this a strong and vibrant community.
Potty being sponsored by El Paso County.
Our potty with our puppies, that's like the best way to spend a Saturday morning. Right now our pet walk is occurring. Then of course we're going to have our costume contest. This is Coco, and so he is dressed up as Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Chumbala, he's a year old, so he's having a blast meeting all the puppies. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to spend time with our fur babies.
Yes, it's a good boy.
So we're trying to actually create the first mega adoption event here in El Paso. We have approximately 7 adoptable pets.
Those are just puppies.
They're already potty trained, crate trained, fully vaccinated, spayed and neutered. So we take the hard part out of, training a pet. And I mean, they'll give you everything, and all they're asking for is food, water, a place to sleep, and to have love, and they'll give you everything.
Yes, we're waiting for the bunny. It is so nice to see so many people with their pets here at Ascarate Park enjoying this beautiful day.
We need to have more events like this. More events like this here in El Paso.
Everyone, all of us love our pets. We love the opportunity to bring them out, let them play, let them make new friends. So it's a beautiful day. We got really lucky with the weather. Of course, Ascarate is a beautiful location to have this event, and we hope that this is an event that will continue for years in the future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone.
Oh.
It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
I want to talk a little bit more about where we are right now. As Monica mentioned, we're at the Camino Real terminal here. Lots of really train-inspired themes here. You got some of the box cars and some of the trains and that and whatnot. And it's been a part of this community for dozens of years.
Yeah, and you know what? The owner keeps renovating it. Actually, Andy, where we're at, he added this stretch, so it ended right.
It's a very nice place to come and look around because this place has been here for, I don't know, 40, 50 years, and a lot of people passes by here on Donovan and they just look, but they haven't come. You can see we have 3 train cars. One it's like an observatory and 2 cabooses. It's an event center, it's a venue, okay? So we have from weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, piñatas, whatever, anniversaries. And we do offer catering, tables, chairs, linens. We have valet parking, waiters, bartender, everything. So we can help you with the party, you know, in everything you need. And we have a lot of antiques, old stuff, some nice stuff, from high-end prices to a piece of wood, a piece of iron. It's something for everybody. We're in the business of restoring classic cars and sell them. So we got everything here. We got our shop, the antique place, the venue and our home. We work here, we live here. Now we are Canutillo residents. We feel real blessed. We thank God a lot to put us here. We don't know why and how and what's the purpose, but we are here. We're very happy and hoping and waiting for whoever wants to come and visit.
Welcome back to KTSM 9 News' Small Town Spotlight Show, live from Camino Real Terminal here in Canutillo. Now, about 10 minutes away from here, you'll find Canutillo High School, and it's a must-see site for high school football. Two reasons: they've cranked out some really great football teams in recent years, and they have a really unique football field. KTSM 9 Sports Director Colin Deaver brings you the origin story of the turf they call Canutillo Blue.
Canutillo football coach Scott Brooks hasn't forgotten his initial reaction to the idea of a blue football field at Lowenberg Stadium.
What did you first think? I mean, when they were like, we're gonna put blue turf here.
I thought it was crazy.
The possibility was first brought up at a school board meeting in 2011.
The superintendent at the time, I didn't even know about it, took a picture and had our emblem superimposed on blue turf.
The idea took off from there. The school board, players, parents, and fans immediately got behind it, and 12 years later, it's Canutillo's calling card.
It's unique to us. It gives us our own kind of brand, I guess. And we've had a lot of success on the blue, so I don't think I'd ever want to change it.
The Eagles' blue turf was, of course, inspired by the original blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Idaho, the home of the Boise State Broncos.
It's the greatest marketing tool in the history of college athletics, in my opinion.
The connection between Canutillo and Boise State is even deeper now because current Broncos athletic director Jeremiah Dickey is an El Paso native and a Franklin High School graduate. Dickey says he didn't know about Canutillo's blue turf until we called him up for this story, but he's pleased to hear that Boise's influence has found his hometown.
You know, it's a point of pride for me. You know, I love El Paso, and it's actually on my list now when I go home to go check it out.
Boise's shtick since 1986 is now a real patent and trademark. Anyone that wants a non-green field actually has to ask for Boise State's permission to do so.
I got a letter within a couple days that we could not call it Boise Blue, that it had to be blue turf. And I moved offices here. I wish I still had it because we had a poster of the letter.
They usually don't charge any money, but they do want everyone to know who did it first. Boise State's patent includes blue fields like Canutillo, but it extends to red fields like Eastern Washington, purple and gray like Central Arkansas, and even teal gridirons like Coastal Carolina.
It's so much more powerful than just a football field. It's who we are, and it definitely represents something that I think we're really proud of in terms of our innovation.
Off-the-wall fields, successful football teams, and dispelling urban myths.
Haven't had a bird land on it yet. I mean, we had a bird, but not thinking it's water.
Scott Brooks and Jeremiah Dickey will have plenty to talk about when they finally get to meet in person. Reporting from the blue turf, not to be confused with the Boise Blue, Colin Deaver, KTSM 9 Sports.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Election Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant.
Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but you know, 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canutillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. You know, I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, you know, they can use that. It's, you know, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
And you know what, Andy? I think we've been talking about it for, 27 days straight now.
For sure.
Triple-digit highs. It is just awfully brutal. But I feel like there's another way to beat the heat, and that is with La Dueña shaved ice.
That's right. And what I would do right now for one of those, it's super popular from what I hear. In fact, a couple of our producers before we headed out the door, they were just like, bring us back.
Yes,
bring
and I was
us
like,
back one of
okay,
those.
we're gonna have to try it out.
Some of that popularity too is because the owner, they say, a lot of people are saying that she treats her customers like family.
Oh wow,
and
I love that. I love that so much.
That's the big concept behind this. Take a look at it.
Well, I have this special machine since I'd say 30 years, 35 years. And it's been very great because I have raised my kids through my snow cone place. A lot of people talk about the mangoneada that they're frozen, but mine is snow cones.
This is just a different type of flavor and taste that they bring.
It just brings a little taste from back from home, from Mexico.
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the mangoneada right here. I feel like this is one of the customer favorites here.
And the mangoneada is with fresh mango, which I make.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
When I live in Mexico, they do the same way.
Well, as what people tells me, is very popular because I have people, not just local people from El Paso.
We live in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I always can and buy my mangoneada because it's so good.
They tell me that when they come on I-10, what they do, they stop here before they go anywhere else and get their snow cones.
I would highly recommend this to anyone in Canutillo, Texas that wants to get a raspa or a good treat.
I take care of this place myself. I manage this place. I make sure my customers are happy, my customers are satisfied.
The quality and the fact that they're open every day, I give them a lot of respect for that.
I try to keep my product good and at good prices. You know, so like in the evenings, like if you come in the evening, you have 20, 30 people in line waiting, and that makes me feel very happy.
La Dueña brings two cultures together. Even though we're not in Mexico, this makes you feel like you're in. Just the shape of it reminds you of back home.
I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to my customers. I try to treat my customers as my family.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been coming here probably for more than over 10 years now.
Thank you, my customers, for coming to my place, and I invite you, everybody, to come and have a snow cone.
Gracias, Mr. Thank you. Hasta luego.
One of the great things about volunteering with the county is the county does so many different things.
It gives people an opportunity to see what's going on in their county government.
When I engage with the families and I give my time to them, I feel like I was still able to serve them.
I just think it's fascinating seeing all the community getting together, people from all ages, from young kids to adult people.
The way it has, volunteering has impacted me personally is the fact that I'm still doing what I used to do, and I get to use all those training skills that the department gave me and put them back into play.
But they really enjoy particularly gaining new skills. So some of our volunteers are younger and they enjoy the confidence building, the opportunity to connect with people in a different way.
Well, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is willing to help each other.
I think it's seeing volunteers who otherwise never would have met before. They live in different parts of El Paso, they're different ages, different backgrounds, and see them come together and realize now they're friends.
Actually, I'm an advocate for veterans to get out and get about in the community.
Definitely join to the volunteering program because you're just helping in the community, and it's good for us, for all of us.
Volunteers give their time, and there's nothing more valuable than that. So we truly appreciate all that our volunteers do. To serve with us is to strengthen us. So thank you, volunteers, for helping make this a strong and vibrant community.
Being sponsored by El Paso County.
Our potty with our puppies, that's like the best way to spend a Saturday morning. Right now our pet walk is occurring. Then of course we're going to have our costume contest.
This is Coco, and so he is dressed up as Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Chumbala, he's a year old, so he's having a blast meeting all the puppies. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to spend time with our fur babies.
Yes, it's a good boy.
So we're trying to actually create the first mega adoption event here in El Paso. We have approximately 7 adoptable pets.
Those are just puppies.
They're already potty trained, crate trained, fully vaccinated, spayed and neutered. So we take the hard part out of, training a pet. And I mean, they'll give you everything, and all they're asking for is food, water, a place to sleep, and to have love, and they'll give you everything.
Yes, we're waiting for the bunny. It is so nice to see so many people with their pets here at Ascarate Park enjoying this beautiful day.
We need to have more events like this. More events like this here in El Paso.
Everyone, all of us love our pets. We love the opportunity to bring them out, let them play, let them make new friends. So it's a beautiful day. We got really lucky with the weather. Of course, Ascarate is a beautiful location to have this event, and we hope that this is an event that will continue for years in the future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone.
Oh.
It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
want to talk a little bit more about where we are right now. As Monica mentioned, we're at the Camino Real terminal here. Lots of really train-inspired themes here. You got some of the box cars and some of the trains and that and whatnot. And it's been a part of this community for dozens of years.
Yeah, and you know what? The owner keeps renovating it. Actually, Andy, where we're at, he added this stretch. So it ended right behind us, and he added more to accommodate the venues. And we actually got to speak with him, and he tells a little bit more about this incredible venue. Check it out.
It's a very short drive, and you feel like you're in the country. It feels like it's not as hot as the city. You know, we have a lot of grass, we have some fountains, we have a pond. So it's a very nice place to come and look around, because this place has been here for, I don't know, 40, 50 years. And a lot of people passes by here on Donovan, and they just look, but they haven't come. You can see we have 3 train cars. One is like an observatory and 2 cabooses. It's an event center, it's a venue, okay? So we have from weddings, quinceañeras, birthday parties, retirement parties, piñatas, whatever, anniversaries. And we do offer catering, tables, chairs, linens. We have valet parking, waiters, bartender, everything. So we can help you with the party, you know, in everything you need. And we have a lot of antiques, old stuff, some nice stuff, from high-end prices to a piece of wood, a piece of iron. It's something for everybody. We're in the business of restoring classic cars and sell them. So we got everything here. We got our shop, the antique place, the venue, and our home. We work here, we live here. Now we are Canutillo residents. We feel real blessed. We thank God a lot to put us here. We don't know why and how and what's the purpose, but we are here. We're very happy. And hoping and waiting for whoever wants to come and visit.
Welcome back to KTSM 9 News' Small Town Spotlight Show, live from Camino Real Terminal here in Canutillo. Now, about 10 minutes away from here, you'll find Canutillo High School, and it's a must-see site for high school football. 2 reasons. They've cranked out some really great football teams in recent years, and they have a really unique football field. KTSM 9 Sports Director Colin Deaver brings you the origin story of the turf they call Canutillo Blue.
Canutillo football coach Scott Brooks hasn't forgotten his initial reaction to the idea of a blue football field at Lowenberg Stadium.
What did you first think? I mean, when they were like, we're gonna put blue turf here.
I thought it was crazy.
The possibility was first brought up at a school board meeting in 2011.
The superintendent at the time, I didn't even know about it, took a picture and had our emblem superimposed on blue turf.
The idea took off from there. The school board, players, parents, and fans immediately got behind it, and 12 years later, it's Canutillo's calling card.
It's unique to us. It gives us our own kind of brand, I guess. We've had a lot of success on the blue, so I don't think I'd ever want to change it.
The Eagles' blue turf was, of course, inspired by the original blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Idaho, the home of the Boise State Broncos.
It's the greatest marketing tool in the history of college athletics, in my opinion.
The connection between Canutillo and Boise State is even deeper now because current Broncos athletic director Jeremiah Dickey is an El Paso native and a Franklin High School graduate. Dickey says he didn't know about Canutillo's blue turf until we called him up for this story, but he's pleased to hear that Boise's influence has found his hometown.
You know, it's a point of pride for me. You know, I love El Paso, and it's actually on my list now when I go home to go check it out.
Boise's shtick since 1986 is now a real patent and trademark. Anyone that wants a non-green field actually has to ask for Boise State's permission to do so.
I got a letter within a couple days that we could not call it Boise Blue, that it had to be blue turf. And I moved offices here. I wish I still had it because we had a poster of the letter.
They usually don't charge any money, but they do want everyone to know who did it first. Boise State's patent includes blue fields like Canutillo, but it extends to red fields like Eastern Washington, purple and gray like Central Arkansas, and even teal gridirons like Coastal Carolina.
It's so much more powerful than just a football field. It's who we are, and it definitely represents something that that I think we're really proud of in terms of our innovation.
Off-the-wall fields, successful football teams, and dispelling urban myths.
Haven't had a bird land on it yet. I mean, we had a bird, but not thinking it's water.
Scott Brooks and Jeremiah Dickey will have plenty to talk about when they finally get to meet in person. Reporting from the Blue Turf, not to be confused with the Boise Blue, Colin Deaver, KTSM 9 Sports.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Monica, my parents always used to take us when we were little to the Little Diner for their infamous gorditas. Now, years later, I was able to return and talk to the general manager about the history of the restaurant. Those who are on the hunt for authentic Mexican cuisine in the borderland might be surprised that off the beaten path in Canotillo, Texas, Little Diner has been offering that for over 40 years.
The original owners, Irene and Ray, opened it up in '76. They sold it to their daughter, Lourdes, in the late 80s. She sold it to my family in 2016.
With every restaurant, they have what they call the heart, the main place, and you're telling me that you all have one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're known for our gorditas. That's our specialty. That's why we were opened in the first place. This area right here is where we actually prepare the masa for our gorditas. We cook the corn in here. It comes in, it's completely raw. We do it just like, they used to do it way back in the day. It's this big old machine here that does it for us. And then once it grinds the corn, then we can take it to our mix master, where we're making the masa for our gorditas and also our tamales that we make here completely from scratch.
Traditional Mexican cooking does not stop there. Mixing old school methods with new and improved techniques, Little Diner has perfected their already delicious gorditas.
And this is where we make our tortillas now. So before they just used to run on the conveyor belt, now we've got someone moving them along through here, cooking them. It's usually a one-person job, but 2 people can knock it out a lot faster. We use this to make our salsa fresh just about every day. We're probably gonna make some in about an hour or so. Original equipment, we had pots and pans. A bunch of these stoves that you see over here, that's how we would keep everything hot and warm everything up. Now this steam table allows us to keep a lot more food hot.
Little Diner has grown from a small building off the beaten path to one of the mainstays in Canotillo that has served generations of families.
I know a lot of people's moms that I went to school with, but I knew them here. I got to know them here, so I get to know a lot of the community and different generations of that community. It's really nice.
Looking back on their humble beginnings and how they are keeping traditions alive, the Little Diner is now looking towards their future.
We've been looking at shipping our tamales, our gordita masa out of state also, even to other businesses that, they can use that. It's, a little more authentic than what they may be selling at the moment, so that's one of the ways we're growing.
Lopez says that they will continue to honor the traditions that has made Little Diner what it is today, but will be bringing in new techniques to further their success. I'm Tani Davis. Back to you, Andy and Monica.
The
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues.
Jessica, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. Item 15A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property located within El Paso County Precinct 2. I believe there's no action. For item 15A, was there no action?
No action.
Okay, no action for 15A. Item 15B, discuss and take appropriate action regarding legal rights and responsibilities regarding litigation styled United States versus Texas, number 2450149, County Attorney's File number 016523.
No action.
No action for 15B. Item 15C, discuss and take appropriate action to decrease the financial and operational impact to El Paso County as it pertains to law enforcement actions by the state, including arrests along the El Paso border.
No action.
No action for item 15C. Item 16B, discuss and take appropriate action regarding Marathon Petroleum's El Paso Refinery air permit renewal request for permit number 18897 and Western Refinery Terminals LLC federal operating permit number 04603.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I would ask the court for a motion authorizing the submission of comments in regards to FOP 04603 and to authorize the county judge to sign those comments.
Like that. Oh, I guess we gotta do it in the. I must have closed my.
Caesar, just for your information, my computer's dead. So.
Shut off
to
at
do
5.
it the old-fashioned way.
We have a motion.
I'm waiting for it to. I mean, I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open.
Aye.
Motion carries, and Commissioner Holguin is absent. This completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good
Thank you all.
evening, our translators, or
Thank you all.
our team back there. Thank you. And our legal team.
Okay, this concludes
Long
today's
but very
meeting.
productive meeting, so thank you to our legal team. Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:40 p.m.